Car 46, Matt Goff, and 66, Vikram Sudera. Row 5 is 53, Wayne Gregory, and 33, Jessica Wilkinson. Row 6 is 51, Tony Levy, and 90, Sarah Thompson. Row 7 is 8, Will Toon, and 38, Eric Bridges. Row 8 is 24, Sarah Wood, and 125, Craig Horvath. And row 9 is 28, Phil Graham. So this is going to be a 25-minute race. Straight race to the flag, no pit stops, no anything like that. Johnny Lovell, our championship leader. Now, 3 good results today could, in theory, put Johnny, certainly with one hand, firmly on the trophy as our 2023 champion, if not seal it. We do have a slightly complex points process, which does involve drop scores, bonus scores for doing the last round, a point for getting your race entry in on time, and a whole host of other ones. So it's not always the easiest to work out the points. And normally I sit down and have a spreadsheet on the go. But I believe that certainly 3 wins, I think, would give it to Johnny, because he doesn't have actually much scores to actually go and drop. But he's got some attention. Right with him now is Mike Thompson, who's twice been runner-up in the championship. And in 3rd place, we have Perry Darling. And those were the 3 cars who were the front runners at Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on the layout last time we raced. And Perry Darling, again, been getting himself on the podium. Certainly driver possibly overdue a win, and he'd absolutely love to do that this weekend in front of this field. So the cars are coming around. These cars are actually on treaded Pirelli tyres, so they're not on the slicks that we're going to see in the Club Championship later on. But they are treaded tyres, but still a tyre you just want to get a little bit of heat into. And you can see those front 2 cars who actually pulled right away from everyone else. And apparently we're having 2 green flag laps, it would appear. I hadn't realised that one. I didn't catch the driver's briefing, so they are going round.
Short lap.
It's a short lap, so that does make sense, yes. So they are going to go round. I did wonder why the first 2 had pulled so far ahead. They were going to sit there forever. But the car's coming around now. So some fantastically turned out cars, some cars looking absolutely superb in their various liveries. As I said earlier, for those of you here during qualifying, we had a lovely rule in the early days of this championship where the cars had to actually have a livery that was inspired by a classic Porsche livery, or actually was a classic Porsche livery. We do have a few of those cars still actually bearing that one. So we've got Johnny Lovell, our pole sitter, is in a Martini livery, which is Martini, long associated with Porsche. In fact, it was a Martini liveried car that gave Porsche their 2nd Le Mans win in 1971 with Hans Hermann and Guys van Lennep in a 917. Sorry, Hans Hermann. Sorry, Helmut Marko. In fact, the great Helmut Marko of Red Bull fame was a Le Mans winner in 71 in a Porsche. And just behind, we've got Mike Thompson in a sort of classic Porsche colour scheme. But we also do have a couple of the psychedelic liveries from the early 70s on Sarah Thompson and Eric Bridges' cars a little further down the grid. So this time now, Johnny Lovell is slowing the pack up. He doesn't really want to get some temperature into his car and then sit on the grid for too long. So he is going to be coming around now, backing the pack up just so that they can all arrive, and he will be stationary for the shortest possible time. Pole position is on the inside here at Brands Hatch. And as Alan commented earlier on, there is a little bit of a camber. The outside of the circuit does tend to be a little higher than the inside. So it's sometimes it's a little bit of a dispute as to where you are actually better starting. But it does allow Johnny to hold that inside line into the first corner. And for those of you watching down at Paddock Hill Bend, usually everyone arrives en masse and it does get a bit exciting down through there. Everyone usually behaves, though. Hopefully we're going to get straight forward. Cars now lining up. First two cars lining up on their slots. Not always easiest, actually, to go around and then remember where you have to put it. There are quite a lot of markings down there on the track, so it's not easiest to know where to go and put your cars. But everyone's slowly lining up. We've got the full field coming through, so we've got all 17 cars out there. Once we've got the final car in place, we will get a green flag waved from the back of the grid. And that's going to be the sign to the starter that we will go into the start process. We'll get a warning boards with a timing countdown. Red lights go on and we race when the red lights go off. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. Red lights have come on, red lights have come off, and it's Mike Thompson from the outside of the front row who gets the best start. Mike Thompson, who's got the drop on Johnny Lovell, who's quite happily, I think, going to tuck back in. Looking across, it is Perry Darling has gone into third place with Vikram Sudera. Has made a good start there. Vikram Sudera from the fourth row of the grid has actually gone into fourth place. It's a fantastic start for Vikram. Car going up to Druids. And coming around there, Johnny Lovell has actually now got back in front of Mike Thompson. So fantastic move, Johnny Lovell. He may have lost it off the line and into the first corner, but he really does want to get away. And his ideal race would be actually to pull away and open a gap and have a quiet race. Sometimes the most boring race is the race that the winner has when nothing much happens to him at all. Just looking down the pack and everyone, it looks like safely through that first session, but Johnny Lovell already started to ease away from Mike Thompson, who in turn has got a little bit of a gap now back to Perry Darling in third place. So good of cars coming around just to finish that first lap. We've got 25 minutes of racing, so plenty of racing going on there now as they cross the line. Johnny Lovell leading the pack down. Vikram Sudera moves slightly to the right in fourth place in that white and purple car, white car with a purple roof, just to see if there was a route down into the inside to get past Perry Darling, but far too far back. But he is closing up on Perry Darling, and in turn closing up on him is the next up car, which is Scott Adams in the Porsche Cardiff car. So just keeping an eye on what's happening there. We also got Zal Carhenny was sixth across the line in the yellow and black car. Again, Johnny Lovell just starting to pull away from Mike Thompson. And Perry Darling's just starting, I think, to bottling a few cars up behind. There's a little bit of a challenge. Zoe Carhenny superbly holding off, I think, Scott Adams there. Sorry, Matt Goff in the car 46. So a little bit of a battle going on there for sixth place as that clutch of cars. And it's actually Zoe Carhenny, Matt Goff, and Faye Noble Evans to the outside. Matt Goff goes to the inside of Zoe Carhenny. Can he get past going through Paddock Hill Bend? And he has. So that is Matt Goff moving up and taking sixth place from Zoe Carhenny, who now has diving up the inside for her. That's put her offline, and Faye Noble Evans can make the most of that to then go into sixth down the inside. And in fact, it's Wayne Gregory again taking place. You get pushed offline as though Carhenny did then, and that's really hurt her through the next several corners. Just keeping an eye as well. Jess Wilkinson looking to actually gain a place there, having just gone past car number 51, which is Tony Levy, our newcomer to the series. But back at the front, certainly last time round, we had a fastest race lap from Johnny Lovell, and he is slowly extending his lead. It was 1.4 seconds last time across the line.
Can I just bring you up to date with the playlist that's pumping out one of the garages?
Have we moved on to something by Queen, maybe?
Careless Whisper, George Michael. I'm loving this. I'm going to give you updates of the playlist throughout the afternoon.
It's 80s,
this is the
80s heaven down there,
music.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Thank you, Alan. So Alan down in the pit lane, actually rather hoping that we don't hear too much from Alan, because that means we have cars in the pits. But these cars have actually been very, very...
Or a particularly banging tune from the 80s, or one or the other.
In which case we need to know all about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So a whole clutch of cars there coming through Druids and coming down the hill now, but certainly our leader now starting to extend away. Another fastest race lap last time round for Johnny Lovell. So he is actually the quickest car out there and using that to his effect. Not by huge amounts. He did a 55.6. That's his fastest lap, and it's a 56.2 from Mike Thompson in second place last time round. But that's just enough to keep him actually pulling away and starting to open that gap at the front. So for his title challenge, this is exactly what he wants. Starting to settle down a little behind him now. We've got Mike Thompson with Perry Darling in third place. Vikram Sudera, who's right with Darling earlier on, starting to fall away, which is letting car 55, the silver Boxster of Scott Adams, Scott Adams actually start to close up a little bit. So I think Vikram Sudera could have a little presence behind him. And then behind that, we've got that ongoing battle where climbing the plate, Wayne Gregory actually is gaining places. Rain's only done a couple of races so far this year. Joined us again last time at Silverstone, having done the whole season in this series last year, but driving very, very well. And actually, with that Woods Food Service, our much valued sponsor on the side of his car. Leader comes on to the pit straight. Johnny Lovell, just really in a nice groove, to be quite honest. And I know you interviewed Johnny Lovell earlier on that, and he's so self-assuming. I interviewed after pole position at Donington. He said, "Oh, no one's ever interviewed you before. I don't know what to say." You know,
he was quite surprised when I stopped him.
Yeah, he's just genuinely surprised anyone's interested, which is quite sweet.
It's really cool.
But driving very, very well. Just a very nice, tidy driver, which actually is, I think, a technique that works very, very well with these Boxsters. So Leader pulling away. Bit of a gap now to Mike Thompson, back to third. Just looking down to see where we do actually have some battles going on. And Wayne Gregory, I think, starting to close in on Faye Noble-Evans. But Zoe Carl-Henny, who got pushed off course, pushed slightly wide by a car going past her inside. Nothing malicious there. It's just the car overtook her through Paddock Hill Bend and cost her so much momentum. Is again now starting to inch back, I think, towards Wayne Gregory. Just looking at their last lap times last time around, very, very closely matched. And as tyres and cars and drivers are getting up, and drivers now getting in the groove, or being on the part of the track where they want to be, we're seeing people set their fastest race laps as they're going through. So Johnny Lovell again now got that lead out to 2.7 seconds at the front. And this is a series that is very, very designed to be accessible. We've had a number of people taking their first ever race out there. We currently have down there running in 15th place Will Toone, son of Andy Toone, who is a former overall champion of the Club Championship. And Will just had his very first race with us here last time out at Silverstone. So his first ever race on Silverstone Grand Prix is quite something to say. But does too, you can actually come in here, and it's a great learning place, and you can just stay and enjoy your Boxsters or use it to progress your careers and move forward. Leader coming through now to come and finish 7 laps. And again, that gap now out to Mike Thompson crosses the line, 2.9 seconds. Mike Thompson did actually put in his fastest race lap that time round, but it was still just off the pace of the leader. So you need to keep pushing on. Wayne Gregory now starting to look for a way past Faye Noble-Evans in that battle for 7th, as those cars actually going up the hill towards Druids. The pink and black car of Faye Noble-Evans with the dark blue car of Wayne Gregory now right with it. And if they start battling, that should let Zoe Carl-Henny, I think, recoup some of the ground that she lost earlier on and get into the mix of that battle. Front runners all slightly evenly spread at this stage of the race, which is unusual in this racing. So the cars are very evenly matched. And just looking down the order, we've got car 90 coming through, Graham Hill Bend, Sarah Thompson. We'd expect Sarah to be a little further up, as there's so she actually has led races here before, but not quite on the pace there today. Just checking down on the screens, I've got a red mark against Eric Bridges, car 38, so potentially we could be seeing a penalty for Eric there. I'm not sure if that's track limits or whatever, I'm not sure. I haven't seen any warning boards go out for everybody, but we are now 17 minutes left of this 25-minute race. Race leader now coming down into Graham Hill Bend, the right-hander at the bottom of the hill after they come down from Druids, going along the back straight, pulling gently clear from Mike Thompson, who in turn actually now has a useful gap again of 2.7 seconds to Perry Darling in 3rd place. Perry just managing to keep Vikram Sudera, the 4th place car, the number 66, the white and purple Boxster, at a distance where Vikram can't really challenge. And that's actually slightly what's happening down the order, I think, at this stage of the race. Everyone is just that 2 or 3 lengths too far back to actually mount a challenge, but everyone pushing hard. We're consistently seeing drivers setting their fastest race laps, setting up green times on my screen, which suggests how hard they are actually pushing out there, and no one's racing. Got a car coming down the hill quite slowly, I think, just getting back up to speed. Just trying to see who that is, and that's actually car 24. So that's Sarah Wood, so maybe a little moment for Sarah Wood. She's getting back up to speed. That's actually put Phil Gregory right up with her. So Phil Graham right up with her. And they're actually going to get lapped fairly soon by the leaders, both Sarah and Phil drivers in their first season of motorsport. So again, just getting up to speed and learning it, but actually being able to get out there and race on some of these classic circuits in what is, by motorsport standards, a relatively low-cost series. So Johnny Lovell crosses the line again, just starting to ease away quite happily. Mike Thompson in second place, Perry Darling third, Vikram Sudera now fourth, Scott Adams in fifth place, but actually now starting to close right up is Matt Goff in that number 46, the Porsche Centre Nottingham Boxster, the white car. That's actually wearing a livery that was worn at Le Mans by, I believe, a Porsche 968 in the 1980s. So that is one of the classic liveries, and he's actually Matt Goff going very quickly, starting to really close up on Scott Adams and putting Faye Noble Evans along with him. So that really is where I think the battle is brewing for maybe fifth place, as we've got a whole clutch of cars there with Vikram Sudera not too far ahead of them. Leader now actually having to lap cars as we're coming through on clearways and onto the pit straight. He goes around the outside of Phil Graham. Manages to get to put the car now exactly where he wants it to slow. Hit the brakes going down. Blue flags there for Sarah Wood, so she'll be aware there is a quicker car coming through, so it's a car she can let through. She doesn't have to race, and our leader dives up the inside on the brakes into Druids the hairpin and gets through. So he's now actually put those cars between him and his pursuers, which hopefully make him possibly try. He'll be aiming to make advantage, and hopefully that use that to extend his gap. That battle that we were talking about for fifth place is now nicely brewing up. Matt Goff right with Scott Adam. Had a little look at Druids. Holds a slightly tighter line as they go through Graham Hill Bend.
You know, we've said throughout today, Paul, that it's been nice and warm, and for the first time now we've got racing underway here at Brands Hatch. The sunshine peeking through as well, so we are going to get a summer. It's going to be this weekend.
Fantastic. I'll settle for that. And yeah, you get to enjoy it. I'm up here.
Yeah, well, you were gloating about being in the air-conditioned box this morning. Swings and roundabouts, mate, swings and roundabouts.
No, it has to be done, I'm going to trade that for the best view in the house, basically. So
it's not bad, is it?
It is quite a classic view from up here. So, good going. Where are we now? So, back into the groove. Johnny Lovell, 12 laps completed, just coming up to about 45 seconds off halfway through this race. So we do get quite a lot of track time in this series, 25-minute races. As I say, a few battles brewing up, certainly a chain of cars now still sitting there. Faye Noble Evans tested here yesterday, as did a lot of these drivers. And Faye Noble Evans running in this series, her husband Pete Evans, champion of the Boxsters last year, now running a 996 in the Porsche Club Championship. So we saw Pete qualifying earlier, and we'll see him racing a little bit later. So a whole host of cars now crossing the line, just keeping an eye on that battle. The clap times are just so consistently similar. Everyone lapping in the 56-second range, which is just not giving anybody that advantage and that ability to take over. But we do see that battle that we've been keeping an eye on for 4th, 5th, 6th places going up towards Druids now. A whole clutch of cars there working their way through a couple of the back markers. Vikram Sudera sees Perry Darling get inside the blue and and there's contact. Vikram Sudera went to lap Phil Graham and actually had contact. That's badly bought Faye Noble Evans, who's lost a lot of time there. But we do have two cars now stopped on the exit of Graham Hill Bend on the track. So I think, unfortunately, that's certainly going to mean that we go safety car with those cars stopped there. So that's unfortunately we won't be able to race with them there. The cars locked together. A lot of steam coming off, but Vikram Sudera went down to lap down the inside, and I think Phil Gregory was aware that he was there and just turned across him. Sorry, Phil Graham just turned across him, and the contact has stranded those two cars there. So just waiting to see what we have from race control. And yes, we have gone to the safety car. So the safety car will emerge on the back straight, hopefully picking up the leader as we try and pick up those two cars.
Johnny Lovell had got himself a nice little gap at the front, hadn't he?
He had. So last time across the line, he had that up over 6 or 7 seconds, and suddenly that has all been wiped out. Now, we do have one of those cars that's actually managed to get itself going, so that's great work from Phil Graham in car number 28. But Vikram Sudera car is sat there surrounded by quite a lot of fluid. He had a frontal impact, so I think that's radiator and coolant down on the track, and a steady little stream of steam coming off the front of that car. But we have gone safety car, and that is going to really just say cat amongst the pigeons for the moment, shall we say. Safety car has picked up the leader and is now coming through clearway. So I think it's the first time we've actually seen the safety car today. So our safety car driver today is Ian Barnett with safety car observer Peter Silito. And the reason I'm saying hello is, as I discovered earlier this year, they listen to the commentary at some circuits. And I was at Donington, and I was actually getting I was at Cadwell Park yesterday getting messages from the safety car driver who was going around just letting me know what was going on. So fantastic to say hello to those gentlemen. It's one of those jobs where they're much needed, and we need them here, and we really hope that we don't actually have to use them too much. We've now got a recovery vehicle coming down to the stranded car of Vikram Sudhir. A couple of bits of debris on the track have been cleared up, and that car does look to have actually lost the front right wheel, so that does mean it's possibly not going to be the easiest car to actually move. Final cars coming around just to join up behind the safety car vehicle. So we've got now the circuit vehicles dealing with the incident on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Safety car is bringing the pack down from Druids. All the cars now behind the safety car. As ever at Druids, you unfortunately end up with a little bit of a concertina effect going into the corner, with some cars almost coming to a stop.
You think this one might be a fairly lengthy intervention?
It is. The car sat there. It's certainly minus one wheel, so it's not going to be the quickest to actually move it. So we'll hopefully we will be able to get going, and of course everyone's going to be doing their best. That's a healthy lead there from Johnny Lovell. Of course the clock keeps ticking. We don't extend race time or anything due to an incident like this, and we are down to 8 minutes 45 seconds left. So
show me love, Robin S. So that's a bit more motivational. Sorry, just an update to the playlist.
So more banging tunes from down in the pit lane in the garages down there.
Show Me Love was 90s, wasn't it?
The 90s were a blur to me.
To many they were.
But other people preferred Oasis. But
can't go wrong with that. I've got one car in pit lane, by the way.
That's gonna be our Phil Graham, the other car that was caught up in that incident. So I suspect there'll be some left rear corner damage on that car that sat there.
Right rear as well.
Oh, right rear as well.
Yeah,
okay.
So they're just pulling off a bit. Yes,
the car was spun right round, so quite possible.
Fouling on the rear wheel. So there's quite a bit, isn't there? You can just see the crash structure pushing through the rear bumper. That's a sorry sight, I'm afraid.
It is, yeah. I was just minding my own business.
It's not nice, is it? How deep has the damage gone? We can see the bumper, but
well, it's something rubbing very, very badly. That's why I've come in. I had a job to get going because I was locked with another car on the grass.
Oh, what a shame. I'm sorry. Sorry for that. But
luckily,
yeah, go on.
The good side of the car is still intact. This was already damaged. So.
Well, tell people to look at it from the other side then. It's very simple. Oh dear. Well, a good demeanour.
A very philosophical approach, wasn't it?
A very philosophical
yes.
approach, yeah. Don't often walk away from an interview and giggle with someone who's just been bumped up the back of a Porsche. But, yeah.
Okay, probably a chance to just quickly run down the order while we are behind the safety car, because I think that car is yet to move. There is now a low loader there, so hopefully I can pick that car up and get it back. But certainly, currently we had Johnny Lovell, our leader, who had a 5 or 6 second gap that's obviously now been wiped out, that we're behind the safety car. In second place, we've got car 6, Mike Thompson. In third place, car 81, Perry Darling. In fourth place, car 55, Scott Adams. In fifth place, car 46, Matt Goff. In sixth, 43, Wayne Gregory. In seventh, we had car 23, Zoe Kyle Henney. In eighth place, we've now got car 20, Faye Noble Evans, who actually got those two cars collided right in front of Faye, and she was forced to go across the grass to avoid them and lost a lot of time and dropped down a few places. And then in ninth place, we have car 33, Jess Wilkinson. And 10th place, car 90, Sarah Thompson. So 4 of our ladies all in a row in the top 10. Car 11th place, in 11th we've got car 51, Tony Levy. And car in 12th place, car 8, Will very early. I think this is actually only his third ever race. 38, Eric Bridges is in 13th, and in 14th we have another of our newcomers, Craig Horvath, car 125, and in 15th place we have car 24, Sarah Wood. So those are the cars now currently circulating behind the safety car, as we lost 2 of those cars there. The car is now actually being pushed on to the ramp of the low loader to hopefully get it back. There is some liquid down on the circuit, so might need some work and some dressing on that, but we have the ever efficient marshals who are here today who can actually just sweep that. I can already see brooms in use over there. It's a high-tech motorsport. We still use the broom after all these years, but there's possibly nothing better for incidents like that.
But just over 5 minutes remaining on the TSL timing screen.
That's the issue. The clock is ticking down, so whether we can get this clear in time and maybe have a 1 or 2 lap sprint, which is always entertaining, isn't it? It's all bets are off, basically, and everyone's going to be really keen to do that. Obviously, other than our race leader, who would probably quite happily drive round and round behind the safety car for the remaining 5 minutes.
But he'd be perfectly chilled and laid back about whatever happens, because judging on your experience interviewing him and my experience this morning, is just one of those kind of guys that doesn't get too het up over anything, really.
No, I think you know, they all do. People hide it in different ways, don't they? But yeah, no, Johnny just seems superbly chilled and relaxed, and just a nice guy to have about, basically. And you know, I could probably say that. I think of almost everyone here today. It's you know, of all the things I've done in motorsport, I've been involved with Porsche Club Motorsport for longer than anything else. And as I say, I need to do the maths. I think this might be my 17th season. So it's, yeah, some fantastic people, some people I've known all along. We've had some fantastic people come in and out the championship, go on and do other things. And yeah, no, nice bunch of people. And you know, but that's motorsport, isn't it, Alan? I was trying to describe this to someone the other day. It's effectively the same group of people meeting up in a different part of the country every 3 or 4 weeks.
It is lovely, and I mentioned first thing this morning just what a nice atmosphere it is here at the Festival of Porsche. It's almost a shame that it only happens every other year rather than every year, but I guess it kind of keeps us waiting for something lovely to happen, doesn't it?
It is. I've actually just, having been wrapped up in the racing for so long, suddenly looking and realising how many cars we have on South Bank, how many cars we have on the outside of the circuit, and how many people are actually here today enjoying the sunshine. So fantastic to have you all along. I hope we really are able to put on a show with some fantastic racing as the day progresses. Now, the incident has been cleared. All the safety vehicles are out the way. To my eyes, the safety car has sped up a little bit. So I'm hoping that we are going to have safety car in this lap. So as ever, we know when the safety car's coming in because the lights will be switched out on that. I'm not 100% sure where they do this round Brands Hatch. It's usually the same spot on the circuit. In fact, the safety car lights have gone out, exit of Graham Hill Bend. So safety car will now speed off and go back into the pit lane. That puts Johnny Lovell now in charge of controlling the pace of the cars. He can choose his moment when to push, his moment when to go. We're going to go racing again with, well, 2.5 minutes on the clock now, so we might manage 1, maybe 2. I think maybe 2 racing laps, depends how Johnny goes. Johnny, I think, has already started accelerating at 30, so he started to push on. That's suddenly stretched out, and in fact, he's already opened the gap. I think that caught Mike Thompson and certainly Carrie Darling, and the gaps have almost opened out to not far what they were 2 or 3 laps into the race. So Johnny Lovell crosses the line and we go racing with 2 minutes 7 seconds left. Lovell started to take that early break for him, I think, has really paid off. Just looking down to see if there is anyone challenging. Fantastic lunge from Dave from Matkoff all the way down the inside, gets past Scott Adams into Paddock Hill Bend as they go past Sarah Wood, the back marker. And we've also got Zoe Carl-Henny, who is now in front of Faye Noble-Evans after Faye Noble-Evans had that incident. Well, she didn't have the incident. She had the incident happen right in front of her, and she lost ground. So Faye Noble-Evans right with Zoe Carl-Henny. And in fact, Jess Wilkinson right behind them. So that's the battles now. 6 cars battling away, coming down through Graham Hill Bend on to the back straight. But our leader, Johnny Lovell, has now got that handy gap. He's going to be crossing the line with 1 minute 20 now on the clock. So in fact, this will not, it's not going to be going on for the last lap, because I think we will squeeze 1 lap over the that. The top 3 have broken away, but looking back behind that, we've now got Matkoff in 4th place, and he is right with, got Scott Adams, who he deposed on that last lap, right with him, and Wayne Gregory, who's had a fantastic race. Wayne Gregory, I think, was quite a way back on the grid. I'm just going to check. He was actually back in 9th on the grid, but he's worked his way up to 6th. And that's a fantastic performance from Wayne Gregory. Back, I say, hasn't had a lot of racing this year. Came back in at Silverstone. Another battle going on down the field, and it looks like Brian Richardson diving inside a couple of cars and going into Druids and gaining places. Faye Noble-Evans was looking to try to get past Zoe Carl-Henny, but in fact she's coming under pressure from the 33 car of Jess Wilkinson. So that's the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th places, although she's probably backing more over 7th than 9th. Leader comes to cross the line, 17 seconds left on the clock as Johnny Lovell crosses the line and goes into the lead and into his last lap. So this is going to be potentially another win for Johnny Lovell. Behind that, we've got a whole clutch of cars now crossing the line, going down to Paddock Hill Bend. No changes for position, no attempts to change for position through Paddock Hill Bend that time round. But going up the hill, it's Zarko, site Zoe Kyle-Henny currently running in 7th overall. Faye Noble-Evans is going to be very, very keen to actually get back, but looks one side of actually very close through Druids. It's the pink and black car of Faye Noble-Evans. Had a little move there. That cost her. Zoe Kyle-Henny pushing very hard. The car has a twitch on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. Sorry, off Graham Hill Bend. But coming onto the pit straight now, out of clearways to take yet another win. He's been the dominant force in this race. He's only not won twice, but it is Johnny Lovell taking the win from Mike Thompson. Perry Darling just looking across to see who is going to come across the 4th, and it's a fantastic drive from Matt Goff, gaining places from down on the grid. So that's a great drive from Matt Goff. Qualified 7th on the grid, but actually came through to take 4th ahead of Scott Adams, car 53, Wayne Gregory. Then we have Zoe Kyle-Henny heading home, Faye Noble-Evans, Jess Wilkinson, Sarah Thompson rounding out the top 10, and Will Toon to cross the line in 11th. Just waiting for Will Toon to come through. Our screen does update. There was a slight pause on my screen there. So that's the opening Boxster Cup race of the day. We will see these cars twice more. They have one more 25-minute race and then a 20-minute race, which is going to be very unusual for them. They normally do race for 25 minutes, but as I say, we had a very, very shortened race to Alton Park earlier in the year, so that is the race that's going to step in for that. Now, we will be having these drivers up on the podium, using the main podium to almost directly below where I am talking from, the one that faces the spectators I can see opposite. But what we're actually going to be doing is doing the podiums for the first 3 races after those first 3 races.
Race 3.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
So I have to try and remember what happened.
It's, I know it will seem a lifetime ago, won't
it?
it?
Yeah, yeah. I'm making notes as we speak.
It will do, but that should be safe. Certainly have the drivers all up on the podium all at once and get the photographs, get the cheers. And I don't know if we've got any champagne down there, but they're certainly going to get some very nice trophies and yet another of those Michelin hats. But yeah, that was an interesting race. I don't think you had a lot to talk about there in the pit lane, which was good.
No, well, that's always a good sign. If I'm not too busy during a race, that's good news, and then I can chip in with updates to playlists and things like that. Important things.
It is. It keeps the day ticking over, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But we are going to go very, very quickly into our second race of the day. So we have 3 races before lunch, so we are rattling through this race day programme quite quickly. That's going to be the Eden Race Drive Porsche Open Cup and the 911 Challenge cars coming on. We had a very good qualifying session for the very, very quick cars. We saw Archie Hamilton take pole by setting up a lap. He backed right off, gave himself some clear track, and then pushed very, very hard to get that car round and claim pole position. So those cars are hoping already up in the collecting area. We've got quite a tight timetable.
So I'll say this quietly, Paul, but if all the drivers for 3 race podiums appear after race 3, I will be astonished. It will be quite a testament to how well they've organised things within Porsche Club GB. I've done these kind of things before, and it never quite goes according to plan.
Many, many years ago, I was involved in, I think you were about at that time, Formula Vauxhall Junior.
I remember you sending me the press releases, yeah.
Back in 1998. One of the very first things I did, and this was drivers, it was equivalent to a Formula Ford series. These were drivers, 16, 17-year-olds in their first race etc. And
Gary Paffett and the like.
Gary was doing Class B, then won
Yep.
the main class the next year. Well remembered.
Yep.
And one of the first things I did was try to organise a group shot of them all.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like herding cats.
Absolutely right.
Like
Yep.
herding cats. And the redoubtable Jenny Birrell.
Oh, yes.
Jenny Birrell. And I can't say what exactly she said to me because Jenny...
No,
Jenny could make hardened sailors used to write bad language wince with what would come out her mouth. But all done while immaculately coiffured and wearing a fur coat.
Yes.
And as she said, darling, if you treat all race drivers like complete idiots, she did not say complete idiots.
She didn't say idiots.
It says you will never be disappointed.
No, she was quite cool. She was a championship coordinator for the BTCC for many years, and quite feared, I have to say, by many drivers. I remember her getting Alain Menu by the scruff of the race suit and pushing him back on the podium when he was leaving too early. And she also used some rather air blue turning language when she did so. Unfortunately, my microphone was open at the time, so everybody else joined in. But she was also featured, by the way, on the podium ceremony on Toka 2, the computer game for PlayStation. She is featured, the back of her head.
Really?
Yeah, she's applauding at the podium. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
She terrified the youngsters that I was dealing with.
She terrified
but
all of us.
they were also always in awe of her because she always had the latest Mitsubishi Evo, which of course they all deeply, deeply desired.
Yes.
So we do have a couple of cars on track. I'd rather hope. Oh, there they are. Let me see a few more come round for this next race. Now this race is a little different. We had a little alteration. I saw an amendment come through that we are actually going to have a rolling start with these cars. So that's going to be quite interesting. There's only a couple of cars, 2-3 cars on track at the moment, so I'm hoping the rest are going to come round and form up on the grid, because we should be seeing 12 cars out for this race. So this is a mix of the open cars, which is effectively open to all the GT3s, GT4 Caymans, and a whole variety of cars. We do primarily have a field of the various evolutions of the 911 GT3 out there at the moment, with cars from varying years, from Mark Cowan out in his 2007 997 right the way through to, I'm just trying to quickly see who's got the most recent car, and it looks like Hassi Petadias and Yassim Al-Thani are going to be out in 2021 992 evolutions of the GT3. So we do have Archie Hamilton on pole. So cars now coming around to form up for this rolling start. So they will start on the grid and then be led away by the safety car. I will take the opportunity just to go down through the grid. So on pole position, we have car 18, Archie Hamilton. Alongside, we have car 151, David Harrison and Nathan Lucky. Alan, if you are in the pit lane, it'd be nice to know who is in 151. Is it David Harrison or Nathan Lucky in race 1? So hopefully we'll get that information back up. And similarly, car 86 is going to be Charlie or Kevin Bird.
It should appear up on the screen, shouldn't it?
I'm hoping so.
Yeah,
I'm hoping so.
Should do.
We shall see. I love your touching faith that someone's actually told them.
Oh, yes.
But in second row is car 86. It is Charlie and Kevin Bird in their 9911 GT3. And alongside is car 91, Jody Sloss. Row 3 is car 6, Yassim El-Thani and 111, Peter Chalice. Row 4 is going to be 777, Adrian Lingy and 44, Hassi Petodias. Not a car I've seen come round, actually. That's interesting. So maybe we aren't going to see that car. I was actually expecting that to be a shared drive, Yassim El-Thani and Hassi Petodias, but they've got separate race numbers, so they're either renumbering the car. But I thought I did see 3 cars this morning out there in that livery. So row 5 is going to be 11, which is going to be James Neal in car number 11, and 26, David Burke in the bright yellow RSR replica, which is another car that isn't out there. And then row 6 should be Mark Cowan and Mike Johnson. So I'm not quite sure the grid sheet I'm holding is actually matching what I'm looking at out the window towards the back. And we do have a gap. We're not unfortunately seeing David Burke in that absolutely beautiful bright yellow RSR replica that we saw going around this morning. They did have a gearbox problem yesterday and spent most of last evening replacing the gearbox on that car, but certainly it was good enough to qualify relatively quickly. So the marshal's just giving instructions, because we do have, I think, Adrian Lingy 777, yeah, is actually on the wrong side of the grid. So that's what's got the confusion is. He's actually slotted up in the wrong place. And I think that's then put everyone else behind him out of step effectively. So I think because it is a rolling start and they won't be starting from this position, so that when they roll, there might be a little jiggling around the back of people being told just where to go and where to slot in. So a rolling start does actually mean, as I say, we don't get, certainly through these GT3s, the sheer shock of a racing start through the transmission, which can be a bit of a jolt for these cars. And Alan, on the Toka package, the Carrera Cup, that's a standing start, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can do standing starts in these cars, but I know internationally they do tend to race with a rolling start. So Archie Hamilton will be just leading the cars around behind the safety car. Safety car will accelerate through as they get onto the second part of the lap. And then it's down to Archie really to control the pace as the cars should line up, hopefully in the 2 rows. And then we will go racing. It does actually mean they arrive at the first corner that little bit quicker, which does tend to make things a bit dramatic and a bit exciting. But as I say, I'm really looking forward to this, because this will be some of the fastest actual racing. We saw some very, very fast demos earlier in the day, but this should be some of the fastest racing that we actually see all day. Archie Hamilton certainly has been the man to beat in this series. He's only lost once, and that was to the guesting Chris Diamond last time out. So he's going to be determined, I think, just to remind everybody of quite how quick. And Archie Hamilton, grandson of Duncan Hamilton, who won Le Mans with Jaguar back in the 1950s. And Duncan Hamilton does have a biography, which is a fantastic read of a very, very different time in motorsport. Again, 2 green flag laps. It's the very, very short 1.2-mile lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. They are just given that extra lap, particularly on these cars, on these big fat slicks on the rear of the cars in particular. They are really going to want to get a bit of energy into them, and you can see quite an evolution of cars there, because we do have those big GT3s at the front, and then right at the back we've got Mike Johnson in his 1983 911 SC, the yellow car with the red trim on it. Car Mike has been racing for a long, long time now, and it does look absolutely tiny compared to the GT3 cars that are at the front, and that is almost, you know, a nice view of the evolution of the 911. Now the red lights have come on, so the red lights will go off as we start racing. So the safety car is now going to leave the cars as they do start forming up quite nicely. As I say, we've got Archie Hamilton, and alongside we do have that Team Tasman car, which is the 151 car, and that's going to be David Harrison or Nathan Lucky on board there. That is, I say, a 2017 car, so he's in a 2017 GT3. Archie Hamilton, my notes actually say it's a 2003 car, which I do not believe, because certainly they were not making that car back in 2003. So red lights are on, they have to form up. They cannot go until the red lights go out. Very, very nice formation from everybody. And if you are on stuff like, you will hear the engine note as they floor the throttle, they race, and they head down to the first corner. Archie Hamilton has the inside line into the first corner, sits it out, and it's the Nathan Lucky, David Harrison car, the Team Tasman car in second place that holds position, and a little bit of a battle going on ahead of those, and I think it is the Bird car, the 86 Bird family car, in third place, and Jody Sloss slotting in to fourth place. Archie Hamilton already putting out a little bit of a gap as they drive down. They've got a good start off the line. Archie Hamilton now leading the field through as they go through the left-hander circuits. Immediately then have to turn right as they start picking up the first part of the combined corners through clearways, where they seem to be turning right ever so long for a very tricky section of track. Archie Hamilton crosses the line in the lead. Actually not as much of a lead as he's like that Team Tasman car. So David Harrison and Nathan Lucky. Hopefully we will find out who's in that car in second place. It's still showing, unfortunately, both names on my screen, so I don't know. But that car coming through very quickly, not letting actually the leader get away with possibly as much as he'd hoped to in those early laps. So quickly the order is Archie Hamilton, car 18, second place car 151, third place car 86, the Berg, fourth place 91, Jody Sloss, fifth place we have 111, Peter Chalice, and in sixth place, having lost a place on that last lap, is car number 6, Yassin Altani. So leader again coming through. Just putting a gap. That gap last time was 0.4 of a second. This time over the line, 0.7 of a second. Fastest race lap from Archie Hamilton, just as we'd expect. That's really, he's got the clear traffic in front. He doesn't have to worry about anything as he leads the field up to Druids. Comes around the corner, just looking down now just to see what's going to happen. And we do have that Mark Cowan car out that's just been passed by Mike Johnson. So you know what Mark Cowan wants. That car was suffering, as we found out earlier on in the pit lane, with overheating. And Alan found out that they were possibly going to be cutting some holes in the bodywork. It just looked too bad, the bodywork. So whether they've come up with another solution or whether Mark's just taking it a little bit easy. But certainly he's going to start to want to chase down Mike Johnson. I'm not quite sure. Mark said, I remember Mark racing with us 12 or more years ago here in that car. I'm not quite sure how much racing he's done in the interim, so maybe just getting himself back up to speed. Last time round, another couple of quick laps by our leaders. In fact, our second place car was slightly quicker. So we saw 151 slightly quicker there than our leader. So possibly we could see that gap at the front start to close as those cars actually start racing. So it's going to be 25-minute lap race. We are going to see an awful lot of laps because the cars are lapping in under 50 seconds around here. So we are certainly going to see 25, maybe nudging up towards 28 odd laps, which is going to be quite a lot of laps around this tight Indy circuit in quite a short time. The cars come on to the pit straight. Archie Hamilton leading them through, having finished 4 laps. Last time around the gap had diminished. This time it's actually grown to over a second. So Archie Hamilton pushing hard, 1.0 seconds. Just looking a little bit further down. Jody Sloss running alone. A little bit of a battle now brewing up for 5th place between Peter Chalice and Yassim El Thani, cars 111 and cars 6. That battle now heading up, going around Druids, the white car of Chalice, just holding a nice tight line through Druids, gets the power on as he comes on the exit. Seems to slightly lose out on the brakes there, so to the newer model car behind him, Peter Chalice out there in the 2009 997 variant of the GT3. So he is losing out on a little bit of power and a little bit of brakes, and those two have closed right up as they go through clearways. And coming onto the pit straight, this is where the power of that car behind the 992 should really chime in.
I don't know how to find out who's in the 151 car. I've asked quite a few people and no one's able to tell me.
I'm trying to remember where they are in the... Oh, I've got a pit box map.
Go on.
They are in... Give me 1 second.
Go on.
I will find them. They should be in pits 26, so I would expect them to be on the pit wall afterward, opposite.
Okay, that is really helpful.
Actually. I could have told you that a while ago, couldn't I?
Okay. On my way.
On your way. Brilliant. Thank you. Much appreciate that one, Alan. So 5 laps now complete. Leader goes through again. That lap gap still 1 second as he crosses the line right now. Just again stretching out by 1.3. So just growing the gap by a couple of tenths, but certainly going very, very quickly behind him, right on the pace of the front two. In fact, quicker than the second place car was car 86, the family car. So I'm not sure again if that's Charles and Kevin in that car. Well, they're coming down. What we do have now getting towards the back marker, so Mark Cowan, the car with the overheating issues, is just getting passed by our leader.
Dave Harrison in the car.
It is David Harrison,
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so Nathan will be driving later on, so he should be so lucky. Leader now picking his way through those back markers, and I think he's actually got the best of that. We saw slight, I think, David Harrison in that second place car. David Harrison now in car, we know for sure, in car 151. Got slightly blocked there, I think, by Mark Cowan, and that's cost him a bit of time. And that has seen our third place car close up. Those two guys again diving inside Mike Johnson as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. Fantastic driving by Mike. And it's worth remembering that Mike's not driving slowly out there. He's taking that 911 SC round as fast as that will go. He's giving away a lot of technology, a lot of horsepower, and a lot of grip to those cars around him. Leader now passes James Neal on the bottom straight. and that gap certainly has closed up for second place. So that did cost David Harrison some time around that part of the circuit. So again, they've still got back markers, again catching almost exactly the same place. This time David Harrison catches James Neal. And if that compromises his run onto the pit straight, then that's going to cause him a little bit of a problem. But he has managed to get through quite cleanly. But certainly that battle for second place, now under a second behind, is the Charles and Kevin Bird car, number 86. Just looking what's happening.
So you'd need to know if it's Charles or Kevin, wouldn't you?
Oh, I didn't like to ask,
well,
to be quite honest.
No, that's fine. I am a remote control pit lane commentator. Tell me which pit garage.
I am just drastically looking up my list and not spotting them, actually.
Oh.
1 second.
86.
Car, yeah, should be car 86. It's done by name, you see. It's not done by number.
Oh, I see.
I've actually got a map of the garages, which is. No, I can't see them on the. Oh, sorry. They're in the same garage. They're actually in the same garage, 26.
Oh, okay.
That's what confused me.
Oh, well, that's not helpful, is it?
No. So yeah, someone from there might know. But we are now going on to lap 9. In fact, the leader has completed 9 laps, stretched that gap out to 2.7 seconds. So 2.7 seconds around here is quite a bit. But,
I've got Kevin down here in the pit lane, so...
so we will have Charles Bird out in that
yes.
car.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I love it when a plan comes together. It says, it says Charlie on my entry list, so 86 is Charlie Bird. Fantastic. So now we can actually put credit where credit is due, because I think that little battle is starting to brew up there for second place. So just going to start looking around where they actually are on the track. Leader comes across the line. Here comes that battle for second and third. Charlie Bird in the car. Headlights ablaze on the Bird car. That is a 2016 at 991.1, the 0.1 evolution of the GT3. Went through a couple of evolutions of that status of the car. Very, very quickly on the brakes into Druids. So David Harrison in front, driving very, very tidy. Just sitting at around a second or so. The back markers did shuffle up, and that was when they got closer. But their lap times are very, very close. Last time through, it was a 48.8 for David Harrison and a 48.5, so fractionally quicker for Charlie Bird. And they're keeping Archie Hamilton quite honest. They can see that car in the distance. And it's not even a very, very big distance. We've seen a couple of races where Archie Hamilton is completely driven away from the field, but that's really not happening today. Second and third cross the line. This time the gap is 0.8 of a second. And again, a fractionally quicker lap by Charlie Bird, but only by down in the hundredths. It's a very, very evenly matched for those two cars. Jodie Sloss now in 4th place, running very much on her own. So it's does give her the opportunity to put the car exactly where she wants it on the track, and to actually just try and bang out some very, very quick lap times. Looking for a good exit from Druids down the hill. Just looking down the order just to see where we do have some close gaps and some battles. Certainly we've still got James Neal in car 11, heading our 9-11 field from Mike Johnson. So the two older cars that are out there having their own little battle. Front pair, lead pair cross the line, second place pair cross the line. Again, that gap staying very, very constant. So it's really going to take a slip, I think, from David Harrison. I think the cars are very, very comparable on pace, and these GT3 cars, because they are the older incarnations of the cars, they're cars with a little bit of a racing history between them behind them. But that tells you that pretty much everyone knows what the setup should be, what setup works where, what works in the car, what doesn't work on the car. It also means they tend to be very, very reliable cars because everything is known about them. So it's really just down to, I think, certainly in that battle for second, we're looking at the drivers. Can Charlie Bird put David Harrison under a little bit of pressure? Again, chip away. He's been chipping away a couple of hundredths of a at a time. He really needs a little more, because it's, you've got to catch up with that car in front just to get yourself in a position. So last time around, actually, we saw the faster lap from David Harrison, a 48.5 as opposed to a 48.6. So again, only fractions and tenths of a second between them pace-wise. Jodie Sloss goes through in 4th. In 5th place now, we should be seeing coming through car number 6, Jason El-Thani, but he has come through. Turning now and going down Paddock Hill Bend. Again, nice tidy, being followed through now into 6th place by car 111 Peter Chalice in the Arrow Pack International 997. The 997 version of the 911, a car that dates back to 2009. So that, if that makes it sound a long time ago. The leaders again catching up to the back markers, and Mike Johnson again getting lapped for the 2nd time. But it's giving a huge chunks of power to those cars in front. Now this is going to be interesting because Mark Cowan moves to the right and lets the 2nd place David Harrison through. But Charlie Bird is forced to go all the way around the outside of Druids, and he still has not got past Mark Cowan. That's opened that gap up hugely. He's desperate to get past Mark Cowan, dives inside into Graham Hill, but I think there was a second there where Charlie Bird wasn't quite sure if Mark Cowan had actually seen him or not. And that has really, I think, opened that gap out. So whereas last time across the line it was just half a second for 2nd to 3rd, it looks a much bigger gap by eye this time round. But also I think actually we've seen that gap drop a little bit down to the leader. Yeah, the leader lost a 2nd going through there. So David Harrison is the man it's all paid off for. He's basically gained 2 seconds over Charlie Bird and opened that gap out, but is now a 2nd closer to the leader, who also then got boxed, I think, during the back markers. So interesting what's going on at the front now. These back markers are starting to have an effect as the quicker cars are ripping their way through the order. Still lapping very quickly, certainly all in the 49s to 50 seconds mark. And I say it was a slower lap from Archie Hamilton. It was still in the 50 seconds, which is a quick lap by anyone's standards around here, but not as quick as that car behind. So they are coming down now. They have a car that they are starting to close up on, which is Adrian Lungi in 7th place in the 777 car. So again, Archie Hamilton's going to be looking to ideally try and go past in a place that's not going to lose him too much time. He's really going to want to try and get past cleanly, keep his own momentum up. There will be the blue flags going out from the marshals to warn of a quicker car coming through, but he hasn't got past then. Had a little think about possibly going down the inside into Graham Hill Bend, but that didn't pay off. But the 2 cars behind now have no one in front of them, and he still has not got past that back marker through Surtees, and now dives to the inside, taking a tighter route than possibly he wanted onto Clearway, so that could hurt his momentum. But it also does mean that Adrian Lungi is going to be aware now that we have the quicker cars coming through, that he is potentially going to get lapped, and that those cars could possibly just have that easier route through than our leader Archie Hamilton had that time through. Cars going down the hill now up towards Paddock, just looking there for David Harrison. He wants to now get past Adrian Lungi. He's right behind him coming off the corner. He's going to want to dive to the inside. Equally matched, they're coming off the corner, those 2 cars. He does look to dive to the inside, but in fact the gap that he thought was there closed, so he's now losing a little bit of time. So Archie Hamilton 1.8 seconds across the line, that gap. And now it's all starting to balance out as they go through the back markers. So now we've finally passed it. So our 2nd place car, David Harrison, has got past the back marker. Archie Hamilton crosses the line, 10.5 minutes of the race left. Archie Hamilton crosses the line, David Harrison crosses the line, gap out to 3.2 seconds in that battle at the front. And that again is actually allowed, closed up has come Charlie Bird. So 1.6 seconds now, that gap. So again, the gap fluctuating as they are hitting traffic. And it's depending on where you catch the car around the track, when you catch the car, where
it really
the cars
is, isn't it? That's a proper fluctuating gap, that.
It's been yo-yoing, yes.
It has, yeah.
But interesting, it's just then all balanced out in the long run. So, yeah.
The average is 3.5 seconds, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Equal opportunities back markers, basically, because we all end up with the same gaps as to when we started. Archie Hamilton, I think, is starting slowly to wind things up a little bit. Certainly suddenly he's dropped down into the 48s for his lap times on the last couple of laps, as has actually David Harrison's a 48.9. Now these cars will of course have burnt a bit of fuel and will be a bit lighter than when they started the race, but not hugely so. I'm not quite sure how much fuel a Porsche GT3 is going to use at race speeds in 25 minutes. Probably quite a bit actually, quite a bit weight-wise. But now Charlie Bird can again see David Harrison, so maybe that's where we need to be focusing our attention on that battle for 2nd. We've got the 2nd and 3rd place cars going through Surtees as Jody Sloss now running 4th in the blue, black and yellow GT3 is coming through Graham Hill Bend, car number 91. Jodie with the Scottish flag on the side, on the just behind the window on the driver's door, showing her nationality. So a bit of a journey down from Jodie, but it's a very quick lady who's done some GT racing in the past and joined us from Alton Park. The one thing Jodie does have in that car, was certainly when she was racing at Alton Park, was 4 cushions to try and push her enough forward in the seat that she could actually fully depress the pedals.
I know that feeling.
She's not the largest of people, let's put it that way very politely. But yeah, needed with her. Ever such a very quick and very determined driver.
Ricky Collard has a booster seat, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
God, you make me feel old. I remember lending Ricky a video game when he was 8.
When he was competing sort of around the world for BMW, he used to have to carry his booster seat as carry-on luggage.
That's something you're going to explain to airport security on every single occasion, isn't it?
I know.
It's gosh, yes, that does the whole variety of heights, and then we have drivers like the great Porsche driver Hans Stuck, who was, I think, I'm 6'2", and I think Hans Stuck was taller than me from what I remember. So
yeah, tall guy.
Yeah, fantastically quick, and ever such a nice guy, I've always been told. So I've never actually had the chance to meet him.
Quite the gentleman. He's been here. He's been to the Porsche Festival in the past.
I must have missed out on that one then.
It was many years ago, and we had a dinner, a celebratory dinner on the Saturday night over in the Mercure Hotel, and then there was a Q&A session afterwards, and I'm pretty sure that Hans was part of the panel.
I remember now, but I got a feeling he had to leave for race day, which is why I didn't get to see him.
That does ring a bell, yeah.
Which is a shame, because one of the Porsche greats and a multiple Le Mans winner with Derek Bell in the car back in the Group C days.
Derek was there as well that weekend, yeah.
Derek, of course, this is a Porsche Club GB event, and it was 60 years of Porsche Club GB just 18 months or so ago, celebrated in Birmingham at a dinner that I had the honour of hosting in the hotel where one of the first meetings about starting the club had actually been, and it was also Derek's 70th birthday, so we gave him a birthday cake, which promptly then got cut up, and Derek himself went round the tables handing the cake out. Ever the gent. Yes, yeah. Completely.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, let's get back. 6 minutes, 23 seconds of racing left. Archie Hamilton in car 18 has a 4.4 second lead over David Harrison, who now has just under 2 seconds behind Charlie Bird. So that's the car crossing the line now. David Harrison, Charlie Bird crosses the line, looks to dive inside James Neal, the white 964, as they reach Paddock Hill Bend, and does so quite successfully and manages to push on up the hill. So he's looking just to chip away at that gap to the Team Tasman car of David Harrison and Nathan Lucky. And we did query why Team Tasman, and we thought it might be because one of them was Australian, one of them was New Zealand, and they are actually both, or whether they were from Tasmania maybe, but it turned out that they did formerly have a guy driving with them who was from New Zealand, and they are both Aussies. And of course the Tasman Sea was between Australia and New Zealand, so we got put in our place when we got that one very wrong. Just looking across now, again, that's that leader, David Harrison, who does seem to catch the back markers in the most awkward points. He was side by side through much of Clearways there with the 111 car of Peter Chalice, as those 3 white cars now go through Paddock Hill Bend, but that does mean that also Charlie Bird does not manage to get past Peter Chalice. I think these cars, I think we've got different experience, levels of experience with the drivers, which is sometimes showing up in the corner speed, but the cars all seem to accelerate at about the same speed. So it's tricky getting out of a corner quicker than the car in front as you're trying to lap them. But going on through now, we have our leader still within sight. So David Harrison's done well here. You can still see that car of Archie Hamilton sitting 5 seconds. It is now out in front. The two-tone green car with the red flashes that's crossing the line. Now Archie still pushing on. That's another lap down in the 48. So 48.8 that time round. 49.5 for David Harrison. 49.3 for Charlie Bird. So again, 3 drivers pushing very, very hard. Just watching them now heading up towards Druids. Want to keep a nice line. They're all about just putting the car in the right place, being able to get on the power quickly, carrying your speed, carrying your momentum, not losing time. It takes 2 or 3 laps to gain a couple of tenths on someone, and you can lose it in just one mistake around here. So driving very, very well here, everybody. We're seeing a very, very tight grid of cars perform absolutely superbly out on the track. Clock ticking down now, under 4 minutes left. This is going to be hot, hard work. We commented earlier on that this is quite a short lap. There's really nowhere to rest. Even the start-finish line isn't particularly straight or flat. So you are having to work around here. So it is a very, very intensive lap. There's always something happening. There's certainly in these cars lots of forces through your body, through Paddock Hill Bend, through some of the quicker corners. So it's very tiring. These drivers are actually going to get out having worked very, very hard in what I'm assured is I haven't actually managed to get out the door for a good couple of hours. It's actually getting quite warm out there. And as I quickly gaze at everyone opposite the race control building.
Beautiful, yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, perfect day for a festival.
It is, yeah. There's some nice rugs out there. I hope there's a few people with a picnic planned very, very soon opposite me. So, yeah, we're getting towards lunch. We need to plan, Alan. But,
I've got a voucher.
Oh.
I know. I'll get you one if you could.
Oh, I'll try and blag my way with charm. Into the last 3 minutes of the race again. 27 laps complete by our race leader. But this time that gap at second to third has closed right up to less than half a second. It's the two white cars now heading up towards Druids. Slightly wide through Druids actually for David Harrison. That's another couple of tenths chipped away by Charlie Bird. He's going to see that car behind him. It's been behind him for most of the race, but not this big in his mirrors. Not as big in his mirrors as it is right now, as this battle is really brewing. Time is ticking down. And again, our leader catching a back marker just where he possibly doesn't want to. But the two cars behind is where we're really, really interested. They are actually pushing on David Harrison there. You can see the lights ablaze from the car of Charlie Bird right behind him. Again, just under half a second, 0.44 of a second is that gap. Charlie Bird now through Druids is going to be looking to get a good exit. But in fact, David Harrison's the car. It seems to just stretch away slightly as they accelerate up the hill. This time a slightly better line. Charlie Bird definitely does hold a different, tighter line on the exit of Druids. I'm not quite sure if it's actually paying off. But coming through both also not using an awful lot of the curbs through Graham Hill Bend. So being careful with those cars. But they are starting to catch a couple of back markers. Archie Hamilton, certainly last time through, was a 50. So they have actually closed a little on the leader. I don't think there's a problem there. It's probably drivers can actually see the timing on the start-finish line. There is a screen hanging from the gantry, and they can see the clock counting down and can do the maths on their lap time and how many laps have they got left. So this is where it's now going to get interesting, because we actually have those two leaders potentially with a back marker that they are going to catch. As we actually look up the hill, coming down the hill is our race leader, Archie Hamilton, catching up on a clutch of 3 cars. So hopefully they are now aware that the quicker cars are coming through. David Harrison now is going to catch right with the 777 Adrian Lungi car on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. But again, those cars, they do seem to accelerate at about the same pace. Archie Hamilton's got past 2 of the 3 back markers, just gone past Mark Count and Mike Johnson. David Harrison dives inside Adrian Lungi. Charlie Bird looks to come through exactly the same. He's going to go inside that car down the pit straight, certainly take it on the brakes. But I think that's given David Harrison a little bit of breathing space as we look at the line. That gap actually gone out to 0.8, so that has cost him a couple of tenths as they work their way through traffic. But now it's David Harrison who's going up the hill to Druids, closing on that whole clutch of back markers, forced to go around the outside of Mark Cowan. Certainly not the optimum line. Charlie Bird can hold it tighter, get the exit that he wants, but he now has to go past and dives past Mark Cowan and Mike Johnson in one move. That's put him again back to about that half second or so behind our race leader. They both go inside James Neal, going through Surtees. Very, very close for a moment there. Charlie Bird, I thought, wasn't going to go through and then did, and I'm not sure James Neal was quite expecting him, but they have. Leader comes on to now, and the clock is ticked down to 0. Checkered flag is out. Win for Archie Hamilton. In second place, coming across the line, we have David Harrison and Charlie Bird. Fantastic battle there for second. Fourth place will be Jody Sloss, just looking for where Jody's car is right now. It looks to me to be the car that is coming through clearways right now. So Jody out there in a 2010 991, a 3.8 litre car, just coming across, taking the line now. And we have seen the checkered flag, in fact, from most of the field, because those back markers were all bunched up around there. So our winner was Archie Hamilton in first place in car number 18. Second place in car 151, we had David Harrison. In third place was 86, which was Charlie Bird. Fourth place was 91, Jody Sloss. Fifth was car 111, Peter Chalice. 6th was car 777, Adrian Lingy. 7th was car 11, James Neal. 8th was 47, Mike Johnson. And 10th place, Mark Cowan, in the car that we saw overheating back in qualifying. So hopefully those issues were sorted. Fantastic race. And again, these are cars that we are going to see twice more today. So we will be seeing the Porsche Open and the 911 cars as race 5 and race 8 of the day. So race 5 is scheduled for 3:35 and race 8 is going to be our last race of the day. So to start at 5:30, but certainly not our last competitive sessions of the day, because we will be having out the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship cars for sessions 15 and 16 of the day, when they will be doing another set of their timed runs. So all of those drivers will get 3 timed runs across the day to actually set the quickest time and take score points towards their championship. But an exciting Open Cup and 911 Challenge race. I'm just going to quickly just shuffle my notes, because we are now going to be moving on to the Porsche Club Championship. Had a couple of course cars going around, taking a couple of our sponsors round for a quick lap of Brands Hatch. So a big hello again to everyone from Woods Food Service who sponsor the Boxster Cup for us.
And did you know there are taster experiences today? I think for some very happy selected special guests taking place on the Grand Prix loop. I think you might be able to pick it up on the closed circuit television cameras actually, but they are getting a taster of the Porsche Taycan, the all-electric Porsche supercar, which is...
Well, this weekend last year, in fact, we were here on a different weekend, and I actually commented on the sheer hill climb in Guildford. And we had a take-on there, and my co-commentator, who was a bit anti-electric cars, we were stood next to it when it took off the line.
Oh, yeah.
And I have never seen a vehicle accelerate like that car could accelerate.
It is absolutely astonishing. It's incredible. Yeah, and I think I mentioned this morning, first time I was a passenger in one, and we did the launch, which it doesn't really have launch control, it's just quick off the line, whatever. But I was wearing headphones and they ended up literally on the back seat. They flew off my head and over the headrest and onto the back seat. I was not prepared for it.
It was, I would say, stood next to it. The car didn't exactly so much go away from me as shrink. It was absolutely spectacular.
Incredible. And bear in mind that I'm quite used to getting laps in the Porsche Panamera Turbo 4S. And that's got launch control, and that's pretty spectacular in its own right, I have to say.
Well, we do actually now have the cars up on the grid for the Porsche Club Championship, our opening round of the Porsche Club Motorsport Championship with Pirelli today. And I will say as well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a live stream today. So anyone who is listening remotely, you can pick up the live stream for the Festival of Porsche. If you actually search for that on YouTube, you should see that.
What,
and you also,
video as well?
We have video as well. And I finally managed to get it live up here.
Did you?
So I do apologise to our live stream director. We have not been able to see the pictures till now. So I hope what we've been saying has been making all sorts of sense. So we finally got that up and live. We do have the cars on the grid. I'm just waiting to see actually if the live stream is going to give me a grid so I can talk through in the synchronicity with it appearing on the screen. But the cars are going to go off and do their 2 green flag laps very, very soon. So I'm going to go through the grid because the cars are actually already rolling. Interestingly, there's a slight lag between the live stream and what I see out the window, which is a bit disconcerting. But certainly on pole position, we've got car 14, Mark McAleer. And alongside, we have car 11, James Cayley. On the row 2 of the grid, we've got car number 2, Pete Morris, our Class A Championship leader, and car 80, Bill Cayley. In fact, here's come on screen, car 80, Bill Cayley is alongside. And the third row of the grid, we are going to move on. And we have, sorry, I'm just waiting for the screen to update as I am talking. So say Mark McAleer on the front row with 11, James Cayley, Pete Morris on the second row, and directly behind in 4th place is actually Bill Cayley, directly behind his father. On to the next row, 5th on the grid is car 16 in the 9962, the ever fast starting Kevin Harrison. And 6th on the grid is car number 9, Chris Dyer. Behind that, on the next row, 7th, we have Jim Bryan, another 996 runner. And in 8th place is car 7, Christian Walker, our Class 2 leader, winner last time out in Class 2. Boxster S, as is almost all of, well, I say it's effectively all of Class 2 today on the grid there. Behind that, we have Oliver Chatham on row 5 of the grid, car 69. Oliver Chatham, our championship leader overall, our Class 2 points leader as well. And alongside, we have Andy Toon, car number 4, one of the Class Run winners. Behind that, we have row 6 is 88, Paul Simpson in the Class 2 Boxster, and our 2022 Boxster champion, Pete Evans, alongside in car 22. Row 7 is 70, Angus Archer, and 52, Darren Labette. And row 8 of the grid is 64, Vince Blacker, and number 15, Shiraz Khan. On row 8, we have, so Vince Blacker, we've already spoken about. Row 9. Row 9 will be Carl Hazelton. And 45, Paul Seagrove. Paul Seagrove, actually the chairman of Porsche Club Motorsport, so a big hello to Paul today. On the next row grid, we have Brian Richardson and car 5 and 89, Tom Atherton in the Cayman. And then on the final row of the grid, row 11, which will be the right at the back of what will be a 21 car grid, is Julian Morris in the Boxster. This will be a 25-minute race. These are road-going Porsches converted for racing, balanced by power to weight ratio, so we've got a whole variety going on there. They are just going to do, as they have done their 2 laps, so they are actually lining up right now. We've got Mark McAleer on pole, a former double champion. Pete Morris directly behind him, another former double champion. So we've got a lot of experience at the front of the grid. These cars are on slick tyres. They're on slick Michelin tyres. I think this is our 11th season now since we switched from treaded tyres to slick tyres. And we should have a very, very exciting race. We've got the 2 classes out there. In Class 1, we've got the 997s, the 996s, and the Cayman S's. Class 2 is almost entirely Boxsters, but so very, very competitive. And certainly that battle between Christian Walker and Oliver Chatham in Class 2. So Cars 7 and Cars 69 was very, very close at Silverstone. The cars lining up. Green flag now comes on from the back of the grid. The 5-second board is shown. We are waiting for the red lights to come on. Red lights coming on now. When the red lights go off, it's going to be showtime, and these cars could go racing. Very even start from the 2 997s at the front, but it's Mark McAleer on the inside who gets the lead into the first corner. Pete Morris is running second, but actually gets squeezed out. It's going right around the outside is his teammate Chris Dyer, and in fact Pete Morris dives inside James Cayley, and I think it's going to come out of Druids in second place. So it's Mark McAleer from Pete Morris. James Cayley having to slot in third, with Kevin Harrison in fourth place as the pack come down the hill. Christian Walker already way up and actually diving inside. It looks like the fast starting Andy Toon, and he's already put a couple of cars between him and his class rivals, with Paul Simpson second in class. And it looks to me to be, we've actually got Oliver Chatham, our championship leader, has slipped down a few places. Already just trying to dive up the inside of, it looks like Pete Evans, Oliver Chatham, as they come back on to the pit straight. So cars now coming on to the pit straight. Mark McAleer crosses the line as the leader with a tasty little gap, and everyone closes up on the brakes. Kevin Harrison in fourth place looks to get inside James Cayley. Looks to go inside James Cayley. Kevin Harrison looks inside James Cayley, closes the door as they heavily brake up into Druids, the tight hairpin at the top of the hill. Cars accelerate back down. It's still Mark McAleer putting a couple of seconds clear from Pete Morris. These are hugely experienced drivers. Pete Morris, say, class champion all the way back in 2002. Vince Blacker has dropped a couple of wheels, now all 4 wheels onto the grass at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, but he rejoins, but he actually unfortunately rejoins dead last. Just looking across now, the whole pack of cars very, very quick, lapping very quickly, certainly in the 58 seconds last time round. As Mark McAleer crosses the line from Pete Morris. James Cayley again. Kevin Harrison looks to go inside as they get to Paddock Hill Bend. And James Cayley holds off Kevin Harrison in second place. Chris Dyer was right up there earlier on, but has dropped back to fifth with a little bit of a gap to those lead 4 cars. And this is going to be, I think, the story of the race. I don't think anyone's going to get away, and we are just going to have those cars at the front battling very, very closely lap after lap. Christian Walker, car number 7, our Class 2 leader, is actually running 7th with Andy Toon behind him. Ollie Chatham is down to 3rd in class and actually has Darren Lebet, the Woods Food Service CEO, right behind him. So fantastic driving from Darren in his first season in the Boxsters. The Boxsters do take a little bit of getting used to if you come up from the Boxster Cup, because it's all about those slick tyres. Mark McAleer crosses the line, puts in a fastest race lap, and actually again closes that gap right, well, in fact opens that gap right up back to Pete Morris. Kevin Harrison again, this time trying to go around the outside of James Cayley as they get to Druids. Can't quite make it, but the cars are side by side. James Cayley is going to have the inside line, but that's Kevin Harrison has sat it out, and he now has the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and Kevin Harrison moves into 3rd place as they come down the hill from Druids. So fantastic driving for Kevin Harrison on his local track. So it's the 2 997s at the front, but we now have a 996C2 in second place. So the 996C2 not quite as powerful as the 997s, but significantly and very importantly, particularly when you're hitting the brakes, a lot lighter. So it's a lot lighter car to stop. Mark McAleer, a little bit of a gap now at the front, 0.9 of a second, and able to to actually put that car again exactly where he wants it on the track. He's actually driving his standard. Christian Walker has Andy Toon look up the inside. Now, they're not technically racing each other for 7th place because they are in different classes, but Christian Toon holds off. Mark McAleer pulling away from what is pretty much a 5-car train now behind him. And in fact, Kevin Harrison has got past Pete Morris. Kevin Harrison absolutely storming through in these early laps up to 2nd place. And he's not going to want to let Mark McAleer get away too soon. So Mark McAleer, again, will suddenly realise it's a different car behind him. It's not Pete Morris that he's seen in those early laps. It is actually going to be Kevin Harrison right behind him. And let's just check the lap times on this time round. Well, Kevin Harrison on end of his 5th lap does do the fastest race lap to date, a 51.611 second lap. So Kevin Harrison absolutely flying. Closes right up on Mark McAleer as they get to Druids. So Kevin Harrison is using a lot of tyres. You do have to make these tyres, as I said earlier on, last across qualifying and 2 races, but maybe this is Kevin Harrison either just going for it and not worried about tyre life for later on in the day, or his car just feels so good, feels so hooked up under him that he's got the confidence to push hard earlier on. Those two pulling away now from Pete Morris, as we've got 6 cars there, and it is McAleer from Harrison, from Morris, from Cayley, who's got Chris Dyer right with him now in the Battle of the Caymans, and Jim Bryan, who is sitting there in that bright green flash-wrapped car. A little bit of a gap there now, back to Christian Walker running in 7th with Andy Toon behind him. And just seeing what else is happening in Class 2. We've got Pete Evans coming through. In Class 2, Paul Simpson has Oliver Chaitin right with him. Paul Simpson having to be defensive into Paddock Hill Bend, and that's put Darren Lebet is closed right up on those two. And they have Angus Archer in car 70 running 13th, and I think also starting to join in that battle for 2nd in Class 2. Looking to the leaders now, it's Harrison right on the rear spoiler of the Mark McAleer 997. Harrison takes a tighter line through clearways and comes on to the pit straight. That doesn't seem to have hurt him too much. So Harrison drops back a yard or 2. Mark McAleer again putting that car exactly where he wants it. Coming under pressure. Pete Morris having dropped back off, but certainly clear of the battle for 4th, where you have James Cayley. Chris Dyer with a great exit, looking to challenge James Cayley as they come up to Druids. Fantastic exit from Chris Dyer. He looks wide, looks one side, but is forced to tuck back in. And Jim Bryan now closing up in that car. Leaders again coming through Graham Hill Bend. Kevin Harrison caught a bit of curb, and that seemed to unsettle the car, and it's given a little bit of breathing space to Mark McAleer. The lead 2 cars now very, very quickly lapping, coming up through clearways and heading back onto the pit straight. Behind you've got Chris Dyer now hassling hugely James Cayley for 4th place. Looking to get a good run onto the pit straight. We're just going to keep an eye on that battle for the moment. As Chris Dyer comes through again, James Cayley just has got the more powerful car, but is actually managing to get that car onto the pit straight. So now just keeping an eye on that battle. Fantastic. So now I've got a wonderful gentleman here who synced to my screen, so now my screens actually match in real time what's happening outside. So thank you very much for that. It's a huge difference. So we can see now that Mark McAleer just again able to open a gap on that part of the circuit over Kevin Harrison as he goes through. We've got Pete Morris there sat in a little bit of a no man's land in 3rd place, but I think Pete is really going to be happy with the points. His nickname is Podium Pete, just purely because of the number of podiums that he's actually got. It's certainly in excess of 110, we believe.
I'm glad you gave me that. Thank you. Just make a note.
Of Podium Pete.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. No, he's, we were discussing that this morning. He certainly thinks he's got over 110 podiums in this series, which is quite some doing, really.
It's not bad, because it's quite a competitive championship, isn't it?
It is. It is very competitive at the moment for the lead, as the lead 2 cars are nose to tail. Kevin Harrison pushing Mark McAleer very, very hard through the first corner. Okay, Kevin Harrison again. He catches that little bit of curb on the inside of Graham Hill Bend, and that does seem to unsettle his car. I'm not sure it's quite working for him through then. It opens up another couple of lengths to Mark McAleer, who's a little bit tidier through that corner. That's that battle going on for the lead. Kevin Harrison is going to have to work hard now to start reeling back in our race leader. But certainly pushing hard and just checking back down the order. The front two cross the line, having completed 10 laps. Gap is 0.48 of a second between the front two. We've got Pete Morris running in third. James Cayley now started to ease away from Chris Dyer. Jim Bryan moving back towards Chris Dyer, but keeping an eye on this Class 2 battle coming through in 8th place now. It's Christian Walker, car number 7, leading that. They've got a car actually just behind him is Pete Evans. The car appears to be trailing a bit of spoiler, going down the hill now and up towards Druids. And behind him, he's got the battle for second in Class 2, which we are seeing Paul Simpson holding off Ollie Chater. Paul Simpson tried to go up inside Pete Evans there, and I'm not sure that worked too well. Can't convince there wasn't contact there again, as that's the battle now coming down the hill. Pete Evans with that rear spoiler swinging around. There's going to be a warning flag, I think, on the start-finish line for him for that, because he's got a whole queue of cars behind. All of whom want to get past, but none of whom want to catch the spoiler on that 996 of Pete Evans that is swinging around, and I think may have just actually fired off. No, it is still there, but Paul Simpson's got inside him, so Paul Simpson has got past, gained a place, and also hopefully put Pete Evans between himself. But Pete Evans has actually got the more powerful car and is sitting outside as they're going down the pit straight. The car trailing its rear spoiler, waving around, moving as he hits the brakes, and that's bottling up a whole class. 4 Class 2 cars right behind him. So Paul Simpson is the car right behind. He's got our championship leader Oliver Chatham as the next car back, but I'm sure there should be a warning flag very, very soon going out. In fact, there was a warning flag at the start-finish line. I didn't quite see who it was for, but it would seem logical that it is warning Pete Evans of his rear spoilers eventual demise and soon to be demise, but we really don't want that going off and then causing problems for those cars crossing, going very, very quickly just behind him. That battle is now up, going through clearways as they're going to come on to finish their 12th lap. And again, that battle right behind. Paul Simpson is desperate to get past Pete Evans, but very, very aware that he's got Ollie Chatham, our championship leader, our Class 2 leader, in the box to the right behind. Chatham actually ducks to one side, but Paul and Darren Lebet goes round the outside of Chatham and sailed off into the gravel. Darren Lebet sailed off into the gravel and collected the barrier on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. So that car, as he is continuing, somehow is managing to continue. He's actually put the car into a half spin. I'm hoping he doesn't bog down. That is a very, very deep gravel trap, and also a gravel trap that a lot of very, very famous drivers have actually been in. Darren Lebet getting out the car and hopefully going to get away from that car quite quickly. So he's now tumbling down the order. We do have that car stranded there, which does mean we've got double waved yellows at Paddock Hill Bend, one of the most popular overtaking positions. And yep, boards coming. There was a warning board coming out that's going to come in. We have the black and orange flag in one hand, but we are going to safety car. We are going to get a safety car with that Boxster stranded. 13 minutes exactly of this 25-minute race absolutely left, but that car is stranded there on the circuit. Safety car will come out behind the race control building onto the back straight to pick up the race leader. Race leader is Mark McAleer, who last time went through 0.4 of a second clear of Kevin Harrison. Pete Morris in third place in car number 2 in his 997. Fourth place, James Cayley, car number 11. Fifth place, car 9, Chris Dyer. Sixth, 74, Jim Bryan. Andy Toon in 7th place in car number 4. Christian Walker in car 7, our Class 2 leader, and 8th overall. Then we've got Pete Evans, who is the car with the trailing rear spoiler. Now, I have seen the black flag with the orange centre, which I actually think is being waved at the start-finish line as a warning to Pete Evans. He's actually just gone past that, so hopefully he has seen that. And he is going to have to come in and get that attended to. So that's going to move Christian Walker in 8th place, our Class 2 leader, up to 7th. And also put Evans out the way. But one thing it will do to Walker, who had a handy lead in Class 2, is close his class rivals right up with him, because he will now have right behind him car 88, Paul Simpson, and car 69, Oliver Chatham, and Angus Archer, who's closed up quickly. And we actually have a whole clutch of Class 2 cars, because we have him effectively in 13th, but that will now be 12th if we have Pete Evans coming to the pits. Is Shiraz Khan, in his another driver in his first season in the Club Championship, will actually also move up a slot and not be that far away from that class battle. So hopefully everyone now starting to pick up behind the safety car. We already have a recovery vehicle over with the stricken Darren Labette Boxster, which is the being dragged and moved to a place of safety. So it's absolutely huge gravel trap out on that part of the circuit, and a gravel trap that has caught some of the best over time. There's been some an awful lot of cars in there. It is a very quick, a very, very testing corner, and as we saw, you only need to be a yard or two wider than you've been before. Pete Evans has come in the pits. The team very, very quickly have ripped off the spoiler, and he has actually managed to rejoin and slot himself in almost exactly where he was. Now that's interesting, because I'm not sure if that, whether he, I don't think he even lost a lap. So if the Par Motorsport team managed to get the spoiler off that quickly, he managed to get down the pit lane while everyone was going slowly behind the safety car and rejoin in the same place. So we'll just check if the screen next time through does show him down a lap or up a lap, but he did actually manage to slot right back in behind Christian Walker. So just as I was about to say that was going to put Christian Walker's class rivals right on the back of him, then that didn't happen.
What was the car that came into pit lane, Paul?
It was 22, Pete Evans, Par Motorsport.
Okay, we need to keep an eye on things, because I understand he potentially went out on a red light at the end of the pit lane. This is all...
He did blend into the safety car train.
Right, okay.
Ah, that's interesting.
Right.
Yes, I didn't know that. You're right, I can see the lights, but I didn't pick up on it at the time.
I just heard a couple of people talking. I overheard it, so it's very much hearsay.
Are we talking pit lane gossip?
Yes.
I love that.
Tittle tattle.
Even better. Yeah. Even better.
I have a large right ear.
And it's right there, isn't it?
And it's right there. Yeah.
So that car's been moved right into the far reaches of the gravel trap.
Do you want to expand on the tittle tattle?
I'm better at tattle, and I'm not even going down any other road.
Okay, well, I'll stick with tattle then.
Yeah.
It might have been quite quick down pit lane as well.
Yes, as I say, how he managed to slot back into where he'd come out of quite took me aback, says a man putting it very politely.
But we are not officials, and obviously all of these things are...
Conjecture. But what we do know for sure is the lights have just gone out on the safety car.
Oh, well, that is good news.
So the safety car lights are out. Exactly 9 minutes left as I look back at the screen. Now this puts Mark McAleer in charge of the field. Now he can decide when to go, when not to go. Hugely experienced Mark McAleer. This won't be his first rodeo, let's put it that way. Having won the title all the way back in 2007. Didn't race in 2022, but has come back to us for 2023. So he's gone, he's accelerated. And again, that's put the top three pulling right away. I think they slightly caught the fourth place car. Ah, that's because the fourth on the road was Tom Atherton, who was a back marker. Now, you can't overtake until you get to the start-finish line. You can't actually overlap until you get to the start-finish line. So those cars could not go. So that's given the top three a handy lead. So behind there, so we've got the top three. Then we do have the next three battling there. I've got past the back marker, Tom Atherton. And it is James Cayley with Chris Dyer and Jim Bryan putting on a strong race, right with Bryan actually looking inside Chris Dyer as they get down to Graham Hill Bend. Christian Walker is running right behind Andy Toon. Pete Evans is, as you say, sitting out there. We'll see if there is anything that happens to him. But again, that's just causing problems for the people around him who were desperately trying to get past him last time round and were put off by the spoiler. They don't have a spoiler now, but Paul Simpson now has right behind him Ollie Chatham. Leaders crossing the line. McAleer did easy out by about half a second on that run now. Just looking down now at cars coming in to Paddock Hill Bend. We've got a battle going on for Class 2. We've got battles all round, actually, as Kevin Harrison again is closed right up through Druids with our race leader. And those cars coming down the hill. And then we've got a battle coming down as Jim Bryan is looking for a way past Chris Dyer. Pete Evans has pulled away a little bit from that Class 2 battle as he comes down the hill in car 22. But it's 88 Paul Simpson heading 69 for second in Class 2. Ollie Chatham in that car 69 is our championship leader. He will be dropping scores at the end of the season. You do drop 2 scores, but he's just going to want as much as possible to count. Crossing the line now, coming on, having completed 18 laps. It's Mark McAleer, Kevin Harrison, bravest of the brave on the brakes as they get to Paddock Hill Bend, but can't quite close up on our leader. Jim Bryan again has a look inside Chris Dyer for a 5th place at the same part of the track. Top 2 right together coming down the hill from Graham Hill Bend. from Druids, sorry, into Graham Hill Bend. Mark McAleer is not going to want to leave the door open on the inside. Concentrates on getting a good exit so he can get the power on nice and quickly. Third place, we've got Pete Morris keeping a watching brief on those cars. So that's the lead three now coming through clearways. Behind them, we do James Cayley now starting to ease away from that battle for Chris Dyer and Jim Bryan in 5th place. And again, the battle coming down. We've got battles all over the place right the way down in Class 2. There's various Class 2 drivers are battling for valuable championship points as everyone wants to have the best end to the season that they can, with only 2 races remaining after today's races. Lead cars are now back up at Druids. And coming down the hill, again, this time a little bit more in hand for Mark McAleer as he comes through there. Mark McAleer now a couple of cars lengths clear of Kevin Harris and Pete Morris in 3rd place. James Cayley now with a little bit of breathing space in 4th, and Chris Dyer in turn has pulled away a little bit from Jim Bryan. Andy Toon next up, and then car 7. In 7th place we have Christian Walker, our Class 2 leader. Class 2 battle behind has eased up a bit as Paul Simpson has eased out a little bit of a gap on Ollie Chatham as those cars go through, but all drivers are going to be aware of the clock ticking down with 5 minutes left on this 25-minute race. We've had the safety car interruption, but now we are racing a game, and Ollie Chatham really is going to be desperate to try and reduce the points loss. And he's not so much compared to Christian Walker, who hasn't done the whole season, so he's not worried about Christian Walker, but he's worried about people in other classes scoring points and closing up. Certainly Paul Simpson is second in the points and not that far behind him, and he's the car ahead of him on the road. But Simpson now, as they run up towards Druids, has actually opened a little gap. Very defensive from Simpson early on into Druids. And in fact, it's Angus Archer in the blue and white car who is right with Oliver Chatham as they come down into Graham Hill Bend. A little look to the inside from Angus Archer, but he decides just to hold sway and actually accelerate through. Can they close up? Can he gain another place? The car's again lapping very consistently, very, very quickly. But I think he's going to take actually an opportunity or a mistake from someone to actually get a place change. Leader crosses the line having done 22 laps, and we got 2 cars off. 2 cars off, and it's actually... It is our 2nd place car, Kevin Harrison, and it looks like he's tangled with a back marker, Mark McAleer. So that's 2 cars off in the paddock. Gravel again at paddock. Kevin Harrison's car very, very close to the edge of the track. I think that is, unfortunately, possibly a game over with 3 minutes 40-odd seconds left in the race. Doubled yellows, obviously, on that part second. And we have gone red flag, so this race will not be resumed, unfortunately, with our 2nd place car, Kevin Harrison, in the gravel. I'm just trying to make out... Oh, sorry, no, the other car over there actually is the car of Darren Lebet that went off a little bit earlier. So only 1 car off in that incident and 1 car that was already there in the gravel. So that's a bit of a shame. So the result, certainly last time across the line, was sees 14 Mark McAleer. Last time across the line, car 16 Kevin Harrison was 2nd. 3rd place we have car number 2 Pete Morris. 4th we have car number 11 James Cayley. 5th we have car number 9 Chris Dyer. 6th we have car 74 Jim Bryan. 7th we have car 4 Andy Toon. In 8th place was our Class 2 leader, and it looks like Class 2 winner Christian Walker.
Now we probably need to hang fire for the timing screen to adjust, because the way the rule works is that you go back 1 lap if the race is declared a result after a red flag, unless you are the car that caused the red flag.
That's what I was going to just put a question mark up about, to see whether that is Kevin Harrison. I didn't see the incident to know if he went off on his own, what happened or whatever. But yeah, traditionally you can't essentially benefit from stopping a race.
Which makes complete sense, doesn't it?
It could be mayhem otherwise, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So that car is now being retrieved. That is the car you were admiring the livery on earlier in the day as well.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
It is. It is a very, very nice livery. I think we can be fairly sure, though, that we have Mark McAleer as our race winner, our overall race winner.
With certainty, we can say that.
That's right. That puts Mark on quite a strong run of late, actually. He's had a very good middle part of the season. And there's a little bit of a joke that his good lady tells him that if he doesn't stay quick, his son will be in the car. So under a little bit of pressure there, Mark.
We like that.
Yeah, still performing, isn't it? But Yeah, so the car's now coming back into the pits. Just to see, we're not being shown as if we are going to restart, so I think that is going to be the race result. So that is 3 races completely.
Finished on the online TSL timing now.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking it as, to be quite honest. So yeah, that is going to be it. So unfortunately, we lost a couple of minutes racing there, but
we need to keep an eye on this timing screen to work out if it's going to shuffle around and then put the checkered flag emojis. I suppose they are.
Let's live with that.
Yeah.
Let's live with that. We're young and down with the kids, aren't we?
Well, not really, no.
No, all right, point taken.
Far from it.
But yeah, that is unfortunately, that does say. I think we can be fairly sure about our class winners. So Mark McAleer, our overall winner there. Fantastic performance from Mark McAleer. So he's been on a bit of a run of late, actually. So we won last time out, took both races at Silverstone, and also took a win at Alton Park before that. So that's actually his 4th win on the trot in that 997. So that car's working very, very well for Mark McAleer. And in Class 2 and 8th overall, we have Christian Walker, who took Class 2. Again, that's his 2nd consecutive win. He won the 2nd race at Silverstone just back at the end of July. So fantastic performance there. With 2nd in Class 2, Paul Simpson, and 3rd, Ollie Chatham. So that is going to close up that championship gap. So that's going to be quite interesting, because certainly last time round in Class 2, Ollie Chatham was only 21 points clear of Paul Simpson. So Paul Simpson would have chipped away a little bit of that. And it all gets wonderfully complex towards the end of the season once we start getting stressed about dropped scores and everything like that, basically. So we are hoping now that, as we were discussing the herding cats earlier on, that we are actually going to get on with our first 3 podiums fairly shortly. As you say, we do need a result for this race to be confirmed.
Yeah, we need a result for this race. And I also need to open this door. Hang on. And see drivers standing by. There's only me.
You're all alone at the school disco,
Best laid
Alan.
plans and all that. Yeah, I've got plenty of trophies, plenty of Pirelli caps, but at the moment no drivers. So I need to update you as and when.
Let me know when you actually get some bodies to talk to, because I could talk about what else is going on, because we do have now, there are some cars that were out in the outer paddock, and that is actually the entrance for the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship with Pirelli. Now, this is a whole different ball game, if you like. So instead of racing, these guys are just out to set the fastest time they can. It's a sprint, effectively. So cars will be coming out one at a time.
Updated results sees Pete Morris in 2nd and Cayley in 3rd.
So Kevin Harrison, yeah, that makes sense. As I say, he finished the race in the gravel. So, yeah, you drop out the results being the person who caused the red flag, and that's essentially just nudged everyone below him up 1 position. So that makes a lot of sense. So Podium Pete is definitely on the podium with another 2nd place. So fantastic performance from Pete Morris, James Cayley and Mark McAleer. I was actually joking with those guys earlier on in the day with Kevin as well about we must try and work out the combined ages and experience when they were on the podium. But then we did some maths and it all got very depressing very quickly.
Yeah, I can understand why. Yeah, no, don't do things like that.
Yeah, no, we started tiptoeing away, I think, at that point. But as I say, we do have now the cars actually from the outer paddock down into the pit lane for the sprint. So this is going to be, I say, a whole different ball game. Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship. These cars will come out and just do a flying lap. They're actually going to have 2 runs, basically, just as a practice, just to get out there and actually try to have a run on the circuit. So they will do 2 runs like that. Then we will see them actually come out and actually do their running. So that's their speed practice runs and their timed runs. Then we're going to go into the lunch break, and then we should commence racing again. It's quite late lunch, actually, so we should commence racing again at 5 to 3, when we will rattle off the remaining 5 races. We're going to start with the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup at 14:55, and then into the Eden Race Hire Porsche Cup and Challenge Cup. Porsche. I've run out. I've used up all my words, Alan.
Teeth back in.
Yeah, let's just start that again, shall we? Eden Race Hire Porsche Open and 911 Challenge cars will be out there for their 2nd race of the day around 15:35. Then we're going to see the Porsche Club Championship cars that we've just seen again. And then, unusually at these meetings, but say we lost time earlier in the season at Alton Park, we've got the 2nd races again for the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup and again the Open Cup and the 911 Challenge cars. And then we'll be ending the day with 2 more competitive runs from the Porsche Club Speed Championship drivers. So we will be seeing those cars out there again. So they are actually currently lined up in the pit lane. So we might be just doing a juggling act between when we're actually going to get on with your podiums, Anna. You're still the loneliest person in school.
Well, I have got a speaker back here which gives paddock and pit lane announcements, and they have just told everybody that the podium presentations are about to take place. So I am literally like a coiled spring.
That's quite an image,
although
isn't it?
I am sitting down and enjoying the sunshine.
Yes, taking. Are you actually on the podium?
I'm close.
Oh, okay. No. When you said enjoying the sunshine, I wondered if you were. Are you at the lower podium or the upper one?
The upper one.
Okay.
Podium, yeah.
Oh, very, very nice. Yeah. Okay. No, I thought if you were actually enjoying the sunshine, then yeah, everyone opposite is just looking across, thinking, "Who's that?"
No. I'm backstage on the podium.
Fantastic. In the wings, as it were. So hopefully we will get some drivers soon, and we get to hear from those drivers, which is always going to be nice. So we shall see what
Yes, we will. And live streamed as well. I have a cameraman who has joined me. Yeah.
Is there no end to your fame, Alan?
I think he's slightly surprised at my rather laid-back preparation for 3 podiums, but it'll all get a bit more frantic when we've got drivers, I think.
That's right, yeah. So hopefully you should be getting people soon. Certainly Johnny Lovell on a whole complete run of wins there with Mike Thompson and Perry Darling with the top 3. I think it seems a lifetime ago, our first race, doesn't it? And then we had Archie Hamilton setting the pace last time round with that fantastic battle for David Harrison and Charlie Bird with the Open Cars. And so Mark McAleer on his run of wins. So hopefully you shall have plenty to talk about once they actually arrive. But as you say, you need them and then someone to be handing the right trophies to the right people. Telephone rings. One moment. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I do have an announcement, so if we could please have your attention for a moment. We're after a Matthew J. Buckland who is here today. Matthew J. Buckland, could you please go to the back gate of the circuit, which is in the outer paddock? So if you go down towards Paddock Hill, bend, top corner there, go into the paddock and down to there. Please, could you make your way to the back gate of the circuit at the outer paddock as soon as possible, please? Matthew J. Buckland. Thank you very much. So just while we are waiting to go to our podium presentations.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good sign.
No, it's not. No.
Oh, it's not a good sign.
No, I do have my presenters. This is, I also have Gary Hawkins, who's going to be doing the photography. He's in situ, but we haven't got drivers at the moment. I did point out earlier that it's quite a logistical challenge, this.
They're having lunch, aren't they?
I think probably yes.
Yes, yes. And very nice it is too. Linguine, I believe. But
yes.
But yes, okay, so I'm going to talk about the sprint cars that we've actually got down into the pit lane at the moment, waiting to go out. So this championship, so a whole host of events, host of venues that they visit across the year. So it's the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship. We currently have a whole host of cars lined up down there, a big variety of cars, which is always nice to see. Their season actually started off at Anglesey on the 29th and 30th of April. So that was for a sprint. So the sprints tend to be on race circuits. And then there was hill climb venues of Lowton they visited in June and Harewood in July. Then in 8th of July, just 1 week later, they were actually at Prescott, one of the more famous venues. 22nd July, Castle Croom for a sprint. And last weekend, 26th, 27th of August, they were at a sprint at Snetterton. We obviously have this venue here today. And then on the 16th of September, so 2 weeks ago, yesterday, we're going to have the season closer at Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb, which is one of the classic motorsport venues. Rather sadly, I have to admit, I've never actually been there, but that's a venue that goes back way over 100 years, an absolute classic and well worth visiting up in Warwickshire way, I do believe. So we do have an ongoing championship. Drivers actually count their 8 best scores, and they actually have to count some scores from the hill climbs and some scores from the sprints. You can't really win the championship just by being a specialist in one or the other. You really do need to be a bit of an all-rounder, and it does also, because the way the points structure works, it does tend to make life very, very close in the points. So if we actually look at drop scores and 8 best scores as things stand at the moment, then the highest with the current 8 scores is Martin Leach down in Class 4 with 160.38 points. I said there was a strange point system. And in second place is our reigning champion, Wayne Easton, with 159.73 points. So I need to do my maths very quickly.
Can I give you an update on podiums?
Go for it, go for it.
Because I do have my 3 drivers now for the Boxster Cup podium. They're just organising the trophies and everything, and Mandy from the Porsche Club Great Britain is getting everything arranged. So are we ready, Mandy? Can we crack on with our podium for our first race of the day? Cast your minds back, everybody, to the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup. Delighted to say that Lana Bicker from Woods Food Service is here. And we've got one more driver that we're waiting for. Is that right? Say that again. In my right ear. Is arriving. Okay. We're waiting for one driver. So we almost went off early. But I will finish telling you that we've got Lana Bicker from Woods Food Service, who is going to make the presentation. She's patiently waiting. Have you got third place there? Is that third place trophy? Yeah, we haven't got the driver yet. So so keep smiling, Lana, and we'll have a driver for you in just a moment. I can't wait till our third place driver arrives, because I've got a line that's standing by that I want to deliver. It is a comedic line in sorts. So glad you could make it, darling. Right, let's press on with our presentation for race 1 of the weekend, the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup. Lana from Woods Food Service is going to make the presentation. First of all, to third place, Perry Darling onto the podium. Well done, congratulations. Through you go, onto the third step of the podium. A handshake from Lana and a Pirelli podium cap, very good. In second place, Mike Thompson. Well done, Mike, congratulations. Onto the podium, if you please. And a cap and a trophy about to be presented by Lana from Woods Food Service. Onto the head it goes. And on the top step of the podium, well done to Johnny Lovell. Well done, Johnny. Congratulations. Makes his way up towards the top step of the podium, where Lana will present the trophy and a handshake and the Pirelli cap as well. And thank you, Lana, for making the presentation. More Boxster races to look forward to over the course of today. And if they could all bunch up on the top step of the podium. There we go. Can you all get together? There we go. Top step of the podium, and we get the photograph with Gary Hawkins on the other side, just over there. Perfect. Stay where you are, gentlemen, if you please. Handshakes between all of them. Stay where you are in your respective steps. But if we can speak first of all to Johnny, incredibly laid-back attitude that you've had to today since the day started. But everything seems to work well with a laid-back attitude.
It does. If you get too carried away with these cars, they don't like it. So you just got to drive smooth and calm, and then you get the results. But if you start pushing on, you'd end up having problems. So, yeah.
You had that little comfy gap. It looked nice and comfy. You were controlling the race, and then, lo and behold, a safety car and a restart.
Yes, that's right. And
what were you thinking?
I was thinking I was getting hot in the car going around, but yeah, and then had everything to go for again. But yeah, all good. And I just wanted to basically get a win today, and I did it. So it was good.
There you go. You got a few more races to potentially get more as well. Let's talk to Mike in second place, and hop down if you please, because I'm challenged if I'm talking to you up there. As far as your race was concerned, you were safe there.
Well, I was until the safety car came out, and then I thought, oh, Perry's probably going to get the jump on me at this point. I made a very small mistake, and he closed the gap quite considerably before the last 2 laps. And I thought he might have had me, but I thought, let's put my foot down. And
you managed to keep him behind you. That takes nerves of steel, doesn't it? It's a short, quick circuit, this.
It is, yeah. There's no room for errors. I mean, if you do, you sort of, the gap's gone, and they're on you again. But managed to keep away and get the second.
Well done. Congratulations. Let's have a chat to Perry down at the other end of the podium. Yeah, after the safety car, there was an opportunity.
There was an opportunity, and I was gutted. I missed it. If I'm honest with you, I didn't see it coming. And then I see Johnny speed off, and I was like, right, here we go. But it's just been 2 seconds too late. Gutted. Well, next race, I'm going to be on their tail.
Right, OK, so this means business now.
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Well done, Perry. Thank you very much indeed. That's our first podium of the day for the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup here at Brands Hatch.
Thank you very much, Alan. Hoping you have drivers actually arriving for some of the other podiums. We do have...
I'm hoping that too.
Yes, chip in when you've got another 3.
Yes, stand by.
Yeah, but so do have cars out on the track now. For this is just the practice sessions for these cars going around. A whole wide range of cars out there. Just trying to see who we've got out there at the moment. So currently going down the back straight is car 37, Graham Rose, in his supercharged 924. That's a 1979 car. Very, very quick. Graham's had that car for a long time and done a lot of work on it just to get it exactly where he really, really wants it. So it's some of these drivers here have had a lot of experience in this championship.
I can do your podium if you like.
Go for it.
For race 2 of the day, which was the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup and 911 Challenge. First of all, I've got the 2 finishers from the 911 Challenge category in reverse order. In second place, number 47, Mike Johnson. Well done, Mike. Congratulations. Mandy is here from the club to make the presentation and to be joined by, on the top step of the 911 Challenge podium, James Neal. Well done, James. Congratulations. Makes his way onto the podium and gets a hug from Mandy, and the both of them take their respective steps on the podium. We might be able to interweave what's happening with the sprint which is taking place on the circuit at the moment. And if we can just get the drivers onto the top step. Do you want to bunch up together? There we go. Get a close shot for Gary on the far side. And we'll have a quick chat to James, if you please. James, would you like to hop down and talk to me and describe the race?
Yeah, no, it was a very hot race. And I got past one of the Cup cars right at the beginning, which was quite good. Gave me a bit of a gap over Mike. And then he started catching me up towards the end. But anyway, I really enjoyed the race.
And safety car probably helped him a little.
Do we have a safety car?
No,
we didn't.
No, you didn't.
Car, no, but this is probably my last race. I'm retiring after this, and so it's quite nice to go out and win. And I've got my grandchildren here, so it's really nice. So if they're over there, cheers.
What a lovely moment. There we go. Pop down and have a chat to me, Mike, if you please. So towards the end of the race.
Oh, I thought it was getting, it's there. It's getting a bit closer. I mean, the traffic, it either helps you or it doesn't. When I say traffic, like James said, it's the front markers, so you don't want to get involved with those. But sometimes, if you sort of get they get a good run, and then they catch James in a different. That just catch. Yeah. But at the end, brilliant. Yeah, you got the win. Everyone's safe, and we all had a good. And yes, it is very hot out there.
Yeah, it's a warm day, isn't it? But let's not knock it. We didn't know we were going to have this weather. This is nice.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much to everybody. Yeah.
Perfect weather for the Porsche Festival. Thank you, guys. That's our 911 Challenge drivers, 2 finishers in the category, and now we move on to the top 3 in the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup. And those drivers we get onto the podium in reverse order, starting with third third place, Charlie Bird onto the podium. Well done, Charlie. Congratulations. And Chris from the Porsche Club is going to make the presentation. Well done. Congratulations. In second place, David Harrison. Well done, David. Congratulations. Onto the podium he goes. Chris offers the handshake and the trophy as well. And on the top step, well done to Archie Hamilton. Well done, Archie. Congratulations. So we saw this gap, didn't we? Yo-yoing. Oh, big cheer as well as he gets onto the top step of the podium. And big, broad smile on his face. Handshakes with both of the other drivers. And that's it. Pose for Gary. There we go. Gary's over there. If you could bunch up on the top step of the podium, a photograph of all three of you. There we go. And probably only get a chance to speak to Archie here because we are with the Sprint Challenge underway. Archie, pop down and have a talk to me. So that gap was yo-yoing, wasn't it? But in the traffic, it was yo-yoing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was doing a really good job behind me, and yeah, it's been good. I just thought I need to stop looking in my mirrors and actually get my head down. And after all, yeah, it went well. Managed to get a good gap and yeah, win the race.
Such a compromise, isn't it, between looking in the mirrors and worrying about what's going on behind and just doing your own thing?
Yeah, I think you can very easily just focus in the mirror, and the moment you do that, I'm probably thinking, well,
you're going to do something wrong.
He's going to get me. But all in all, it's been a good championship. I got some cool partners on board, and looking to do maybe something on the see you more next year, maybe.
Oh, that would be nice. Oh, right, okay. And may I say, sticking with the mark?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we're looking at a few different things. Maybe the GT4 RS with the Sprint Challenge. I might go and do that again. So let's see. I'll have a chat with the sponsors and see how much money we can get together, I think. It's always that.
It's a very attractive package, that's for sure. Thank you, Archie. Good to have a chat to you. That's our winner of the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup, Archie Hamilton on the top step of the podium. It may take me slightly longer to get the drivers for the Porsche Club Motorsport, but I'll keep in touch with you, Paul. So just to let anybody know down in pit lane or in the garages that can hear, we are ready for the podium presentation for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. So if our Class 2 and Class 1 top 3 drivers can appear up here on the podium, that would be really good news. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on the phone from race control again. And we do have actually, which isn't on my timetable, but we do reminder that once we actually have these cars gone through and done their qualifying and then had their first timed runs, and Alan, if you can hear me, you're going to like this.
I can hear this.
Our demo guys are coming out again.
I thought they might.
Yes.
Yeah, I rather thought they might.
So they're going to come out, they're going to have another run, and then we're going to be putting the Boxster Cup cars on the grid for the grid walk, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do come across to the centre part of the circuit, you'll be able to get on the grid, get amongst the cars, and actually get up close and have a quick chat with the drivers, because everyone likes talking about their car. Yeah,
that's really good news, Paul. And so in the glorious sunshine here at Brands Hatch, we've got a full day planned, and to put our 2-star drivers, Adam Smalley and Harry Foster, back out on circuit. That's a really good choice from race control. Good news.
That's right, looking forward to that. We do have the cars out there now for the Speed Championship doing their first runs. Certainly quickest so far has been Tim Barber in his 996 GT3 with a 1 minute 32.06. They're essentially doing a lap and a half that is timed. In second place, we do have car number 2, which is David Hilton in his 996, a 1997 car. 1976, that would be ambitious, wouldn't it? And in third place, Andy Fagan in his Boxster X. So certainly David Hilton there with a 132.4, and Andy Fagan currently third on 135.4. Now this is just their practice runs, effectively a sighter around the track, because they haven't been out on the track yet before today. They're going to get 2 practice runs. In fact, the screen has just reset, so they are now setting up for their second practice run. So they've had a moment or two just sitting in the pit lane to think about this. This really is a sport where you actually do have a little bit of time to think about, but then it's all about getting out there, performing, actually doing what you have to do exactly when you have to do it. Very, very mental discipline, and a great way of actually getting into motorsport, because you can actually do this in road legal cars. You notice these cars actually do have a list of their registration numbers in front of them. So most of the cars we've got out there are road legal, and there are some absolutely gorgeous cars out there. Do keep an eye out for car 35, which is Mel Spears' car. Very, very distinctive livery And so the car's actually was a 1991 Porsche Carrera Cup car, back when that was an international series with Oscar Larrauri, the Argentinian driver, who actually briefly was in Formula One with the Eurobrun team. And on board was a famous Porsche racer in the Group C days. So this is a car that's absolutely got tracked with history. And Mel has got a history himself. Actually did the Jim Russell Racing Drivers School back right in the 1970s, when the Jim Russell School was certainly the place to go. And he's been competing in the Porsche Club Speed Championship since 2010. So do keep an eye out for car 35. As I say, the screen has cleared on me. I can hear a car now leaving the pit lane. Unfortunately, as they leave the pit lane, they're directly behind me, which means I can't see the number until they come round again. So coming down through Graham Hill Bend and going on to the back straight is car number 40, which is Wayne Eason in the Boxster. Wayne Eason, our reigning champion. So certainly a guy to watch, and he's right up there.
We're good to go with our podium. First of all, for the Class 1 category, that's the overall top 3 for race 3 of the day, which was the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. Mandy from the club is going to make the presentation. Drivers on the podium in reverse order. In third place, number 11, James Cayley. Well done, James. Congratulations. Smiling as he goes. And gets a hug from Mandy and a Pirelli cap and the third place trophy. On the second step, number 2, Pete Morris, Podium Pete, onto the podium. Here he goes through the door, and a hug with Mandy and a second place trophy and a Pirelli cap. And it's another win for Mark McAleer. Well done, Mark. Congratulations. Onto the podium he goes, and about to receive a hug from Mandy and climb aboard the top step of the podium. Little between the top 3 over the course of that race, but after the moment for Kevin Harrison at the end, the promotion from 4th place for James Cayley in 3rd place, they all pose on the top step of the podium. And Mark, do you want to hop down and have a chat to me? It's too far for me to lean up to you. You're a tall chap. And I'm not. But for the entire race, okay, let's discount the fact that Mark is not here with us on the podium because of a problem at the end of the race. But you 3 were pretty evenly matched. You get no respite for you, was there?
That was very, very hard work. I mean, Kev, he was just behind me, and he was sort of quicker through half of the lap, and I was a little bit quicker than him through the rest of it. But it was just so close. Every time I thought, oh, I've just got a bit of a gap, and then he just caught me up again. And it was just one of them. But great race, very clean. No contact, you know, we were just very similar on pace, so yeah, brilliant.
One of the good things about the Porsche Festival here every other year is that the racing is clean. You respect each other, and the cars are dear to you all, aren't they?
Absolutely, you know, and at the end of the day, I mean, Kevin, Pete, and myself, you know, and James as well, you know, we've raced with one another for the last God knows how many years, you know, so we know, hopefully, that there's never going to be a reckless move. Yes. Of course, you're going to make an overtake, you're going to try to get past, but it's not going to be something that's stupid, you know. So it gives you a little bit of confidence when you're racing with them.
Thank you, Mark. Good to have a chat to you. Let's get Pete Morris over here, please, Pete, and have a quick chat to me. So you were second at one stage, and then you came through and you weren't. What happened?
I know all my drivers I'm racing against. So I know what Kev's like. It's his home circuit, and he wants it bad. He wants first place. And having Kev behind you is hard work to block him for like 25 minutes. I thought, I'll let Mark have a go. So I let him pass the top of Graham Hill. And then I thought, I watched them play with each other. And it was quite relaxing for me then. I could try to save the tyres and push on a little bit. And I was really waiting for the back markers to come back, because we hit the back marker, then of course the flag came out, so I couldn't catch up on the back markers. But when I seen them down the hill sideways, backwards and everything, trying to on the oil, I thought, oh, it's a bonus point then.
Oil, right.
Yeah, the oil went down. So Mark caught it, managed to catch it. I've seen Kev sideways heading towards him 100 miles an hour, thinking, please go to the left. And I got,
It's the most horrible feeling, the loss of control when you've got oil.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I'm glad I wasn't the first one to hit it.
Yeah, quite right too. Pete, thank you very much. James, come forward and have a quick chat to me, if you please. Well, you're going to be even more delighted with that, because you didn't know you were going to be third.
No, I didn't know. I thought it was kind of inherited a little bit, I think, really, to be honest. So
you've got to be there to be there.
You have, yeah. It's unfortunate for Kev. So I sort of came round. I didn't skid on the oil because the flags were already out by the time I came round paddock. So yeah, I sort of, you know, unfortunately saw Kev in the gravel, so with red flag, and that was end of the race. But no, I'll certainly take it. We sort of got here this morning. I was pleased with P2 and quali. Went backwards to start with, but anyway, had Chris Dyer sort of behind me for keeping me honest for most of the race, and we had a good battle. Yeah, really pleased with the P3.
Good work, James. Thank you very much indeed. That is our Class 1 podium for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli. Those drivers will head off backstage, and we're very soon going to be ready with our Class 2 drivers. They're all here, which means that we can call them out onto the podium in reverse order. So our Class 2 drivers for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli, our third race of the day. Third place, Oliver Chatham onto the podium. Well done, Oliver. Congratulations. Through he goes. Our championship leader gets a hug from Mandy, and the third place trophy. In second place, Paul Simpson, second place in the championship and second place in our first race of the day after a hug from Mandy. And to our winner, Christian Walker. Well done, Christian. Congratulations. Smiling as he goes, and gets a lovely cheer from the crowd in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. And they don't want him on the top step of the podium, but he's there now. Very good. And a handshake with both of the other Class 2 drivers on their individual steps to the podium, and then everybody together on the top step. We'll just get a quick word with them as soon as the photographs are complete. There we go. That's good news. Christian, just pop down here and have a chat to me. Describe the race for me, if you please.
Very good. Hot and very good.
Everyone's saying hot. We weren't really expecting to have a hot. I mean, we haven't had a greatest of summers, have we?
No, it's not been great. And this morning it was completely cloudy, overcast, so times were quick in quali because of it, and now it's heated up. It was like this yesterday, actually, in testing.
Does it change an awful lot when it gets this warm?
Yeah, it's just, the car just becomes, not just obviously slower, but it's just more reluctant to do things, you know, sort of thing.
And possibly the driver gets a little bit more challenged as well.
Definitely doesn't help the driver, yeah. You're sweating, sweat coming into your eyes,
I bet you are. And also, with a circuit like this, you don't get any kind of relaxation, do you?
No, not too much. It's not really a long straight, but yeah, in that race I was sort of just sitting behind Andy, sort of sitting there, so I could sort of semi-chill on the straight, which was nice, and then focus on the infield and then sit again, so it was nice, yeah.
Top man, well done, Christian. Thank you very much indeed. Christian Walker on the top step of the Class 2 podium for our first race of the day for the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Alan. As I say, we've rattled through those podiums. We just now still need to actually get back because we do have some track action going on. So
the challenge with me, Paul, for doing all the podiums together is remembering which race was which.
I'm fully with you, to be quite honest. It already seems a lifetime ago.
It does, yeah.
Looks like everyone is actually, there's a couple of cars still to do their second timed runs. Cars coming back into the paddock now. Just leaving now. We're still seeing looking times. So it looks like that's Tim Barber, and I think Posket's car number 39 just actually is going back out, John Baldock. So we do have some cars just a couple of times doing their final practice runs. Then we're actually going to get onto the competitive section of this, but certainly quickest at the moment is Tim Barber in car 72. And with a 129.6, as I say, these times don't really count for anything. This is just their practice times. So, but Tim Barber is out there. Tim is in a 1997 996 GT3, the 3.6 litre car at around 400 horsepower. So we've quite a few GT3s out today, but it's interesting to see that you can actually go and race one in this series as well. But we do have a variety of cars, certainly at the moment showing second quickest. We've got Andy Fagan in a Boxster S. And then we've got, next up, we've got Stephen Jury in a 1983 944, the 3 litre, so the full cylinder 994. But certainly in Stephen's hands, going very, very quickly around the circuit today. And as I say, it's, we've got people in this series very, very experienced, really do know their cars backwards. They spend a lot of time working on them, developing them. And Stephen actually competed back in the 1980s. Is a co-driver in rallying, did some motorcycle racing, but has been sprinting and hill climbing since 2014. And he bought the car, actually when the car was bought, it was already race prepared, and actually raced in the Porsche Cup Championship in up to around 2000 with podium finishes, driven by Paul Martin from Porsche Cars GB. And a little thing on Stephen Jury, the previous owner of the car is Richard Atwood. Richard Atwood is actually very famous in Porsche circles, of course, being one of the two drivers. Richard Atwood and Hans Hermann gave Porsche their first ever Le Mans win in 1971. 1970 at Le Mans in a Porsche 917K. They were the slowest of the 917s in qualifying, but the race winner at the end of the 24 hours. So, yeah, that's a fantastic previous owner to have on your V5 certificate for the car. So just looking down now to see if we have anyone else on the circuit. We do have the one car circulating, which is, as we expect, would be car 15. So that is Nick Wadsworth in a 1974 911 RSC. So Nick Wadsworth out there, a surveyor, been racing in the Speed Championship since 2013, and actually second in Class P2 winner in 2022 with many class wins. That's actually a shared car. We do have a couple of shared cars. So Ian Wadsworth and Nick Wadsworth are sharing that A car. So they're actually sharing that car out there, which is, say, that 911 RSC stroke RS. Now the car's lining up. Now we are going to get competitive. So hopefully the next runs for the cars actually going out should be the timed runs that we're actually going to go and have. So the guys have had 2 laps, they've had 2 runs, well, effectively 2 laps, 1.5 laps, which is what they're timed over. And now they are going to see the timing will start when they leave the pit lane. And there is a timing beam actually on the back straight, I believe, which is where they're actually setting and finishing their times. So we are going to be starting very soon, going into the competitive element of the day for these cars. And it really is a chance just to sit down there in the cars. It's very, very much a mental sport. People really having to think about what they've done, how to correct, what to do different, and it's all about building up to the moment and then actually having to deliver. So it's certainly not as easy as you think, but it was also a great way into motorsport. I'm just looking down at the cars now, some very, very nicely presented cars. You've got cars in what looks very, very close to race trim, and then right at the back, that absolutely gorgeous car of Mel Spear, the 964 Carrera 2 Cup in red, white and green livery. That's its original livery back from when it actually ran in the Carrera Cup back in the 1990s. And the car actually has a very appropriate number plate of N2 Cup, N2 CUP on it. And yeah, that's another car that's already getting added to my mental list of cars I'd like in the garage back at home, but I don't think I can afford. So we do have the first car out on the track now. This is actually now getting into the competitive part of the day for these cars. And we can see now going down into Paddock Hill Bend, through the depression at Paddock Hill Bend and up to Druid. So this is immediately coming out, and you've got to be on it straight away. The timing starts from when you come out of the pit lane. Car coming down the hill now. Going to turn left through the left-hander through Graham Hill Bend, and it is going to be one of the shared drives. I think we've got car 72 out there. So car 72 is actually Tim Barber. Sorry, not one of the shared drives in his 996 GT3. Tim Barber, I say, very, very experienced, retired IT consultant. And, oh, he is actually, sorry, he's a shared drive, that's right. So, showing that car, I think, with David Hilton. So, Tim Barber there coming across the line now, still having to push hard. And now he's actually going to get, and this is where it gets interesting, because now he's going to arrive at Paddock Hill Bend much quicker than he did on coming out the pit lane. So, is there going to be an adjustment of line and adjustment of braking point? But still has to push hard as that car now screams a full chat up the hill round Druids. He can take the line that he wants, really concentrate on getting the exit right and carrying the speed and momentum down the hill. And that'll be Tim Barber now coming onto the back straights to stop the clocks and be the first car to set a competitive time. Now, interestingly, I thought that car showing is 72. Maybe the 7 is struck out because the screen is saying apologise that it is actually car 2. So I do apologise for getting that all wrong on the running order. So in fact, I understand now the order we've got. So apologise. That's David Hilton in the 996. He will come in, do a quick shuffle to Tim Barber. So apologies for that. And it is a 1:31.445 for David Hilton. So very obviously our quickest time so far, but our first runner. Now, if we're running in the order I'm expecting, so the next car out should be car number 5, Ian Wadsworth, in that 911. So the shared drive cars are understandably going out first because they have to come in and we have to swap the drivers round on them. So just waiting for the next car to come out and do its run. So any second now we should hear the engine note rise down below and he will leave the pit lane. It's car number 5 there, staged up with the cars actually have the full number on, but hope crossed out. So some very quick work with tape between sessions. So that's what slightly caught me out on the first car. Just waiting there for the marshal to give him the go at the end of the pit lane. So this is car number 5, Ian Wadsworth, in a 1974 Porsche 911 SC/RS. So a 3.2 litre car producing around 280 brake horsepower. And engine revs rise, and the way the car goes, nice getaway, absolutely nice getaway. Minimum wheel spin, maximum grip as Ian Wadsworth takes that car onto the track. Slightly strange line. It's not often you actually approach Paddock Hill Bend on that tight an exit that you get coming out the pit lane. It does actually tighten the corner up quite a bit, but that car is now heading up towards the top of the hill. So Ian Wadsworth tucking the car around the inside, now coming back down the hill. And in fact, we already have the next car on the way, which is Andy Fagan in his Boxster. So Andy Fagan in the 2001 Boxster, 3.4 litre, 252 horsepower. He is going up the hill. Andy, again, a regular in this championship for many years, nibbling away at championship positions and also with getting into class lead. Say, self-employed locksmith from Buckley in North Wales. Been involved in many aspects of motor, mainly rallying until he got into this since the 1970s, and has raced into 2014, and also a car he uses on the road. So we keep an eye on the Boxster there of Andy Fagan going through. We've now got a number of cars on track. It's going around the top corner, coming down. I think looks like the car of Wayne Eason just coming down, but coming up the hill there was our first runner, David Hilton, coming around, finishing off his lap round. Druids for the last time. Beautiful looking car, a classic Porsche shape from that period. Car comes down the hill through the left-hander for Graham Hill. He's going to want to carry as much speed as he can to now floor the throttle and accelerate onto the line straight, and crossing the line now. We get there, we are crossing the line. Just waiting for a time to come up as he slows down immediately to bring the car back in, because say these cars do quick change there for the two drivers. So just waiting for a time to actually come up. My screen has yet to update with that time, and picked this moment there to actually drop. So just to quickly jumped screen. So there Ian Wadsworth, car number 5 with a 1:39.0. So currently quickest of the quickest in class 2, but the only class 2 runner that has actually gone at the moment. So you can see what's going on there. And again, cars now out on track, thick and fast, but evenly spaced. So you really can just do your own thing out on track. Just coming around now through Graham Hill Bend. Absolutely gorgeous. The silver number 36 car there of Geraint Evans, a 911 Carrera 3-litre car, a 1975 car with around 277 horsepower. Halfway through his run, he's got now a full lap effectively, Geraint Evans, to actually come through and set a time. So this car was actually a 1975 car and a chassis number 52. So it's a 3.3 litre engine producing 276. That's the car now coming down. And to think, we now also have out on track what looks like that 944 that we saw earlier. So that's going to be the car of Stephen Jury, I think, out there. So apologies for that. A little message came up on the screen I had to quickly read. So the car's now coming through. We have three cars at setting time. Ian Wadsworth is now dropped to third because Andy Fagan has gone quickest in the Boxster with a 1:32.5. So dramatically quicker. 5-second advantage for Andy Fagan in the Class 1 car. So very, very quick car. And time now come through for Geraint Evans, who's dropped to fourth with the 140. With a 1:40.624. So currently it is Andy Fagan quickest from car number 40, which is Wayne Eason in the Boxster. So it's Boxsters 1 and 2 with Andy Fagan on a 1:32.518 and Wayne Eason on a 1:37.960.
Just come out to the back of the garages, Paul, and overlooking the Cooper Straight, which from your commentary box is the one bit that you can't see, but what it does allow me to do is to have a look at the quite glorious South Bank, which is exclusively Porsche owners, and in the sunshine. I'm sure that our photographers that are here this weekend will make an absolute meal of getting a picture of this, but an entirely Porsche inhabited South Bank looks fantastic in the sunshine.
It does, it looks absolutely spectacular. There's got to be, what, 200-300 cars there, do you reckon?
I'm not really very good at estimating these kind of things, but I would say potentially slightly more than that.
That's right, there's a fantastic turnout, I have to say, today. So thank you very much to everyone who's come along and supported us so well on this situation. So cars now coming through. Car 41, Simon Carr, I think, just coming through from where you should be coming past you right now, actually, Alan.
Just has, been and gone.
Yep, so the Porsche came in there, the 2007 car. So we'll keep an eye on Simon Carr to see when he sets a time and where he slots in. Got a number of cars now back in the paddock. Still is Andy Fagan quickest. So Simon Carr crossing the line now. We won't see a time until effectively he completes another half of a lap, and to where he can slot that car in. It's still Andy Fagan quickest from Wayne Eason. Andy Fagan in the 132. Excuse me 1 second.
You're very much wanted on the phone,
I'm popular for race control, yes. 1 second. God, it's nice to be wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, very much in demand.
It is, it is. As another announcement, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it's the same announcement again, because we are still desperate to track down Martin J. Buckland. Martin J. Buckland, can you please go to the back gate, which is in the outer paddock? So the outer paddock, essentially down to Paddock Hill Bend, right on the outside of the circuit, and keep going. There is, if you go down to the back gate, we have something you have lost. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but you will very, very much want it back. So please, Martin J. Buckland, can you please go to the back gate in the outer paddock? Thank you. Sorry about that, which now means I've completely lost track of who's out there, but we do have that absolutely gorgeous. I'm in love with the car of Mel Spear, basically. It's a fantastic livery. And I've got vague recollections now of pictures of that car in Autosport many, many years ago. Back when you had that Carrera Cup and people like Oscar Larrauri out in that car, but it's crossing the line now, absolutely still put. Still Andy Fagan from Wayne Eason with Stephen Jury in third. Stephen Jury there, I think, in that 944 that we saw out earlier. Just watching Mel Spear now going up the hill towards Paddock. And we've also got out on track 39 John Baldock, who's crossing the line. Is to see if that is a time to be set. That's actually John, I think, going on. Yep, John coming off, so just waiting to see a time. And he goes second quickest with 1:36.424, so gets within 3.9 seconds of the flying Andy Fagan. So absolutely superb. We've got the cars now sitting down. This is it, everyone out just chatting to each other. How was your run? How did yours go? Mel Spear has just crossed the line. Just waiting for the screen to actually update. Hasn't updated yet. And we'll see where he slots in. Still no time being registered for Mel Spear. I've seen him cross the line and come back in, so hopefully that's going to happen fairly quickly. But currently, let's get times down now. I think we have 10 cars that have set time, so we do have a little. We should be seeing some of the cars for the second time as they shuffle between drivers. There's quite a little bit of adjustment sometimes. Rare that you get two drivers who are actually the same height and can slot in, but that doesn't mean we've got car 15 out there. So that's Nick Wadsworth in the car that we saw Ian Wadsworth do. Now Ian Wadsworth is currently sitting 6th overall in that car, having done a 1:39.035. So Nick Wadsworth is really going to want to beat that time. And now the screen's updated for Mel Spear, who's gone 10th quickest on a 1:40.498. So we've got the 15 car now coming down the hill. Crossing line now. This is, I think, going to be two set time. Pushing very hard. Tail of the car steps out just a little bit, but nicely gathered up by Nick Wadsworth as he crosses the line. Absolutely superb, and then stands on the brakes. Actually, from where they're being timed to actually slowing the car and coming back into the paddock is quite a little bit of a challenge on its own. But that was Nick Wadsworth in 15, and yeah, he's won the Battle of the Wadsworth by slotting in to 4th overall there with a 137.1, but still nobody getting close to our team. In fact, I do apologise. We've actually had a change at the front that I missed with Tim Barber in the 996 GT3. The 1997 car, who's actually gone quickest and just managed to get 2 seconds in front of Andy Fagan, our long-time leader. So 130.344 for Tim Barber.
Can I just give you a brief insight into what I'm doing?
Go for it, Alan.
I am so get a little lights flash and also a little blip of the throttle. I'm standing in the demo garage, so Harry Foster in the Cayman and Adam Smalley in the 911. 75 years of Porsche this weekend being celebrated with the Festival of Porsche, and of course the 60-year anniversary of the 911 as well. So we'll have these demo laps once we've completed our time runs.
Fantastic, looking forward to that now. Again, times changing around at the top. I'm not convinced the times are actually coming in the order that the car's been on the track. But sorry, we count car number 72, Tim Barber, quickest on a 130.344. And now second, we have David Hilton in the 996 GT3, who's actually showing us second quickest with the 131.535. Third quickest, 44, Andy Fagan, our long-time leader in the Boxster.
Harry Foster is making his way down pit lane, and so too Adam Smalley.
Adam Smalley making the same sort of exit from the pit box that he did earlier on, isn't he?
And Harry Foster was a little bit more eager on the old throttle in the garage as well. I just had a little flashback to having Sunday lunch with Harry's mum and dad at their house. I don't know what it would have been, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. And young Harry saying, "No, I'm not really sure I want to go into car racing," and he didn't for quite a while. And it was only last year or the year before, tail end of the year before, that he decided, actually, no, I would quite like to have a go, because he and his brother both competed in karts. And what a turnaround, eh?
Yeah, look at him now, basically, yes.
Exactly that, yeah.
Very quickly, just before we lose it on the screen, so Tim Barber quickest in car 72 with that 130.344. And then pretty much as I just read them out, so we've got in second place David Hilton, then Andy Fagan. Car 39 is fourth, John Baldock. Car 15 is in fifth place, which is Nick Wadsworth. Sixth place we have car 40, Wayne Easton. Just looking at the class position, Tim Barber quickest in class 1. Ian Baldock, car 39 is quickest. John Baldock, I do apologise, in car 39 is quickest in class 3. Nick Wadsworth heads class 2 and 5th overall. And 7th we have heading class 4, which is Stephen Jury. So those are the class leaders on the first run. So obviously that's another 2 times. So it's your quickest run from any of the 3 sessions, and we'll be seeing those cars towards the end of the day as they come out again. But we do have on the track right now, exactly as we saw earlier on in the day, that we have the demo cars going on. And as I say, that they were enthusiastic towards the end of that session. I'm thinking now that they've had a little time to think about it. And we're not going to see these cars again, so if they wanted to use up the tyres, they could. And it's all going to get very quick out there. Now I'm going to try and find my stopwatch again, because I think we were seeing 46-second laps, if I remember correctly, from the Adam Smalley GT3. So that car is crossing the line right now. No official timing on these sessions, because they don't need any more encouragement. They're just having fun anyway. But I am going to hand time them, so let's not trust it too much, but just to get an idea of how quick they are. So we've got Adam Smalley in the multicoloured Carrera Cup GB car, wearing a livery acknowledging the 76 years of Porsche. yeah, Alan, you know we were talking about people trying hard.
10 tenths for Adam Smalley every time.
Let's discuss dropping 2 wheels off, kicking across the grass.
Oh, did
and
he?
Pushing. No, in a Cayman.
Oh,
which is actually now coming in, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yes, I think this might have been a shorter session than we were hoping for.
What, for Harry?
In fact, I think both cars are coming in.
Oh.
So I think you've got both of them with you. So yeah, okay, that was a real short blast, short and sweet, but they do sound magnificent, these cars. So delighted to actually see them out there again.
Is that the planned conclusion of the demonstration?
I'm hoping not.
Is that
but
all we have time for?
I think the cars are being put away, basically.
Are they?
Yes, so
Right.
that's a shame, but nice to see them again. I wasn't actually expecting that second demo.
You two, you can't be trusted. Get back in your box.
Yes, boys will be boys and all of that, but
And that's what they're doing.
Which of us wouldn't have thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to do that ourselves?
Oh, well, I wouldn't. I'd have been a passenger, but I certainly wouldn't be confident enough to drive either one of these cars at any kind of speed. They are incredible machines to master, and we saw two drivers just on circuit that really have mastered this.
We don't have, I know our next race is actually due to start at 5 to 3, and we are supposed to be having a grid walk before then, so I'm fully expecting the Porsche Boxster Cup cars to come round and form up on the grid. And I must admit, I've not been officially informed, but I believe we can actually be able to access the grid from here on the pit side. There is the tunnel that comes through. You can come into the paddock at any time.
I'm going to have a quick chat to Adam. That wasn't very. You haven't even broken a sweat.
It's not like me. I'm always red and sweaty on the best of days. So that was good.
So how many laps did you get?
I think we did 2 warm-up laps and then an in lap.
And then in. Did you know it was going to be a sort of slightly shorter demo?
No, I thought it was a 10-15 minute run, but at least I left some nice 11s leaving the pit exit.
Yes, you did. You need to get your Sharpie out and sign them. Thank you, Adam. So Harry didn't realise it was going to be a shorter demo either.
No, I didn't realise it was going to be quite that short. But
Are you gearing up for it? I could hear you blipping the old throttle, meaning business.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the flag, I thought, I'd need to make up for it because I was just warming the tyres, so I get some out of some of the corners. But yeah.
Have you enjoyed today? I mean, it's quite nice to be away from the hustle and bustle of a race weekend and just drive the car and enjoy it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nice to, drive a new car, as you say, just relax and enjoy it and just give it a good go and not have to worry about, any of the other stuff that goes on. So yeah, it's been really great.
And if I could mention drop Harry. 2 wheels onto the grass?
Well, I wasn't going to mention drop 2 wheels onto the grass. Okay, now you mention it, I will. Did you drop 2 wheels on the grass? Commentator, he sees everything.
Snitched on me, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Yeah, I gave it some out the corner. Like I said, make up for it a bit.
But you didn't need to keep the tyres anyway, did you?
No, exactly. I mean, I knew I was coming in, so, I mean, bit of grass on the tyre's not going to hurt anything, is it?
Not going to hurt anyone. Still, he's got that big, broad smile on his face. Harry Foster down in the garage. That was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, nice to see, nice to hear those 2 cars back out there again. So that was the current Carrera Cup GB car. And also we had out there the new car for the Cayman Sprint Series for next season, the GT4 Cayman Sprint Series that, again, has been appearing on the Toka package as well as racing elsewhere.
Have you ever been called a grass before?
I think the technical term was a snitch, which
Yes.
for some reason took me straight back to school. and, I felt I ought to go and stand in a corner or something. But we do have now the cars coming around to form up on the grid for this grid walk. So please, if you are in the middle of the circuit, this is a chance just to come on and actually get up and close and personal with the drivers, with the cars, and it should be absolutely exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, slightly false information from me, for which I do apologise. If you want to access the Pix walkabout, and I can see now the big queue over at Paddock Hill Bend, it is actually through the gate at Paddock Hill Bend, which is to the left of the big grandstand, and then do come on through. Cars are actually lining up on the grid now, And as I say, this is an opportunity just to get down, say hello to drivers. And yeah, they're not an alien species. They do like to say hello, so do have a word with them. Most of them are actually very proud of their cars and will tell you how they got into motorsport and what they think of it. So I can look across, and here actually comes the big queue. And I was actually here earlier in the year, and we had a queue at the same place for the pits walkabout when we had the Blanc, well, that's not the Blanc Pommes, it's the World GTs here with Valentino Rossi. And I have to say, everyone's walking quite nicely, because when I was here for that, it was an actual sprint. I've never seen so many people break into a run at one point as they all tried to get to a particular driver and get his autograph.
They were only heading to one driver.
Oh, it was incredible. You can look down from up here.
I know.
And he had his own little, you know, they'd use those little, I'm not sure what you call them, those tensata things. And there was a zigzag queue for Valley and Mr. Rossi, and everyone else had 2 or 3 people in front of him. It was there was no way within the 40-minute session you were going to get everyone signed.
The other drivers love it. They have a really chilled out pit walk, and Valentino has to do all the work.
It is. But yeah, people are already on the grid. You say you do have approaching. Sorry, they're coming at a reasonable rate because they're being marshalled at a reasonable rate. That's very civilised, isn't it? But I'm going to break down for a minute because wonderful man to see from Porsche has actually just brought my lunch up. So I joked earlier on about waitress service, and I've never actually had it here before. It's just been a running gag for many years.
What do you think I've been doing for the last 5 minutes? Yeah, we'll have a little break for lunch and enjoy the grid walk, everybody, and we'll be back very soon.
Brilliant. Thank you, Marlon.
The championship is 8 meetings, 2 races per day. Today we've got 3 though. Right. That's the season. 8 meetings, yeah. Smile, you're on camera, Tom. Oh. Hope you're good at photos, Yops.
Just out of curiosity, what pushes do you run them? What pushes do you run them time?
Where do you want it? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to put on there for you?
What about Dear Alfie? Good luck being a racing driver.
Yeah? Oh. Where do you want it? Anywhere? No pressure. Happy, right? Yeah? Do you want to do me a favour? Do you want to sign there for me? Come on, give me a little signature on top of that.
Write your name on there, buddy.
Write your name on there for me. Lovely, wicked.
If he wins, Alfie, that's all down to you.
Yeah, that's for
if
you.
If he loses, it's down to his talent.
actually watching on the live stream, so.
Oh my God.
Triangle left.
Yep.
You'll see.
Hopefully see towards the front.
Indeed, I'll try and, well, get a couple of places I'd like to think.
You did.
Oh my God, you must get such a buzz. Well, no, I was hi. I was just too hot. I'm nothing to do with it. I'm just trying out the car.
Do you feel like a
She's a celeb. She's our celeb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
So you sort of got a bit mugged on the safety car restart. You know what happened? I was going up and down paddock, and they can't in front of me. Like, stupidly, I thought I'm going to overtake them outside. Then what happened? Where's the steering wheel?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed the lunch break, and fantastic to see so many of you down on the grid for the grid walk and getting amongst the Woods Food Service Porsche Club Motorsport Boxster Cup cars. And I did see sort of people there talking to drivers, having autographs. So fantastic to have you so involved. We've got the cars on the grid. They are going to go off on their green flag lap. So laps, as we saw earlier on, when we had them doing 2 laps early this morning, very, very shortly. We've actually just got the last of the grid walk attendees clearing the circuit down by Paddock Hill Bend. So once we've got the circuit clear, we will get going. And we are going to go straight into race 4 of the day, which is the second Woods Food Service Boxster Cup race. This is going to be another 25-minute race. Their third race of the day will be a little shorter, actually. Will be a 20-minute race. So we just need to bear that in mind when that race comes around. But this is going to be the first race of the afternoon, and we have 5 races this afternoon, and then we will end the day with 2 timed runs for our Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship with Pirelli drivers that we saw earlier on just before lunch out on circuit. So should be very, very exciting. As I say, the car's down there. The driver's going to get a little bit warm sat there in the sun. I did actually venture out the commentary box briefly at lunchtime. Suddenly I see, Alan, everything you were saying about how warm it is out there. And as I came back into here, I realised how cool I have it in here, basically.
It is beautiful. We've had drivers all day saying, oh, it was hot, it was hot, it was hot. But we've been moaning all summer that it hasn't been hot. So we have to make the most of this. It's a gorgeous day for racing at Brands Hatch.
Exactly. The circuit, as ever, looks magnificent. Always a beautifully turned out circuit, even though sometimes actually the grass is cut and the nice stripes are put into it by our photographer Gary Hawkins as a sideline. So a big hello to Gary, who's here today. And so we've got the cars down on the grid, and there is something about race cars with the sun glinting off them. The track is now clear. The gate looks closed at Paddock Hill Bend, so we should be able to go straight into this race, and the cars are actually rolling. So we'll just get everything ready to give you the grid for this race. And this is the grid. This is the second race of the day, so this will actually be the second quickest qualifying times that the cars did in qualifying this morning. And on pole position on the front row of the grid is car 21, Johnny Lovell, with alongside number 6, Mike Thompson. Second row of the grid we have car number 81, Perry Darling, and alongside 23, Zoe Kyle Henney. Third row of the grid is Faye Noble Evans, car number 20, and 46, Matt Goff. Row 4 is 66, Vikram Sudera, and 53, Wayne Gregory. Wayne gained a lot of places in that first race. Fantastic performance on coming back into the series. Row 5, we have 55, Scott Adams, and number 8, Will Toon. And on row 6, we have 90, Sarah Thompson, and 33, Jessica Wilkinson. Two of our ladies are lining up. On behind them, we have row 7, we have 51, Tony Levy, and 38, Eric Bridges. And on row 8, we have 125, Craig Horvath, and 24, Sarah Wood. And hopefully, and I must admit, I didn't see if it was there, but we did. I'm hoping that we did actually have at the back of the grid. And no, I can't actually see the car of Phil Graham at the moment. That was the car that was actually caught up in that impact. But I think I did see the car of Vikram Sudera back out there, which, considering the heavy impact, and that car 66 is going around with a lot of tape on the right-hand front wing, and there was a wheel hanging off that car. So absolutely fantastic performance by the unique Porsche guys to actually put that car back together and get Vikram back out there. He did actually come into this meeting sitting second in the points, so points are vital, but that is an absolutely phenomenal performance by the team to put that back together. And unfortunately, we do not have at the back of the grid the other car that was caught up in that bit of a tangle, which was Phil Graham, so a bit of a loss there, unfortunately. But that does mean we do have the other cars there. Now, last time, Johnny Lovell really sort of just opened up a gap and was fairly under control. Then we had a safety car, and he had to do it all again, but was never really given any problems in that one. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do this time around. And we've got to say, it's a little bit of a challenge going on. Mike Thompson, I think, certainly would like to get back to winning ways. He did win the final race at Silverstone last time out. And Perry Darling, as we saw on the podium, is determined to try and stay more. He felt he got a little bit caught out, I think, on the safety car restart, but is determined not to let that happen again. And he will be pushing hard to actually get away. These are identical Boxsters running on treaded Pirelli tyres. They all have a minimum weight, they're all 3.2 litre Boxsters on a minimum weight of 1,350 kilos. So this is a series where the driver can really make a difference. Cars now coming around. This time they will form up on the grid, having done their 2 green flag laps. Johnny Lovell doesn't want to really get onto pole position too quickly. He just wants everyone to back up right behind him, so he spends as little time as possible sitting there with his car just starting to cook in these heat. He wants a bit of temperature into the brakes, he wants a bit of temperature into the tyres, but it is a hot day and he doesn't want to be stationary with the air not moving around him. And so we do have in 4th place Zoe Carl-Henny. That's a fantastic performance from Zoe from qualifying. If she can get a good start, then she could be right up there too.
I'll see if I can get a chat with Peter, who is dad during the course of this race.
That's right, yeah, an enthusiastic supporter of...
He's brilliant.
Yes.
He's brilliant.
Yeah, a racing family, the Carl-Hennys. I think Matt is here, her brother, a former, actually, Porsche Club motorsport champion, yeah. So cars now sat on the grid, green flag waves at the back of the grid, just waiting for the red lights to come on. Red light comes on, red light comes off, and again it's Johnny Lovell and Mike Thompson, very, very evenly matched off the line, side by side as they head down towards again, Zoe Carl-Henny losing a couple of places. Faye Noble-Evans has slipped up the side of Zoe Carl-Henny to take a place, and I think possibly move into 5th, but Wayne Gregory is sitting alongside Faye Noble-Evans on the run up to there as they are battling for 5th place, but it's Johnny Lovell from Mike Thompson going through Druids. Perry Darling, so the first 3, in fact the first 4 as we finished the last race, with Matt Goff in 4th place in the white number 46 Boxster. Faye Noble-Evans then heading Wayne Gregory and Jess Wilkinson, who's come through. So in fact Zoe Carl-Henny's car is stopped up at Druids facing the wrong way. So hopefully she's going to get that car going again.
Okay, maybe I won't chat to Peter then.
Yeah, let's give it a few minutes, shall we?
Rain check on that one, eh?
Yeah, sadly the car now sat stationary on the apex at Druids, and I can't see that car moving at the moment. So Johnny Lovell coming through, going to lead the first race, but I'm a bit worried what he's actually going to be greeted by. In fact, that car, yeah, she has spun the car around and got it going, so we are fantastic work from Zoe. Certainly not what you expect to suddenly be spun around and facing the wrong way, but Johnny Lovell has come through at the end of that first lap with a 0.9 second advantage over the field. Just looking down to see where the challenges are going on up and down the field. And it's Johnny Lovell just starting to stretch away. It's very, very much following the script of that first race, but car I'm going to keep an eye on is I think the car for Johnny Lovell actually goes wide on the exit of Graham Hill, went very wide over the into the green. Basically, that's track limits and then some.
Car 66 into pit lane.
Vikram Sudera, that's the car that had all the work done on it.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a shame. So that front right corner had to be a total rebuild. Zoe Carl-Henny coming in as well. So that's 2 cars into the pit lane.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was surprised, amazed they did all the work to get Vikram Sudera out there. So obviously the car just not quite.
Yeah, the car is fully patchworked on the right front, isn't it? Very neat job as well with tape, but also damage down the right-hand side. But I think the steering is not quite right. I think that's what they're checking now.
That's right. I've got another car actually rejoining, having gone off on the run down from Druids, which is Brian Richardson. Again, he rejoins before the leaders get there. So again, no need for any issues, no flags or anything as the lead group get there. Johnny Lovell, in fact, it's, Mike Thompson went wide. This is the flying Matt Goff. And I'm trying to look, I think we've lost Perry Darling. I'm just looking around to try to see where Perry Darling's car is. I suspect I've got an awful lot of people pointing to me and saying it's over there. But we've lost ground from Perry Darling. So certainly, in fact, he's tumbled right down the order. But that's really shuffled the order around because we've got Johnny Lovell leading. And it looks to me to be Matt Goff in the car 46, the Porsche Centre Cardiff car that is actually running in 2nd place now. Mike Thompson in 3rd, but Fordham right back towards that battle that was headed up by Faye Noble-Evans. So Faye Noble-Evans could be chasing down her first podium finisher. Johnny Lovell goes through, Matt Goff goes through. Very, very quick to bear the fastest race lap to date by Johnny Lovell. Yes, it is Mike Thompson in 3rd from Faye Noble-Evans. It's got Wayne Gregory right behind her, 0.3 of a second back, and only half a second further back from that, Scott Adams in the number 55 car, the silver car with the big yellow circle on the side. Vikram Sudera, I think, has rejoined, is going very slowly, just letting everyone else past out of Druids. So great driving by Vikram, just staying out the way. Needs to get himself back online at some point, but I don't think that's going to be for, he's just nicely letting everyone back past. He's not racing them anymore. I think he's just coming out to see how that car actually is. So Johnny Lovell now our race leader, putting out a handy gap. It was a gap of 1.8 seconds last time across. Looks even bigger than that now. Slightly deceptive as he is closing on Brian Richardson, who had a spin earlier on. Sorry, it's not Brian Richardson, I do apologise. It's Will Toon actually in that car.
So Zoe's car, they're repairing a little bit of damage. I've just been chatting to Matt actually in the garage, who is brother, and it was the result of a little tangle that the car went round, and seemingly with a bit of damage at the right rear of the car. They are now putting the wheel back on, so hopefully that's all been fixed and Zoe can be on her way. Hello, Peter. Well, I'm all right, thank you very much indeed. I was going to have a chat to you during this race anyway, and then I decided probably I'd leave it a while, because not the best of starts to this one.
No, it wasn't. Unfortunately, Vic tapped her, as you can see, put the tracking out of the back, but they've just reset it, so she's going to go for the fastest lap now, so keep an eye on her.
Okay, well, she was really good at fastest lap this morning, wasn't she? 4th in quali.
She was 4th in quali and the fastest female here, which is great. And now she is angry, so we'll see what she can do. So it's
quite a racing dynasty, the old Carl Henny dynasty, isn't it?
It is, yes. We were at Silverstone on Tuesday with Matthew in the new Cayman RS. What a car that is, absolutely astonishing. So Matt's in the championship, he's 3rd in AM at the moment, so he's doing pretty well. But he got a taster of the next level up, if you like, and guess what he wants on his Christmas list this year. So
Dad might want one of those as well, no?
Indeed he will. So Dad's hoping that he's going to be back in Carrera Cup.
Are you? Really good.
Keeping his fingers crossed, but the way those Caymans are running, I don't know, maybe we should be doing that instead.
You never know, Peter. Thank you very much indeed. Good to have a chat to you. Zoe, meanwhile, is on her way.
Yeah, Zoe's rejoined to see where she's sitting actually out in the pack. She's actually come out to quite a group of cars, so she will be getting up to speed almost immediately. Another pit visit, actually, Sarah Thompson. So this hasn't been a good first few laps for our ladies. The car number 90 rejoining. Didn't spot anything there happening with Sarah, but she's rejoined. That's a car that she's been run by Sarah's father for her. Sarah's actually deaf, so whereas often the drivers in there, they can hear the engine, they can hear the tyre noise or whatever, Sarah is actually completely deaf, so she's not using that sensory input to help her at all. And there is a note on her car warning marshals that she's deaf, so she can only actually hear them if she can see them to lip read them, if should any incident happen. But we are 6 laps into this race, 18 minutes, 43 seconds left of the 25 minutes. Johnny Lovell currently with a 3.8 second lead in car 21. Matt Goff in car 46, running in 2nd. In 3rd place, we've got Mike Thompson in car 6, just within a second of Matt Goff. Closing back up was quicker, actually, quite a chunk quicker, a whole second the last time round. Faye Noble Evans in 4th in that pink and black Boxster, with Wayne Gregory in car 53. Right behind, so just looking across to where that lead battle is, and it really is Johnny Lovell doing very, very much as he has. And actually Sarah Thompson is actually back out, but again, rear spoiler damage, that car is flapping about, so I think that's going to be a visit back in, unfortunately, so contact there potentially. Faye Noble Evans starting to ease away, but now the battle starting to look like the battle for 2nd. In fact, Faye Noble Evans can see that battle up ahead of her as she runs in 4th. But it's back off now. Mike Thompson, who lost a little bit of ground earlier on, starting to close right up on Matt Goff. Taking a very good line, Mike Thompson through Druids, coming back down the hill. It's the white car with the yellow wheels and the black and mostly white car with red trim of Mike Thompson, who gets very cleanly through Graham Hilpen. That's a fantastic line there from Mike Thompson, who looks inside Matt Goff as they get to 30. The left-hander doesn't quite make it. Is he in a better position to move across as they go right-hander? He is. He's gone from the inside on one corner to the inside on the next corner. That's put him inside Matt Goff. It gives him a slightly tighter line through clearways. He's got less distance to cover, but Matt Goff has got the outside line. But it looks like Mike Thompson has moved ahead and has claimed 2nd place. Yes, Matt Goff tucks in behind halfway down the pit straight, and that is Mike Thompson with a very, very nice piece of driving. Set up several corners before moving up into 2nd. Leader now up to Druids, already amongst the back markers. He's catching up on Sarah Thompson, because he's going to get a good view of that flapping rear spoiler on that yellow and red Boxster. Matt Goff, again, I think thought about having a little dive back there at Druids on Mike Thompson, but nothing to play for there. And again, behind Faye Noble Evans, I think lapping quite quickly, just looking at Faye's last lap time. In fact, it's the car behind Faye Gregory, but Faye Noble Evans, Wayne Gregory, that actually set the fastest lap time of the race last time through. And Faye herself in the 56 is only a tenth slower, so those cars are on the move. So do keep an eye on the cars running 4th and 5th. Car 20, the black and pink Boxster of Faye Noble-Evans, and Rain Gregory in the blue car, bearing the allegiance to Woods Food Service, our series sponsor, running right behind. And Wayne actually did take a win, I think, late last season. So he has actually had a win in his series, but he's only done one outing so far this year. But delighted to have Wayne back. Very, very cheerful guy who really enjoys his racing. So it's coming up through Druids now, that little battle. And with Maggoff definitely falling back from Mike Thompson. So he did a big charge earlier on. Whether he's just put a bit too much heat into those tyres, I'm not sure. But he's certainly starting to fall back. Last time round, the gap from Maggoff to Mike Thompson was 0.9, with Faye Noble-Evans another almost exactly a second further back. We just need to keep a little bit of an eye on that, because I think Faye Noble-Evans and certainly Wayne Gregory, who's right behind her, are the cars on the move at the moment. Leader crosses the line, having completed 9 laps. So Johnny Lovell, 9 laps now. Another win to add to his total. This means if he wins the last race, I think he virtually has, if not one, if not both hands on the championship. We'll have to wait until everything's official and points have been checked, etc., etc. But it does get complex, of course, because there are more points on offer for the final 2 rounds at Snetterton and the first weekend of October. And also, you have to drop 2 scores, which does make the mathematics a little bit complex.
That's really complicated.
Oh.
My head hurts already.
We have extra bonus points for starting the last 2 rounds. You have a point for getting your championship entry, your race entry in on time. You have a point for basically having a nicely presented car. You have a number of points linked to how many starters you have in your class to stop people winning the class from just one car.
Incentive-based, I see.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. You should see the spreadsheet I run and try and do during the final 2 races of the year.
Rather you than me.
I've never got the winner wrong in 17 seasons. Well, I've got the points total wrong, but I've always fortunately had everyone in the right order.
That's good news.
Usually the lead commentator looks at me and expects me to name a champion as we cross the line. But it's part of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just what you do, basically. So again, just watching up Mike Thompson coming up to lap Sarah Thompson, no relation, on the run down to the hill. Sarah again with that, a little bit of bodywork damage, so obviously some contact there. Gap closing up, and quite a few cars starting to close up behind. Scott Adams again, and one of my favourite liveries actually on that car 55. It's a very, I think, a car that was a livery that was on a Porsche 550 from back in the 1950s in the Carrera Panamera in the US, but a fantastic old-fashioned livery with Telefunken on it. There's a name from the past for anyone into a very, very old electrical and electronic equipment.
Made televisions, didn't they?
They did, and radios, things
That's
like
right,
that, if I remember correctly. It's just a great name, isn't it? Telefunken.
Yes. German, mate.
It is, it is. I just like dropping it in the conversation.
Yeah, no, good for you.
Johnny Lovell driving his own race now, 4.5 seconds clear. And just looking at the gap again, everything's starting just to, everyone's lapping very, very similar in the 57s. 57, actually Johnny Lovell did actually dip into the 56s that time, but all the cars behind are into the 57s. Rain Gregory still just, again, always that fraction quicker than everyone else, but it is only a fraction. And it is very, very easy. You know, you have to work like mad for a driver to take a 10th out of all the cars in front of you, and then you can lose it in a moment when you actually just make a brief mistake, or even a mistake we can't see from up here. Will Toon has come in and pitted. I think that car actually spun earlier on. I misidentified it, because it does have an identical livery to Brian Richardson's Boxster that is coming out in the next race. Sorry, the race after next. But Will Toon back in, and only in his 4th race, so again, rapid experience, Will Toon. So Johnny Lovell now on a race with now behind him. We've now got 5 cars, and this time Wayne Gregory really starting to get much closer there to Faye Noble-Evans. I think that really is the battle of the race at the moment. So Faye Noble-Evans starting to have to get a little bit defensive as they come through Druids, coming down the hill. Wayne Gregory slightly looks to the inside, but still 3 or 4 lengths back, so no way through there. And so I'm just looking at Graham Hill Bend, and there's these poor, almost like they're dead bollards that have been knocked out from the inside of the corner, just laid on the grass. So it's actually, you should think Mr. Palmer will start charging. So we're keeping an eye on that battle now for 4th place. Johnny Lovell crosses the line. Mike Thompson now easing away, seen off that challenge from Matt Goff for second place. Matt Goff crosses in third. Faye Noble Evans, next car across, our leading of our number of ladies. Again, now a fastest race lap that time round with a 56.150. That is a really quick lap from Faye Noble Evans. Superb driving. So she really is pushing, but as I say, that's still only a fraction quicker, just over a tenth quicker than Wayne Gregory, who's right behind her and pushing her along. And again, it's that classic scenario with those two cars. We do seem quicker in the different parts of the circuit, but what they are quicker than is that car in front, which is Matt Goff again, but only by sheer tenths of a second. So they'd love to close up and be in a position to make a challenge, but everyone just driving these cars right on the edge, right on the limit of what they can actually do as the clock ticks down. 10.5 minutes left of these 25 minutes of racing. So again, that little group across the line, still equally spread, still pushing very, very hard. Just looking now to see who's got the lap times, and it's a 56.4 for Mike Thompson, it's a 56.4 for Matt Goff, it's a 56.3 for Faye Noble Evans, it's a 56.3 for Wayne Gregory. That is how close they are, matched on times, equally matched, equally spread, pushing those cars and the grip from those tyres as hard as they can. But all of which is Johnny Lovell just serenely driving out in front to add another win to his tally for the season. That is absolutely
what was it he said? I just came up, I wanted to win a race. Yeah, but you got 2 more yet, mate.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's managing expectations, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
So fantastic performance. But yeah, has been very, very good in this series, Johnny Lovell, considering he's done a little bit of Clio racing before. And I remember chatting to one of our competitors, goes, oh, he's done Clio Cup. No, it was actually the 750 Motor Club's Clio series.
I didn't think I recognised the name.
No, he's just literally just done a bit of front end, but for some reason his way of driving just really, really works in these cars.
What was it he was saying? Just be relaxed in the car.
Yeah. He says if you try and force the car, you lose time. So it's a case of just being relaxed with it. And you've interviewed Johnny now twice, I think, and you know how chilled and relaxed he is.
He is, yeah.
But this really works for driving these cars, and he already has a Porsche, a Club Championship Class 1 car in the garage ready for next year. So
it's not a bad thing to look forward to, is it?
It's not. As a lot of people have found, it's a big step up because there's a learning curve on slicks and just bringing the tyres in and knowing where the grip is and knowing where the limit of the grip is. So it's going to be a learning curve, but yeah, lovely guy, nice guy to have about, and yeah, he's got plans for the future.
Yeah, good news.
And it's always nice to go into a new championship with a championship behind you as well. So fantastic. Get that group crossing the line for that battle this time. Again, trading fastest laps, fastest race lap that time round for Mike Thompson. So he is just staying that little bit clear, 1.3 seconds clear of Matt Goff in third place. So great driving from Mike there. Mike Thompson, as I say, he's had one win this season. He's had a win, I think, a couple of years ago as well. Not a prolific winner, but a prolific podium visitor. Very, very consistent and always there or thereabout. Scott Adams actually starting to fall off the back of that battle, as is actually Wayne Gregory, who's starting to fall away from Faye Noble Evans. 1.2 seconds now. I'm beginning to wonder if people are, you know, we're saying it's about the temperatures today. Certainly these tyres, which they do have to use these tyres for multiple races across the season, getting a little bit tired.
I'm on the side of the drivers now. It is really hot this afternoon. So it's going to be very tricky inside the cars.
That makes a lot of sense. You can see that the drivers are going around, and you know, there's in fact, I saw Wayne Gregory has one of those little slots in his driver's window, so he can get a little bit of air in, but everyone else with the windows tightly wound up. And sorry, I was just distracted. I thought I saw a couple of cars going slowly on Cooper Straight, but possibly I think that was just being deceptive there. Leader now again lapping the back markers. He's got himself amongst back markers, so they are finally starting to catch those slower cars. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't think that's going to cause Johnny Lovell any problems, but we've seen how closely matched the five cars, maybe all the way back to Scott Adam behind him are. Scott Adam actually drastically falling away from that group. So if they get to the back markers at the wrong part, we could see those gaps shrink. They're all about a second, maybe 3/4 of a second apart, the cars from second, third, fourth and fifth at the moment, but they are going to catch the back markers, certainly I think up around Druids, if not on Druids, on the run down from Druids to Graham Hill Bend. So Mike Thompson is actually going to get to those cars first. Johnny Lovell again still going up the hill, going to duck inside a back marker. Nicely done by I think that's Eric Bridges up there. yeah, does duck inside Eric Bridges. In fact, Mike Thompson gets past the first of the back markers, as does Matt Goff, but that's taking yards out of those gaps. Certainly a lot closer to Mike Thompson is Matt Goff. I think Faye Noble Evans gained, but I don't think she lost anything either.
The going gets tough. Billy Ocean.
Oh,
back to the 80s.
Oh,
yeah.
I saw Billy in concert earlier this year.
Oh, did you? We're just going through the playlist as it's happening in, which garage is it? Let me tell you which garage it is. But the music, the tunes have been pumping out all afternoon. And it's garage number 8.
Garage number 8. Oh, so it's, yeah, with Will Toon, the Rindt vehicle design. That's going to be Brian Richardson and his team, yes. So, playing music of my era.
Retro playlist.
Retro playlist. But while all that's going on, yes, a race is broken out. Trading fastest laps. This time, Johnny Lovell last time round was the fastest car on track. As we 20 laps complete and 5 minutes 20 seconds left.
Suppose we shouldn't call it a playlist, we should call it a mixtape.
I have you know I still make mixtapes.
Do you? That doesn't surprise me, Paul. not in the least.
So I had a little glow of retrospective joy as I thought back to the glorious days. But yeah, let's just see where we are then. So the leader has gone through, just looking for that battle that we were saying was so close for those cars battling over second, third and fourth. Looking to see where they are now, coming across the line now. So Mike Thompson again, Matt Goff, who dropped about a second and a half, almost 2 seconds off Mike Thompson earlier in the race, is now within a second of him again. We've got Faye Noble Evans, and I'm just looking at their best race laps, and they are so ridiculously close. Matt Goff, favourite best race lap of 56.024. Faye Noble Evans at 56.004. And Wayne Gregory 56.229. So very, very evenly matched. So it's going to take something a little extra, a little bit of the X factor, I think, just to try. And Mike Thompson looked to go inside a back marker going through 30s and didn't make it. That's going to bottle him up through the next 2 corners and to put Matt Goff right with him. Matt Goff actually goes wide to see if there's a better line through there, to see if he could get alongside Mike Thompson, who is still bottled up by the back markers. And maybe that's going to give Faye Noble Evans an advantage, because she's had a perfectly clean run through them and past them. Mike Thompson just trying to get inside Eric Bridges on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. Matt Goff does a large dive from way back, but confidently goes through. And that could have all gone very wrong, but he did it very, very nicely. And in fact, the loser there, I think, has been Wayne Gregory, who's been caught behind another car and was unable to get past there. So let's just see what Faye Noble Evans, yep, has actually also got past the back marker. So the top 3 cars there, so second, third and fourth placed cars through there. Wayne Gregory has been a bit bottled up, so he's unfortunately the loser through that period. But again, they've emerged somehow with the gaps pretty much the same as they were before they started. So firstly, our leader, Johnny Lovell, who has an advantage of 5.5 seconds now, is getting to these back markers first. So that's sort of warning them, if you like, that there are quicker cars coming. And he actually went to go outside a car there and then found there was already a car in the space that he wanted to be. So he's actually pushing on now, going down there, down Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids. Behind, we've got Mike Thompson with the evenly spaced back off. The same gap, it looks to me, back to Faye Noble Evans. So that gap of 0.8 and 0.7 respectively. So it looked the same by eye, and it looked the same to the timing systems that we have around this Brands Hatch circuit. So is there going to be a late charge from Matt Goff? He certainly showed some amazing pace earlier in the race, but now has fallen back a little bit. But we can hope that Matt is maybe just going to get a challenge and put a little bit of pressure on Mike Thompson, deny Mike Thompson his second place of the day. But one man who isn't under any sort of pressure is our race leader, Johnny Lovell. Now 23 laps complete. He's going to be crossing the line with just over 2 minutes left. So another 3 laps maybe from Johnny Lovell. And then it will be his second win of the day. Mike Thompson crosses in second place, 4.8 seconds. Again, very, very close on lap times at this stage of the race. In fact, the slower drive was Johnny Lovell with a 57.2. Yep, so it's then Matt Goff in third and Faye Noble Evans, who is now running in fourth place. So again, those cars come down the hill, catching up with Zoe Carr-Henny, who rejoined after getting a little bit of a tap. She squeezes up the way to let Matt Goff past. sorry, to let Mike Thompson pass Matt Goff, dives down at the inside as well. And Faye Noble-Evans unfortunately didn't quite get past her. She's going to go the long way round the outside through clearways. Nice car control as she brings that car back onto line, having been forced slightly wider than she wanted to do. And coming onto the pit lane, but certainly I think it's all looking a bit stable, actually. Certainly we're down all the way down the top 5 at the moment. Wayne Gregory, who lost out a little bit through the back markers, is now back on the pace, but has dropped 1.4 seconds back. Scott Adams now coming through in 6th place, and also coming through any second now. We should see the car with a very attractive stripy bonnet and across the roof, almost the rainbow colours there on Jess Wilkinson, car 33, who actually has Perry Darling, who spun his way down the order and has actually managed to recover. Slightly ignored Perry, so he's got himself back up to 8th, and we'll be trying to chase down Jess Wilkinson in those final laps. Leader coming through clearways. He's going to cross the line, I think, before we get to 0 on the clock. Just in case we have looking down, I can't see a checkered flag being prepared, so we're not going to get the checkered flag waved a couple of seconds early as we sometimes do. Leader crosses the line now, 12 seconds left, so this is definitely going to be the final lap of the race. We've got Mike Thompson coming through with Matt Goff and Faye Noble-Evans again looking all closer, exactly 0.7 between the 3 cars. Each gap is 0.7 of a second. So we will watch those for any excitement on the final lap. The other move, I think, could be crossing the line now. Jess Wilkinson, who's got Perry Darling chasing her down, but I think Jess has got that in hand and fully under control. Coming down the hill now, we've got 2nd place Mike Thompson. Back off behind. Faye Noble-Evans takes a lot of curb, but still seems to be able to carry the speed that she wanted through the corner. Those cars are coming up now. Johnny Lovell is now doing that last lap. This is, drivers joke about it, but then they always tell you this is where you're listening for any strange noise, anything to go wrong, anything to change in the car. As you know, you've got that in sight. Checkered flag comes out, and it's Johnny Lovell takes the win for the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup, his 2nd win of the day. And on the run to the line, it is Mike Thompson taking 2nd from Matt Goff 3rd. Faye Noble-Evans in 4th place, just 0.4 of a second behind Matt Goff. Coming across the line very, very soon, we should see our 5th place car, the silver 55 of Scott Adams, that takes the flag right now. 55, and it is Jess Wilkinson who just holds off Perry Darling, crossing the line for 6th and 7th. Eric Bridges takes 8th, a lap down. And then we have 9th place, we have car 51, Tony Levy, on, say, his debut in the series this weekend. So fantastic performance from Tony. And in fact, Wayne Gregory is actually shown as having pitted. So he is actually shown as 10th. So Wayne Gregory in the pits, must have come in the pits right at the very end. But fantastic win from Johnny Lovell. Great start to our afternoon of racing. And next up, we are going to see, for the 2nd time today, we are going to see the Eden Race Hire Porsche Open Cars and also the 911 Challenge cars back out with them. And in fact, I can see those cars already down in the pit lane at this end of the pit lane, getting ready to come back out.
Lining up the dummy grid for the entirety of the Boxster race. So they are race control, and the marshals down in pit lane are well ahead of the game this afternoon.
So we're trying to rattle this along quite nicely.
Yeah. Well, we know we've got probably quite a lot of Porsches to take to the circuit at the end of the day for the parade. So, so the earlier we finish the racing, the sooner we can get what I imagine is going to be an Indy circuit full of Porsches.
Very, very much so. Yeah, so congratulations to Johnny Lovell, our winner there, from Mike Thompson, Matt Goff, Faye Noble-Evans, Scott Adams. In 6th place, Jess Wilkinson, who just hold off the recovering Perry Darling, who came home 7th. Eric Bridges was 8th and a lap down. In 9th place, we had Phil Livy with a fantastic performance on his debut. And in 10th place, Wayne Gregory. Though Wayne Gregory actually finished the race in the pits, so we'll see. He didn't actually get to take the flag, so I'm not quite sure how that one works. But that was a fantastic performance there. So next up is going to be the Open. I need to desperately try and find. Fortunately, we do have people bringing us up the grid sheets, which is very, very nice. So we've got for race number 2. So race number 5. I've got an amended 2. So there's been a lot of shuffles on this grid. So hopefully we'll wait a few minutes, get the cars out, and then we can actually start talking about the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup and 911 Challenge. Now, Alan, are we going to a podium on this race straight away?
That's the plan. I'm making my way up the stairs. This journey is going to get slower as the afternoon goes on. I can just feel it in my legs.
I'm fully with you. I'm getting near nap time, trust me.
Well, the plan is that we're going to have a podium. Here's the door again. I'll go backstage, and yes, people are here. This is good news.
Fantastic. So we'll let Alan, obviously the drivers, when the cars come in, they do go into Park Fermo, which is right at the opposite end of the pit lane to where Alan needs them on the podium. But that's because we do need to weigh cars and just check cars for legality. It is just something that gets done. It's 99.999% of the time cars are perfectly legal, because particularly in a series like the Boxsters, where everyone is in identical equipment, any discrepancy, anyone who has actually got something a bit different tends to get shown up very, very quickly on lap time. So there's no hiding place there. So we will let time just catch up with Alan and hopefully get those 3 drivers down there. We can hear from Johnny Lovell on his 2nd win of the day. But looking ahead, that was race 4. We're about to go into race 5, which, as we said, is going to be the Eden Race Hire Porsche Open with 911 Challenge cars out there. And then we are going to see the second race of the day for the Porsche Club Championship. We had a very exciting race for them earlier on, which unfortunately ended when we had a car in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, Kevin Harrison with a couple of laps to go. So unfortunately that was a slightly truncated race. That's actually going to be their last race of the day for the Porsche Club Championship. And then we quickly just cycle through, and as opposed to every other race today where we had 25-minute races, we're going to have 2 20-minute races for the Boxster Cup, the cars we have just seen. And that's effectively replacing the race that they didn't have at Alton Park back on the 1st of July, because we actually had a GT car, nothing to do with us. We were just something else that was on the same schedule, punch a huge hole in the barriers at Alton Park, which took 3.5 hours to repair, unfortunately. Normally barrier repairs, very, very slick, and is very organised, but in this case it was right down to foundation level and a lot of work to actually rebuild the barriers. So we had some, in fact the open cars did not get to have their second race, and the Boxsters had a race that ended up with only having the safety car themselves after the first lap, and the race was declared after 3 laps. So effectively they didn't get their time on track. So we are making up for it today on this meeting that is almost is entirely actually Porsche Club Motorsports race activities. So as you say, Porsche Club themselves absolutely huge, as evinced by the fact that we can virtually fill, it appears, Brands Hatch with road-going Porsches today. So fantastic performance. Big thank you to everyone that has come along. And as I did say this first thing this morning, and I'm going to say it again now, so a big hello to anyone from Region 17 down on the south coast down in Hampshire, which is the region I belong to. Not that I own a Porsche, unfortunately, but I have been to some of their meetings and very much look forward to getting to one of their meetings again. So a big hello to everyone from Region 17 from myself. But looking around, it is absolutely superb at the amount of cars that we can see, particularly now looking across to the ones at the South Bank behind me where I sit, so on the opposite side of where the pits are of the circuit, with the sun glinting off them. There's an awful lot of very clean, very tidy and very polished cars down there. As I say, just waiting. Can't see anything that needs tidying up on the circuit. So no stray cars that need bringing in or anything. So I'm hoping that we can get going quite quickly. This next race is scheduled for 15:35. So we are actually running a few minutes ahead of schedule. We've got 5 minutes in hand at the moment, but we do need the cars to come round onto the grid. Now these cars will be doing a rolling start. So it's going to be a little bit different. We saw them do that earlier on. It does mean we have the cars arrive at the first corner very, very quickly, but it does also take a little bit of strain off the transmissions and the clutches of these very, very powerful cars. So say everyone's down in the pit lane waiting to come out for the next car. And we'll hopefully see what's actually going on there. So hopefully that, but also hoping that Alan does it very soon, actually get his 3 drivers back there so we can hear the stories of their races. But the rest of the day, as I say, we actually work our way through the various races, and then we're going to end the day again with the cars that we saw just before the lunch break, which is going to be the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship cars actually out on track. And they've got 2 more timed runs, and they're all going to be chasing fastest time of the day, which is always the accolade that those drivers are after. Any of the runs can be the run that they actually set their fastest time on. It's all about just going as quick as possible. They've had their 2 practice runs this morning. They have then had 1 timed run, which was just before lunch. So they're actually now in the outer paddock. They got a little bit of time to think about it. Some of them might have been running in-car video, in which case you stop and look at the video. Maybe you can adjust your line. Maybe you could have tried a different gear. So they've got some time to think about it. Maybe even just play with the setup on the cars where some of them have actually got the option to do so. And we shall be seeing those cars later on. Right, I'm just going to quickly just shuffle through my notes, get my grid ready for the next race, and we will be back shortly. Cars now on track for our race 5 of the day, the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup and 911 Challenge. These cars just being led round by the safety car, and we will see quite a bit of zigging and zagging by these cars as they do try and get a heat, certainly with the open cars, with the GT3 Cup cars, with those big fat slicks that they have on those cars. They will just want to get a bit more heat into them.
We might get an overlap, you know, Paul, because we haven't got drivers for the podium yet.
If we go for it, let's do the podium if it comes. So just chip in when you actually get anyone. We've still got the green flag laps and everything to go, Alan. So I'm assuming we've got the opposite people in the cars to win the earlier races, because that would seem the logical way of doing it.
Let's assume that.
Yep. As long as we both say the same thing, we're fine and dandy, aren't we, basically?
Until we get to the podium.
Yes, and I'm in the clear at that point.
you are, yeah.
So, yeah, cars now are lining up on the grid. These cars are, as I say, it will be a rolling start, so they will be quite gentle off the line behind the safety car and then released to actually go racing. So it will be quite spectacular. Certainly I'm looking across now to the big grandstand at the top of Paddock Hill Bend, and those of you there will have a great view of these cars arriving at quite some speed and turning into the first corner, it says. Archie Hamilton was pushed quite hard in that first race by David Harrison in the 151 at stages, so it's going to be interesting to see if anyone can actually really just get on the pace of Archie and actually do anything about that flying number 18 car, which has really it's won all bar one race. We started off with these cars actually at the wonderful Anglesey circuit back in May, if I remember correctly. And it was absolutely spectacular. Weather was very much like this, actually. And the Anglesey circuit is a photographer's dream because you literally have circuit, cliff, and Irish Sea. So it does look absolutely spectacular. And from the commentary box there, it is circuit, cliff, sea, and Snowdonia in the background. So it does look absolutely phenomenal place to be when the weather's nice. Not such a great place to be when the weather isn't nice, but that was the opening round that we had these cars out there. And Archie Hamilton reputedly set the 5th fastest ever lap of the circuit by a car with a roof. So that was quite some driving from Archie to actually pull that one. I'm still not convinced where he came up with that stat from, but it's a fantastic stat. Cars now rolling behind the safety cars. As I say, we will see the cars just weaving around, trying to get some temperature into the big slick tyres, certainly on the GT3s. And at the back of the grid, looking very, very different to all the cars at the front of them with the huge wings hanging off the back. We've got, this time, as I say, I was rather taken aback actually last time by James Neal announcing his retirement on the podium, because James has been racing on and off with us for many, many years, and a lovely gentleman to have about the place. So he will be much missed effectively.
But lovely that he's got the family all here to enjoy the day. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. In fact, everyone's just come along to did you say his grandchildren were here?
Did, yeah.
Yeah, what did you do at the weekend? I watched Grandad win a race.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Yeah, it doesn't get much better, does it?
No, not really.
But yeah, fantastic. But this time around, it will be Neil Harvey in the car. Now, Neil Harvey actually originally built that car up to be raced in the Porsche Club Championship. And it was raced there quite successfully. And then James has had the car since, and they actually now share it. So it takes turns. So this should be Neil Harvey in the car this time around. When I spoke to them this morning, the plan was Neil would do the middle of the 3 races. So I'm just going to look down if it is a red race suit in that car that's crossing the line now, the number 11. And yes, it is a red race suit. So that's going to be Neil Harvey. And right behind him, we've got, as I commented earlier on, looking absolutely diminutive compared to the big GT3 cars in front. It's Mike Johnson in his 911 SC, car that dates all the way back to 1983. That makes it almost as old as you, Alan.
Slightly older, Paul.
Oh.
Slightly wide of the mark there, but I'll take it. Thank you.
No problem at all. But yeah, those 2 cars really are having their own race. They're not necessarily competing with the cars in. Right, so the red lights have come on already. Now, this is not red lights on for a race stoppage. This is red lights on for a race start, and they can race when the lights go out. Safety car is slowing down. Cars will be forming up, hopefully, into a 2x2 grid. So we're just going through clearways. Cars should come in, pick up their slots, and then we will actually go racing. So it's going to be side by side, and they can actually floor it. And if you are opposite me on the start-finish line, that moment when those GT3s basically put that pedal on, there's a whole host of 3.6 and 3.8 litre flat 6 engines out there. Usually sounds magnificent when they actually put the foot down and decide to go racing. So the cars coming up all nicely formed up. Red lights are still on. Safety car is in the pit lane. Archie Hamilton got the drop this time. Really, really crucial. I think there's certainly the car alongside the Team Tasman 151 car, but in fact he's ducking down the inside. And I think that's Kevin Bird who got a very good start and has slotted in to 3rd. Jody Sloss into 4th. It is Archie Hamilton who's taken the lead from the Team Tasman car, which should be Nathan Lucky in that car this time round. But already Nathan Lucky under pressure. Jody Sloss looking to go round the outside of Kevin Bird, but having to be forced to tuck in into 4th place. But those cars coming down the hill quickly. Archie Hamilton already with a 3 or 4 length advantage. The 3 cars behind looking very, very closely matched. And it's going to be interesting because Jody Sloss in the 4th place car is doing her 2nd race of the day. With the 2 cars in front, actually that's their 1st race for that driver. So they are actually still going to be maybe not quite up to speed, where she has experience of how these cars are going to work in a race scenario. But it certainly looks like to me like Kevin Bird is now right with Nathan Lucky, tucked up right behind that big rear wing on the 151 car that's running 2nd. He looks to the inside, he brakes, he stays in there a long, long time. They are side by side through the 1st corner, and it is a place change. A fantastic drive for Kevin Bird to actually move into 2nd place and take that position away from Nathan Lucky. Jody Sloss now right with him. Nathan Lucky immediately looking to bite right back. Sometimes these cars do take a lap or 2 just to get the tyres up, and you get the confidence in the level of grip you've got. Particularly awkward if that grip level is changing in those early laps. And certainly we've got car 44, which is Hasi Petadias running in 5th place, and behind that we've got 11, which is going to be Neil Harvey, who's managed to actually put, certainly crossing the line, car 777, the Adrian Lingy car, between himself and Mike Johnson. So Archie Hamilton crosses the line, having done a 49.1, so right up to the pace that he was doing in the race earlier on immediately. So it really is that battle for 2nd again that we're starting to focus on. Kevin Bird starting to ease away in 2nd place. That was another good lap from him, a 50.4, which was a little bit quicker than Nathan Lucky in the car behind, but actually no quicker at all than Jody Sloss in the car in 4th. So we are just talking about tenths here. These cars, again, as we're seeing quite often, it is such a short lap round here that it is hard to put out any sort of major advantage over another car. It really is just a case of trading almost tenths or even fractions of a second with the cars around you. But Jodie Sloss now starting to look racy after that third place. She would absolutely love to be on the podium. If anything, that slightly moved when she moved close, cost her on the exit of the corner, as I think she was forced to do a brief lift. But going down the corner, you can actually see there, certainly with the Nathan Lucky car, the car in third place, the car attitude of the car shift. The nose of the car slightly dip as he hit the brakes going into Paddock Hill Bend. But again, those three cars very, very close through Druids. Jodie Sloss in fourth place now. Again, just dropped a length or two back, but this is the part of the circuit last time through that she was very, very quick on. She got a good exit from Graham Hill Bend and was right with Nathan Lucky as they went through Clearways. And this Surtees into Clearways section, very, very tricky section of track. As the Clearways then morphs into Clark Curve. I'm not quite sure where the difference between the two actually is. But very, very tricky section of the track with the car constantly turning but needing to be in different parts of the track. But in fact, it was Nathan Lucky who got the good run through there and has closed back up a little bit on Kevin Bird. In fact, fastest race lap to date there by Nathan Lucky with a 49.9 of his own. And Jodie Sloss again doing her fastest race lap, though a tenth or two slower. So that battle for second place closing up again. Kevin Bird coming down the hill, 3 or 4 lengths advantage there, but the two cars behind him are starting to look very, very racy. A little bit of curb there, hooked by Nathan Lucky as he came through Graham Hill Bend, which should have compromised him, but these cars do ride the curbs very, very well. You know, cars that are actually designed to be driven quite hard and quite competitively. Certainly Carrera Cup GB, Porsche Super Cup, the Grand Prix support race for the GT3s is certainly a no-holds-barred, very, very high standard racing. Again, Jodie Sloss closing up as they get into Druid. She's actually in the older car, so let me just quickly check. So Jodie Sloss there, yeah, is in a 2010 910, although in fact the Harrison and Lucky car, so Nathan Lucky out in that 151 at the moment, the Team Tasman car is a 7 years newer car, so I think she's giving away a couple of 100cc and maybe a 50 or so horsepower there, Jodie, but she has had that time in the car from earlier today, so pushing on hard despite the cars in front of her being just that little bit newer. Leader crosses the line, another fastest lap from Archie Hamilton of 48.5. Interesting to see if he can get that car anywhere close to the 46s that we were seeing earlier on in the demos. Admittedly, the demo was not a race condition, no need to make your tyres last over 25 minutes, and also in the newer version of the car with a bit more power. But even so, we're actually seeing only a second or two off that time from Archie Hamilton. So very, very quick, very tight, very consistent driver with good GT experience behind him, and actually raced at Le Mans when there was a support race there for these cars, which was a bit of a highlight with GT3s from across Europe coming to race at Le Mans. And Porsche have also put on a similar race at the Nürburgring more than once. Leader crosses the line again, not a fastest lap that time, but only half a second off his best, and that did involve him passing Mike Johnson. Kevin Bird crosses the line 86, 7.5 seconds behind the leader, and again now with a little bit of a breathing space over Nathan Lucky in the 151 Team Tasman car, the white car with the with the green and yellow stripes across the front. Jodie Sloss right behind there. And again, now they're coming down, they're going to catch Mike Johnson right in the middle of Graham Hill Bend. Nothing that Mike can do about that. He sticks to the right to let those cars go past on his left-hand side, and all three slash past before they get to into Surtees. So fantastic driving. Mike stays out the way, still trying to drive his own race. And as I say, it's, you might think that you might look across and think Mike's going slow, but he's pushing his car as fast and as on the edge as he can. And Mike has a lot of experience in that car. And good message for Alan, and I think I can see Boxster drivers walking towards you.
Yes, we've been waiting patiently. We've covered an awful lot of subjects in the time that we've been waiting here, but drivers are finally on their way.
Yeah, if you look over the front of the podium, I can see Johnny Lovell and at least one other race suit.
This is good news.
So they will be with you very, very shortly.
Podium coming up then.
No problem at all. So just caping on in the race. Again, the gap's all treat, something Nathan Lucky closed up again. So he was around a second quicker last time around the Kevin Bird. This is, I think, just as they're meeting and greeting back markers in different parts of the circuits. And Neil Harvey stays wide in the white number 11, 964, just to get them through. Jody Sloss, if anything, was the driver who was slightly compromised that time round, but it is a little bit swings and roundabouts. They seem to balance out over a few laps as they meet different cars. Very tight defensive line there from Kevin Bird into Druids, which quite surprised me because he wasn't really under any challenge. And, just looking back down the thing, in fact, I think we've had a place change down there for 5th place, as I just caught out the corner of my eye Adrian Lingy in the 777 car going past Hatsi Patadias, the number 44 car, to take 5th place. In fact, I think Hatsi Patadias is coming in to the pit, so we do have one of the GT3s pitting. I think that is Hatsi pitting, the almost identical livery to our race leader. But Archie Hamilton coming safely on through, so it is not his car who has slowed. The next 3 cars, again, lapping very, very quickly, very, very consistently. Bang, 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 as they cross the line. Flat 6 engines. Jody there, I think, with the 3.6. In fact, she has also got the 3.8, so all those cars there with the 3.8 litre engine, but as I say, hers is the older model car, so not quite as powerful as the cars in front. So great performance by Jody just to live with them. And Alan, you finally have drivers.
Yeah, we've got drivers, we've got trophies. We have a presenter, Lana Bicker from Woods Food Services, here to make the presentation once again to the drivers for race 4 of the weekend, the Woods Food Service Boxster Cup. Drivers onto the podium in reverse order. They are slightly warm, I have to say. 3rd place, Matt Goff. Well done, Matt. Congratulations. Out onto the podium, if you please. And Lana is standing by with the 3rd place trophy and the Pirelli podium cap as well. Takes the 3rd step of the podium on the, with a big cheer from the crowd as well. On the 2nd step of the podium, well done to Mike Thompson. And he makes his way onto the podium. Here we go, through the door. And Lana is standing by with the trophy and the cap as well. 2nd earlier on, 2nd in race 2. And 2nd win of the day goes the way of Johnny Lovell. Well done, Johnny. Congratulations. Through the door, a handshake from Chris from the club, and the trophy from Lana. Found out a bit about Woods Food Service. They supply ingredients to restaurants and gastro pubs up and down the country. They've got plenty of their clients here enjoying a day for the Festival of Porsche at Brands Hatch today, which is great to see. If they could all please bunch up together on the top step of the podium. Let's have you all together. And plenty of cameras down there on the pit wall and being live streamed as well. Let me dive in and see if I can get a word with Johnny. You said earlier on, Johnny, you'd be happy with a race win. Well, 2 out of 2 ain't bad.
Yes, it is good, thank you. Hopefully one more race to go, so we'll try for the hat-trick. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's hard work for drivers today. I can see you've been quite a while out the car and you're still hot and bothered.
It must be 38, 40 degrees in there. So
probably more, I would say.
It's very hot. And yeah, now my mum's here today for the first time ever watching. So
where's Mum?
She's over there, look.
Yeah. How lovely. Oh, wow.
I had to put a good show on for her. So.
Yeah, you most certainly did, and you did exactly that. Well done, Johnny. Congratulations. Mike, pop down and talk to me. You were just trying to cool yourself down. It's really exceptionally warm work today, isn't it?
Oh, it's so hot in the car, honestly, I can't tell you. It came out just pouring water all over my head.
Yeah, that's all you can do, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. There's not much else. No aircon in those cars back then.
No, absolutely. So you did well to hang on. You can't let the old concentration go. When you get warmer, it's easier to make a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I think what threw us all was the coolant that was around the track. So you wasn't expecting it. All of a sudden, you're sideways, trying to keep hold of it, and you know, getting frustrated and hot. It's not a good thing. I did get overtaken by Matt in the end, and then I managed to get him back after. But yeah, no, I thought I was done for 3rd at that point.
Yeah. Well done, Mike. You finished up 2nd on the podium. And what about Matt Goff? So tinged with disappointment, you get into 2nd and then back down to 3rd. Oh, hello. You've got your fan club then?
I have, yeah. I'm just over the moon. 1st ever podium. I'm not going to lie, I got to 2nd past Mike and I thought, what am I doing here? I've not been this high up before. Yeah, I'm just mega happy. 1st ever podium. Has to be here at Brands Hatch, Festival of Porsche. All the team are here as well. You know, I've got all my family here. Extra special, definitely. And it's my mum's birthday tomorrow as well, so that one's for her.
Happy birthday tomorrow, Mum. Well done, Matt. Thank you for having a chat to us. There we go. That's our top 3 in race 4 of the weekend. The Woods Food Service Boxster Cup. Matt Goff in 3rd place, Mike Thompson in 2nd. And a double winner today here. Can he make it 3? Johnny Lovell.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Alan. Congratulations to all the drivers down on the podium. We've actually almost exactly reached the halfway stage of this race, and now wider, Alan, we were away doing the podium. That little battle for second place livened up as again a back marker just backed everyone up to each other. We had the three cars together. Nathan Lucky made it a couple of very stern attempts to take second place. Certainly one into Paddock Hill Bend and got rebuffed. That has again let Jodie Sloss close right up with him. She's taking a wide line now through Druids to try and concentrate on getting the exit, getting the power down early and getting some momentum down the hill. They're now catching the 44 car, which has actually Petadias, which has actually pitted once and rejoined. So again, it's just as they reach those back markers and some parts of the circuit where they don't want to, it does seem to sometimes catch them out. And again, Hassi Petadias is side by side with Kevin Bird. And Kevin Bird sails on past again. Doesn't seem to have lost a lot of momentum. I thought for a minute that would compromise him. Jodie Sloss coming out the corner very, very quickly. 2 or 3 lengths behind Nathan Lucky. She goes wide into Paddock Hill Bend. He holds the tight line. Jodie comes across, but no, Nathan Lucky holds on for third place.
I've got a little postscript to the interview with Matt Goff, because he just caught up with me after the podium, and he said a bit of a surreal moment that, Alan, and I said, go on. And he said, I've been coming to touring car races since I was a little boy, and hearing you interview drivers, and you just interviewed me. And it happened here at Brands Hatch, and my family are here. He said, I must confess, I shed a tear on the slowdown lap. How cool is that?
It is fantastic. It's just to know what this means to people, isn't it?
It's lovely.
And
Absolutely
also,
lovely.
Alan, how famous you are.
Well, no.
I'm working with Alan Hyde.
No, that is not the question. The question is how long this man has been doing it. That's the problem.
I was breezing rapidly over that bit for you.
30 years. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, he's in his 40s, isn't he?
Yeah, precisely.
So leader has now completed 17 laps. Archie Hamilton, he's got an 8.8 second advantage over the rest of the field. And again, unfortunately, every time we cut away, something happens. But that's battle for second place is slowly spread out again. Archie Hamilton now coming through Clearway, through Clark Curve, going to be coming on to the pit straight. No one in front of him for a good maybe third, maybe even half of a lap. Mike Johnson, the next car up the road. So again, he can take the pressure off and just concentrate on lap times. That does mean exactly the same for the battle behind. We've got the cars for second and third. Again, those gaps have opened out a little bit now. Certainly it's going to be 0.8 of a second that Nathan Lucky is now behind Kevin Bird, and Jodie Sloss has gone through. Screen updates a little slow, but almost 2 seconds back. So wondering if just out of our sight or while we were taking the podiums or whatever, Jodie had a problem and actually slipped back a little bit. But absolutely superb. We still have Mike Johnson going around in that beautiful 911 SC 1983 car, the classic Porsche shape from the 80s with the little tail on the back, having his own race again, pushing that car as hard as it will be. He's not on the slick tyres like a lot of the cars around him. So he has doing a lot of work, a very, very alive and active car underneath Mike Johnson that really is taking probably quite a lot of driving to be going that quickly. Very, very quick laps. Mike Johnson just looking for what his fastest lap is. And again, everyone out there way under a minute. And always the goal of any driver is that notional 1 minute lap of Brands Hatch Indy, and we've got the entire field easily under that. In fact, Mike Johnson was done a 57.0, so 3 seconds in hand. Mike actually gets out the way of the race leader, Archie Hamilton.
Right, I'm back in the room, Paul, so I need to get up to speed with this race now. Could you just tell me who's in the two driver cars, please? 151?
I'm assuming that 151 is going to be Nathan Lucky because it was David Harrison last time round.
Yes.
And I'm really hoping that 86 is going to be Kevin Bird because it was Charlie Bird first time round.
It was, yep.
So Kevin Bird is running second, currently car 86. Nathan Lucky in 151 is running third.
Kevin is dad, and the number 11 car as well.
Number 11 car is going to be Neil Harvey.
Okay, thank you very much.
And it definitely is Neil Harvey because it's a red race suit. I can see it from up here.
Perfect.
So I unfortunately know what they wear.
Perfect, we've done it.
So we're under control there. But say Archie Hamilton now 8 minutes 10 seconds now of that race, of the race left, 8.8 second advantage. He's just actually running at pretty much the same pace as the cars behind him. We have seen that little gap opened out that Kevin Bird's opened a second or so to the chasing Nathan Lucky. They've been very, very close a couple of times there. Nathan Lucky on one occasion stuck his nose down the inside. In fact, Nathan Lucky again has closed up. It was a second apart over the line, but certainly on this part of the lap, and I'm wondering if that was as they encountered Mike Johnson that they have closed up. Kevin Bird seems very good at getting a good run out of clearways though, and that's absolutely crucial because that denies the car behind that overtaking opportunity that you have into Paddock Hill Bend. But Kevin Bird does hold a very tight line. He moves across the circuit very, very late compared to everyone else at Paddock Hill Bend. But does seem to get away with it and does seem to be able to carry the speed out there. And it's going to be interesting to say, we had the drivers there from the Boxster saying how hot they were. These drivers here are going to be in exactly the same scenario. These cars do actually have the radiators out the front of the car, so there's a heat source way out the front of the car for you. And they also do have the increased G-loads and just the physical effort of driving these cars this quickly, with corner speeds and corner loadings coming up much more quickly than some of the other cars that we're seeing today. So again, we're going to have drivers working very, very hard. Archie Hamilton crosses the line, 22 seconds complete. That battle again, this time it's opened up again. So that yo-yoing we've seen all day with some of these battles, 0.857, and there sometimes a driver will sit back for a lap or so just to get the temperatures on his car under control, maybe to get the brake temperatures back down if he feels the brake pedal's getting a bit long or getting a bit soft, just to maybe get some coolant temperatures down, maybe just to take a little pressure off his tyres for a lap before he can gather everything up and actually go for it again. So now Nathan Lucky looking quite aggressive, taking a lot of curb through Graham Hill Bend and pushing on. So again, I think he's maybe sat back, just got everything back where he wants it, and now he's going to start chasing down Kevin Bird. We're going to coming down now to around 6 minutes of this race left, and it really has been, say, a display of how quick and how consistent these cars could be. Very, very little variation on the lap times all the way through. Just looking at the times now, and people still lapping easily within about 3/4 of a second of their fastest race lap. So these cars do really hold, certainly these GT3 cars at the front, really do hold their pace over a 25-minute duration race. And partly probably why they've been such an effective race car around the world. As I say, said earlier on, Porsche have built over 1,000 GT3 race cars, and these are built as pure race cars, not like in some of the championships we're seeing today, where we have cars converted from the road for the race. So it's the GT3 concept has been very, very kind to Porsche, and they have in return supported championships for these cars.
But GT3 is such a good concept anyway.
It is, yes. I can remember when it came in and it was almost seen as GT Light and everyone was a little bit dismissive.
Yeah, but look at the races that we get around the world with GT3 cars. It's just superb.
It is, and it's a great way. And, you know, the cars are, you know, effectively bulletproof, shall we say.
Yeah, they're great cars. They're incredibly quick cars. Seeing a GT3 car at Le Mans is always something to sort of take your breath away. It's always good to ask David Addison about GT3 cars, because he's such a fan. He gets very excitable and always finishes with, and they make the right noise. And
sorry, I'm slightly confused. We've actually had checkered flag come out.
We have as well.
Which has come out a few minutes early according to my timings. That's what's caught me out.
It has as well.
So I was frantically looking around the circuit to see if we, because I saw cars going slowly to see if we had a safety car. But no, we have actually brought that race to a halt. I'm not 100% clear why. I don't think we're missing anybody that I can see.
4 minutes early.
Yeah, okay, not too sure what happened there. But that does mean that we have the second win of the day for Archie Hamilton. So he's one having completed 24 laps, 10.8 seconds clear of the second place car, which was 86 Kevin Bird. Third and rounding out our open podium will be car 151, which will be Nathan Lucky in that car this time around, 0.7 seconds further back, so they were very, very close. Fourth place we had Jody Sloss, and in fifth place we had Adrian Lingy in car 777. Sixth place was car number 11 with Neil Harvey in that car, in the first of the 911 cars home. And in seventh place we had car 47, Mike Johnson in the 911 SC. And showing his eighth is Hassi Petadias. That car is again showing he's in the pits. He did have a pit visit during the race, so I think problems striking Hassi. So,
but have we lost a car, Paul?
Not that I could think of. I'm only showing Hassi Petadias as he's got the little cog symbol. Yeah. So I can't see it.
Is there fluid down then?
Not that I'm aware of. The times
because a couple of times today we've had drivers on the podium talking about fluid that we weren't aware of.
Last time round, first four cars all in to the 49 seconds.
Right.
And their fastest race laps, the two of them were in the 49 seconds. Okay. So they were on pace. So, okay, I'm not aware of quite why we were a minute or two late starting that race. So I'm wondering if we actually have Just trying to collect a little bit of time up. Where are we now? 4 o'clock. And sorry, as the day goes on, you sink in a morass of paper up here.
4 o'clock, is it really?
It is already 4
yeah,
o'clock, yes. Okay. So that race was actually scheduled to end at 4 o'clock. So we are putting ourselves back on schedule possibly after a little bit of a delay. Yeah, I think we may have started the afternoon a minute or two late, but partly because we had such a well-supported grid walk. So it was fantastic to have so many people on there.
Yeah, it was. It was really busy.
It was, yes. It's if it wasn't for that, it was my only chance to grab something to eat today. I would have actually wandered down myself because I do enjoy those. And it is a fantastic opportunity just to get close. I think sometimes we forget quite how privileged we are with our position and our access. No. I took a friend to a race meeting a few years ago who had never been to one, and he was just wowing, cooing, and I'm thinking, I suddenly realised that I was just taking so much for granted when I have this unique position, and we do, in what do we do? Of actually, you can walk up to anyone. If you're holding a microphone, anyone will talk to you.
That's true. It might not necessarily be very nice, but they'll certainly talk to you.
Yes. I once did have a famous record producer who dabbled in Formula Ford about 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I walked up to him to interview him, and he told me to go off in a ragged agricultural fashion. And then as I turned to go around, he said, oh, so who are you with? And I said, oh, okay. Then I had a very nice conversation. So, yeah, the power of a microphone.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But we are rattling on, actually, because we already have the marshals on the grid ready to grid us up. So this is going to be the final Porsche Club Championship race of the day. We had a fantastic race, that great lead battle train of cars until some fluid went down. We heard from Pete Morris, I think, which is why Kevin Harrison slid sideways. I would also just very, very quickly like to say that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the marshals around the circuit, ladies and gentlemen, in orange, and they are an essential part of our sport. They are volunteers, but we really could not do this sport without them. Your time and your interest and your devotion to us is greatly appreciated, ladies and gentlemen in orange. But we also do have, should you actually be interested in marshalling, if you do actually Google Marshals UK, you will end up on their website, marshals.co.uk. And right on the front page, there is a link to Marshal Taster Days. And in fact, there's one going on today. We actually had them up on the top of the race control building this morning. And it is an opportunity to come along to a race meeting. You just get effectively shown what a marshal does. You get to see the inside workings of a race meeting. And it's an opportunity to decide. I think you actually do spend the afternoon on a marshal's post. And it's an opportunity just to see quite what goes on, quite what you think of it, and see if it is for you. You do get one of the best views in the house. You do also have to stand out there in all the weathers, basically, but it is a unique thing, fantastic camaraderie. And yeah, if you are interested in being a marshal, as I said before, we would not have a sport without them, so they are greatly appreciated. Then yeah, do just Google Marshals UK, Marshals Tasters Day, anything like that, and it will send you to the right page. And yeah, you can have that opportunity to go and see what's involved. Cars now coming out on the grid for the second Porsche Club Championship race of the day. I'm hoping I've got a grid for that one cropping up. Not that I've seen yet, so I will quickly dive online and find that one. See, man talks on internet while on microphone.
Would you like me to give you the grid?
Have you got a grid?
Well, yeah, so I'm fully iPadded up.
I'm on the right page now, so I can time it with when the grid appears on the live stream, you see.
Okay, very good.
So it's nice if I can do both at once. And then in perpetuity, it actually sounds like we know what we're doing.
Don't be ridiculous.
I've never claimed that in my life. It's just you try and stay one step ahead, don't you?
Well, you might.
You're flattering me, Alan. But, where are we? I'm just looking for Porsche Club race. Yeah, race 6 classifications. This is actually going to be the second fastest lap that they did in qualifying. So it's always interesting in qualifying for these championships that you need to put in a fast lap and then you need to back it up with a second fast lap. And it's quite amusing talking to drivers straight afterwards because no one ever knows how good their second lap was. So we have Mark McAleer again on pole position in car 14. Alongside car number 2, Pete Morris. Second row is 11, James Cayley, and 16, Kevin Harrison. We check we have got that Kevin Harrison here because he did end up in the gravel last time round. Third row is car number 80, Bill Cayley, son of James Cayley, and car number 9, Chris Dyer. Behind that, we've got Jim Bryan in car 74, and on the outside of the fourth row will be Christian Walker leading our Class 2 cars. Should have row 5 will be 69 second in Class 2, Oliver Chatham, and 88, Paul Simpson. Behind them, we've got 11th on the grid will be number 4, Andy Toon, and 22, Pete Evans. So on to row 7, we will have 70, Kevin Archer, who's Kevin Archer? Angus Archer from Class 2, and Vince Blacker in 64. And on the row behind 15th on the grid will be car 15 appropriately, which is Shiraz Khan in the Class 2 Boxster, and 52 Darren Lebet from Woods Food Service. Darren ended up in the gravel last time round, let's hope not this time round. Row behind row 9 is going to be 24 Carl Hazelton and 45 Paul Seagrave. Row 10 will be car number 5 Brian Richardson and car number 10 Julian Morris. And I think that does take us down to the end of the grid. Oh, no, 89 on the 1 row back will be Tom Atherton on the 11th row of the grid. That's a car that was in and out the pits a couple of times in the earlier race, so I'm hoping that that car actually does behave this time round. Cars are actually out and on track. I think we are still going to get the second green flag lap, as we've been seeing. It is a short lap, so people do need to get everything up to temperature. And just actually to get themselves in the groove. So the car's now circulating. This is where certainly on the second half of the lap we'll see Mark McAleer starting just to back everything off a little bit, so that he doesn't want this field to be spread out too much, doesn't want to be sat on that front row for too long. Currently Mark McAleer is up at Druids, and we've still got cars to turn into Paddock Hill Bend. So probably a good third of the lap or more we've got the field spread out, but they will start to come together. And again, we've got Mark McAleer and Pete Morris, hugely experienced drivers at the front of the field. Now, Kevin Harrison was the man on the move last time round in the car that is 416, the Boost Oxygen car, and put in a fantastic start, as Kevin is always prone to, particularly when we come here. He does very, very good at getting that car off the line. I asked him about it one. He says he doesn't really know what he does different to anybody else, but it seems to work. So Kevin, as I said before, it's actually seen him lead into the first corner from the second row of the grid here. So we'll keep an eye on that fast starting. Kevin Harrison very strong in the early laps, but we're also going to have that Class 2 battle. Last time Christian Walker took points off Oliver Chatham, and they also kept cars between them, so there was always a car in the way, so they couldn't get, actually Chatham couldn't really get on terms with him. So, but this time they've got no one in between them on the grid.
We do have drivers. What stage are we at? Are we about to get the race underway?
Literally going to have the race start. So
okay, well, you do the race start.
If I can have the first lap.
You do the start of the race, and then hand over to me for the Open Cup podium.
Fantastic. You know, if they've got there that quickly, let's reward them by coming to them quite right quickly, shall we? So fantastic. Yeah, cars now rolling in. We've got the first 5 or 6 rows all in place. Angus Archer coming up. It's a little bit of confusion further back as to who should be where. Vince Blacker now slotting into place alongside Angus Archer. Last couple of cars at the back now are actually in place. And in fact, we don't have the Tom Atherton car, I think, at the back. So the 89 Cayman isn't there, the very back row. The green flag is waved. Red light comes on. Red light comes on. Just waiting to see. Red light comes off, and away they go. Again, very, very evenly matched to the front. So Kevin Harrison does get away and slides into third. Already starting to look maybe just inside to Pete Morris. Pete Morris sitting outside of Mark McAleer. There is a brief overlap, but Mark McAleer holds his line and goes on through. Very fast start as well from Christian Walker, who's done exactly what he wanted to do and got 3 or 4 Class 2 cars between himself and Oliver Chatham. Cars now coming down from Druids. A whole cascade of Porsches coming down the hill. It looks absolutely spectacular. Mark McAleer, Kevin Harrison past Pete Morris and into second place. Kevin Harrison flew in the early laps of race 1, doing it exactly the same in race 2. Mark McAleer having to be very, very defensive as Kevin Harrison is pushing hard in that 996 C2 through clearways. Now the whole train of cars coming, sweeping around that corner, coming onto the pit straight now. It will be Mark McAleer and Alan. You have a whole host of people there ready.
Yeah, we do, and we've got our 911 Challenge drivers as well, so we can do both podiums for race 5 of the weekend, the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup and 911 Challenge. So the overall top three, first of all, and that's the Open Cup entries. Drivers onto the podium in reverse order. Third place, Nathan Lucky onto the podium. Well done, Nathan. Congratulations. They've had a moment to cool down a little bit, but you wouldn't believe it. Incredibly hot is what all the drivers are saying when they get to the podium. In second place, Kevin Bird. Well done, Kevin. Congratulations. Makes his way out onto the podium. A handshake with Chris and a hug from Mandy onto the second step of the podium. And a second win of the day goes the way of Archie Hamilton. Well done, Archie. Congratulations. And the other drivers were taking the mickey out of Archie, saying, we haven't even broken a sweat. I mean, it doesn't look as if you've just driven the race, but certainly the race suit is sweaty enough, that's for sure. It's hot work for all of them today. Bunch up together, guys. Top step of the podium. Photograph of all three of you. I'll have a quick word with Archie, and then we'll press on with our next podium. Archie, you might not look like you've broken a sweat, but it is incredibly warm in the cars this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, it actually is, and you start realising when you're going on the straight and then sweat is coming in your eyes, and you're thinking, actually, I better stop thinking about that. But no, it's been a really fun day, and yeah, fun year as well. Massive thanks to everyone at Porsche Club. It's been great, and yeah, I'm going to go on to different things now, but it's been really good just to get back racing.
Friendly paddock, isn't it? It's a friendly place to be.
It's great, you know, everyone sort of really respects everybody, and Chris and Mandy put on a great show, and yeah, you know, look, I've loved being part of it, and yeah, who knows, I might be back, but I think I'll hand it over to somebody else next year, but it's been really, you know what, really good.
Well done, Archie, many congratulations. Let me see if I can have a word with Kevin. Do you want to step forward and have a chat to me? I don't want to talk to all the drivers about the heat, but that really is the overwhelming thing about today, isn't it?
It was warm in the car when you finish. But when you're driving,
when you're going, you don't notice.
No, too busy concentrating on what's going on around you. So it's actually okay.
The focus of the mind is an incredible thing, and then when you slow down, no airflow.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you're trying to concentrate, really concentrate, and the heat's not there. You've got Nathan, you know, 2 inches behind me. It keeps you awake. You don't think about the heat.
It keeps the concentration. Kevin, thank you very much indeed. And Nathan, do you want to step forward and have a quick chat to me, if you don't mind? And yeah, you were certainly putting him under pressure, that's for sure.
Indeed, I think he got past me on lap 2 or 3, and the rest of the race, how can I get past him? How can I get past him? And we are slightly faster at some parts, he's slightly faster in others, so I really needed the traffic to try and, you know, come my way, and there are a few times where it was very close, but happy with third.
Congratulations on the podium. There we go. That's our Open Cup category for the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup at 911 Challenge. 2 drivers that we're going to get onto the podium for the 911 Challenge category for race 5 of the weekend, and the drivers have made their way off the podium. So second place, Mike Johnson. Well done, Mike. Congratulations. Onto the podium goes Mike, to a round of applause. And Chris from the club is there to present the trophy and a handshake as well. And on the top step is Neil Harvey. Well done, Neil. Congratulations. Makes his way through the door. All the other drivers offering their appreciation and applause. And Neil will step on to the top step of the podium. And each of them on their individual steps. And then get together, guys. Top step of the podium. There we go. Photograph of both of you. Gary taking the official photographs on the other side of the pit lane, and there we go. Let's find out the story of the race first of all from our race winner Neil Harvey.
The first 3 laps were quite fun. Had a bit of a go with a GT3, and but then it got very lonely when we spread out, and well, that's what happens when you've got small numbers in the championship.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you spread out, you've got to almost concentrate a little bit more, haven't you?
Well, the back markers were the things I really concentrated, because you get 3 of these GT Cup cars turn up going into clearways, and, you know, just stick on the outside line, let them go up the inside, so which I managed to do, and yeah, that's good.
Get the trophy. Well done. Many congratulations. Thank you, Neil. And Mike, just a quick word again with you. A few thoughts about your second race of the day?
Thank you, yes. A little bit low, like Neil, he's been very polite, because it would have been me that's supposed to try to keep up with him. Neil disappeared, so it was very lonely for me. I started being a little bit naughty, did a bit of showboating at the airpin down there, which was quite good fun, but yeah, we just need some more 911s. You know, that's the air-cooled 911s if they're out there. But
there's plenty of them around.
There's plenty of them around, but enjoyed the day, and the weather's been brilliant. All the spectators have enjoyed it as well, all the Porsches. So, yeah, brilliant. Anyway.
What you have to do is look at the blankets on the grass and you realise they're having a lovely time.
Oh, I wish I could get this off and get laid up.
Get it off now. Go on, off you go. Well done to the both of them. To Mike Johnson in second place, Neil Harvey who takes the win in the 911 Challenge of race 5 of the Festival of Porsche here at Brands Hatch.
Thank you very much, Alan. They're all talking as if they seem to have forgotten they've got another race yet. But
yes, they have.
Yeah, so they can look forward to that. But we do have a race going on at the moment, and we have a new race leader, as we have actually had Kevin Harrison get his way past Mark McAleer and pull out a gap of almost a second over our race 1 winner. And so Mark McAleer now chasing hard off Kevin Harrison. They're working their way through the back markers, which is the 89 car actually, which is now back out. It didn't take the start, so it's joined a little bit later on. Pete Morris running in third. Podium Pete with James Cayley has just got past Chris Dyer, I think, to go into 4th place. Chris Dyer there, and behind that we've actually got Jim Bryan and then, sorry, Bill Cayley and Jim Bryan having quite a battle as well for 6th and 7th. So our leader Kevin Harrison crosses the line. 0.95 last time across the line. This time 0.8, so fractionally quicker lap by Mark McAleer. And again, as these guys were commenting earlier on, these are the 5 guys at the front certainly have been doing this series for quite a long time. To stalwarts of the series, many years of experience in these cars, but many years of experience of racing with each other. They know where the other guy's good. They know what the other guy likes to do. They know you can actually get alongside the guy and he's not going to do anything that's then going to cost you a lot of money. One of the strange things about motorsport, it is a situation where someone else can do something that then costs you money. You don't claim off the other car's insurance. But certainly pushing on quickly. Kevin Harrison at the moment used a lot of his tyres early on in the race, but he did that first time round, so he's going to been around in this championship long enough to know exactly what he's doing. And he is in the 996 car, being chased by a 997. So the 996 is quite a bit lighter than the 997. It's less powerful, but it's also a bit lighter, so possibly it's going to be a bit nicer on its rear tyres. We have seen the 997s just a little bit tendency to use up the rear tyre as the race progresses. But Mark McAleer now starting to, I think, close that gap. So he's down to 0.6 of a second last time around. Fastest car on track is actually the Cayman of Bill Cayley, the gold and green Cayman that is now coming down the hill. And it's starting to close up slightly, I think, pull away from Jim Bryan and close up on that gap in front. Looking at Class 2, we actually have Christian Walker there for Class 2. And running in 9th overall, and he's got again Pete Evans, exactly the same as race 1. He's got Pete Evans between himself and the chasing Paul Simpson and Oliver Chatham. So a little bit of a battle brewing up in Class 2, very similar to where we had in Class 1. Again, lead pair now going up the hill towards Druids. Kevin Harrison looking to have this, I think, under control. Again, Mark McAleer not quite close enough for that. Kevin's got to think defensive and start losing a little bit of time. Kevin can still put the car exactly where he wants it on the track, take the optimal route through any of the corners, and is able just to do what he wants. He's going to be very aware of that car behind. And it's going to be also a few laps, I think, before he catches up any of the back markers in that back gaggle, so no problems there. And actually just looking at that Class 2 battle, Christian Walker is now going along the bottom straight as the rest of the Class 2 cars who are bottled up behind Pete Evans were coming out of Druid, so they have got a lot to do if they're going to get anywhere close to them. And it is actually a whole train of Class 2 cars bottled up behind Pete Evans, with its Paul Simpson, Oliver Chatham, and then we've got Darren Labette in the Woods Food Service car. So Darren ended up with the gravel last time out, that car put right by the unique Porsche team from Bolton. Fantastic work. And then tucked on the back, we've got in 5th place in Class 2 Angus Archer. So it's a whole train of Boxsters tucked up behind the Cayman coming across the line now. Looking down, Kevin Harrison eased away a little bit. 0.3 across the line, but Mark McAleer looks a little bit further apart away than that to me at this lap. So I wonder if Mark had a little moment or a little attempt and lost some ground as we were looking at that Boxster battle crossing the line. But the driver who is under pressure now looks to be James Cayley, with Chris Dyer in the Cayman right behind him. So we're crossing now. Pete Morris crosses the line in 3rd, then James Cayley, and then it's Chris Dyer. So Chris Dyer, the leading Cayman in this race. But we also do have closing quite quickly and going very quickly is again the Cayman of Bill Cayley. who is behind. Bill actually did win here earlier in the season on the full Grand Prix circuit. It was his first outright win. So a fantastic performance by the junior Cayley of the duo. Cars coming down the hill. That Class 2 battle now. Oliver Chatham had a little look, I think, at Paul Simpson into Paddock Hill Bend. They've fallen away a little bit from Pete Evans, but Chatham would certainly like to get past and actually try and score some points. Or score more points. It's a case of just trying to keep everyone thinking it's not. Paul Simpson is the driver who came into this, I think, 21 points behind at the start of the day. So Paul Simpson would have taken points out of him in race 1, and it's going to take a few more out of him in race 2. Back to the overall race lead, where we've got the Class 1 cars battling. Kevin Harrison coming up to Druids. 3 or 4 lengths advantage now over Mark McAleer, who's going to come back down the hill. And Kevin Harrison looking very, very in control. Those 3 well clear of the battle behind. Pete Morris just about managing to keep out the clutches of James Cayley, but he's got his teammate Chris Dyer behind Cayley. So I am wondering if a canny old stick like Pete Morris might just want to back up James Cayley a little bit and give Chris Dyer a chance, or just basically give James Cayley something else to worry about during the race. Leaders now coming on to the pit straight. Crossing the line, that gap was 0.7 on the last lap, half a second, so a little bit closer from Mark McAleer this time round. He's looking again at our Class 2 leader coming in. We do have a car that's coming into the pits, not quite sure what that is, but certainly going through clearways. Paul Simpson having to be very, very defensive from Oliver Chatham right behind him. So it's Paul Simpson being very, very defensive. Two cars almost as one coming down slipstream there. Paul Simpson hugging the inside. He doesn't want to give that inside line and let that car make a dive, but in fact it's gone to the outside. But Paul Simpson is going to be able to come across and claim the line through there. So no change for second place in Class 2. We've got the 4 Boxsters in that place now going up to Druids, but it's our Class 2 leader is tucked right on the back of Andy Toon, getting a nice tow, I think, along from that Class 1 Cayman of Andy Toon, as they are going through Surtees. And if not, I'm not sure Christian Walker's actually trying to look for a way past. Very, very confident young driver, mixing it with the Class 1 cars. Lead duo now amongst the back markers, and that seems to slightly, I think, benefited Kevin Harrison for the minute, because Kevin Harrison comes down the hill. He's managed to put a car between Brian Richardson, between himself and Mark McAleer. So Mark McAleer is going to want to get that car out the way with as quickly as he can before he actually has to jump in. Now we actually got Kevin Harrison bottled up behind Paul Seagrave. Paul Seagrave goes wide to let Kevin Harrison past. So I don't think that's cost him any time, and I don't think it's cost Mark McAleer any time either. We do a lot of dust being kicked up by someone who has gone off on the run up to Druids, and I think there might be, not sure if the car has slowed. I think it was Christian Walker. So our Class 2 leader, Christian Walker, went wide, lost a lot of time, and has tumbled down at the Class 2 order. Crossed the line last time, 7th overall, but I think he's dropped down in Class 2, and that's moved Paul Simpson and Oliver Chatham obviously up a place. Christian Walker is now down to 5th in Class 2, having led the race for so long with a handy advantage, a big advantage over the cars behind. For around 12, 13, 14 seconds, I think it was. But it's now Paul Simpson who's actually heading that class in Class 88. So that's made that battle for second in class as the 2 cars now turn through Paddock Hill Bend is actually the lead battle for the lead in class. And certainly those are the first 2 drivers, 1 and 2, in the overall points. Oliver Chatham had a look down the inside as they got into Druids. There was no space there. And now he's still with Paul Simpson as they come back down the hill. This is the battle for the overall championship lead. They are going to be very, very close. Oliver Chatham will probably leave Brands Hatch leading the championship regardless, but it's to do with that gap. It wasn't huge at the start of the day, and if he can stop Paul Simpson scoring any more points than he can, then that's going to be his goal in this remaining 9 minutes 40 odd seconds of the race. And again, that's seen actually closed right up with Pete Evans. Christian Walker came in the pits and is now rejoined, but he's wiggling the car as he goes down the pit straight. Exactly what you do when you're not too sure if you've got everything pointed in the right direction and doing what it's saying. He actually rejoins right in the midst of the class battle. As he rejoined, it was actually Paul Simpson and Oliver Chatham going straight past him. So those 2 cars now going up to Druids. And coming back down. Again, just in line astern. Darren Labette now up to 3rd in class. Angus Archer 4th in class. They have Christian Walker running with them, but he has pitted, so he is a lap down. Looking back at the lead, half a second now is the deficit between Mark McAleer and Kevin Harrison, and they're running pretty much on their own now, going down the back straight and heading towards 30. So they've got a little while before they need to worry about any back markers. Been a very clean and tidy drive from Kevin Harrison last time round. He was hassling Mark McAleer for lap after lap until they caught some fluid that was down at Paddock Hill Bend, and that car slid off. So hopefully nothing dramatic going to happen this time. We're down to just on 8 minutes 20 odd seconds of the race left. Kevin Harrison crosses the line, 0.666 of a second. Very devilish from Mark McAleer in 2nd place, so that's the gap there. They've got a handy advantage of 6 odd seconds, 6.7 seconds to Pete Morris, who now got James Cayley just half a second back, as Chris Dyer in the red and black Cayman has fallen a little bit away from them, but fallen actually back towards Bill Cayley in the gold and green Cayman. The two Caymans now coming around Druids 1 and 2. So I think Chris Dyer could soon not be the lead Cayman in this race, as Bill Cayley, who's been pushing hard and going very, very quick all weekend, has been closing in. In fact, fastest race lap to date still owned by Bill Cayley. Class 2 battle 1, 2 and 3. Darren Labette now right with them, and virtually I think making himself part of that battle as they come up towards Druids. Cars coming around there, very nicely done. All just concentrating on getting that good exit, carrying the speed down the corner. It's all about your exit speeds around these tracks. Just carrying momentum, not losing too much speed. And the car's got Oliver Chatham right with Paul Simpson now. Paul Simpson turns the car in, probably with a little more force than he wants, a little twitch from the car. That's also going to cost him a little bit of momentum, but in fact it seems to be Darren Labette who actually benefited through there, and is now only a length or two behind the 2nd place car, the championship leader. And of course Oliver Chatham's not really going to want anything dramatic to happen. He doesn't want to lose any points, he doesn't want to not finish, he wants to keep scoring. So those 3 Boxsters now heading down towards Paddock Hill Bend. They turn in almost as one, equally spread, looking very, very quick. Great drive from Darren Labette. He's actually come up from the Boxster Cup last season, and so had to get used to the slicks on the Boxster. Very, very different. Quite a challenge just to get the cars to learn how to use those tyres, learn how to use all the available grip and how it changes through the race. So a fantastic performance by Darren to get up. I think it will be his first podium of the season in the Boxster Cup. Sorry, in the Porsche Club Championship Class 2. So very, very quick drive of the cars now going up there through. That's that Class 2 battle. Just glancing across to try and spot where our overall battle is, and it's Kevin Harrison again leading Mark McAleer. We've got 5 minutes 55 seconds left, and I'm now wondering actually if those lead battle cars, Kevin Harrison coming through Clark Curve now and onto the pit straight with Mark McAleer right with him. They certainly seem to have 1 and 2 sewed up, but they are actually, I think, possibly before the end of the race going to catch that Boxster battle, the Class 2 battle, hence such is the pace of the Class 1 cars, the big 997s. 996 and 997. Kevin Harrison out to 996 at the front. So we've got Chris Dyer now, Bill Cayley closing up, and in fact we've got a little bit of a Strasser and Cayley battle as we got Pete Morris now defending from James Cayley, who goes round the outside at Druids. He looks to take the long route round the outside. Pete Morris just about gives him enough room, squeezes him a little bit, but James Cayley sits it out. That does give him the inside line into Graham Hill Bend, but James Cayley has gone past and into 3rd place, past Pete Morris. So it's one of the Strasser cars has been passed by a Cayley. Is that going to encourage Bill Cayley to try and close in and gain a few places? Just looking now at the Class 2 battle now into Paddock Hill Bend. Very, very close again, but Paul Simpson being very, very canny as to where he is placing that car on the track, and it's a fantastic performance. A very, very consistent racing from those 3 cars, with Angus Archer now closing right up to make it a 4-car battle for the first 4 positions in the Class 2 cars with those 4 box dresses. Angus Archer actually goes on the grass and loops it about. Just all he did was drop a wheel onto the grass, literally possibly the car 6 or 7 inches to the left of where it had been before, and that's all it took to spin that car right round. Very, very small margins here. And as he rejoined, he was passed by the overall race leaders, Kevin Harrison and Mark McAleer. So those two cars going down. We're out just on 4 minutes of the race left. So possibly, I think the leaders aren't going to catch that battle. Oliver Chatham goes to the outside. Can he force Paul Simpson to stay tight and then switch back and get a tighter exit? No, Paul Simpson sweeps across and puts the car exactly on the line. So those three cars now, three-car battle. Now we've lost Angus Archer. That is, I think, going to be our Class 2 podium. But those three cars are starting to squabble amongst themselves. That's seeing them fall away from Pete Evans, who was the Class 1 car who was bottling them up for a long, long time. So the Class 2 battle comes along the back straight as the Class 1 battle comes through Graham Hill Bend. So very, very close there. Pete Morris coming through with behind him Chris Dyer now under pressure from I've lost James Cayley. I'm trying to figure out where James Cayley is on the track. Maybe I just missed him. That Class 2 Boxster battle again. Paul Simpson very, very defensive crossing line. 3 minutes left, so I think looking at the 50 seconds, we're going to get possibly 4, maybe even 5 laps, but probably 4 laps left for this battle to clear. We've got the two lead battles now going on. And I've got a little warning mark up on my screen for Bill Cayley. Maybe that could be track limits. They are quite heavily policed here. We actually have pressure pads on the outside of some of the corners, and it takes a picture of you if you go wide. So there's absolutely no arguing.
You can't beat the pressure sensors, I'm afraid.
There is actually no argument when you're presented with a photo of your car.
I've had a photo.
Oh, really?
Yep, I had a photo after I was doing a passenger lap in a two-seater Legends car.
A two-seater Legends car?
Yes, I was only the passenger.
Okay, that's quite a claim to fame, isn't it?
Yep.
I'll tell you my Legends story one day, which actually involves Terry Grant and his car.
Oh, right, okay, yep.
But so into the last few minutes of this race, we now have 1 minute 56 seconds left, and we are actually, I think, going to get our two lead battles intertwined, because we've got the three Boxsters coming down the hill with Paul Simpson leading Oliver Chatham, leading Darren Lebet, but right behind him, lights ablaze, is Kevin Harrison, and Mark McAleer is right there too. So this is all going to get a little bit tasty, I think, in probably the 2 laps that we're going to have remaining, because those cars are really not going to want to get offline and give ground, but they really should be letting the race leader through. But Kevin Harrison is not going to want to lose any time to Mark McAleer. So Kevin Harrison's already now gone inside Darren Lebet, and then he's moved wide to go past Oliver Chatham. Now that's actually opened the door quite nicely, because Mark McAleer is not going to get cleanly past it. He gets blocks of fantastic driving from Kevin Harrison, who puts all 3 Boxsters between himself and Mark McAleer as they go up the hill towards Druids. Mark McAleer is not going to take kindly to that, to be quite honest. He didn't really get the run through that Kevin Harrison, the waves parted somewhat for Kevin Harrison, but not for Mark McAleer, who's now dived past, just gone inside Oliver Chatham, so he's only got the 1 car to pass now. But I think that certainly has given the race to Paul. Paul Simpson does actually get out the way. Nice driving from Paul Simpson. So superb there from Paul, just letting that quicker car through without losing any time at all himself. Very canny driving. But that's given Kevin Harrison quite a handy little advantage. And I think that did slightly play into his hands, and he used his experience just to get them between himself and the car chasing him through Paddock Hill Bend, which is crucial. 19 seconds to go. Cars going on to their last lap. We've got Harrison now with a 1.2 seconds advantage over Mark McAleer. So this is going to be fantastic payback for Kevin Harrison after his disaster of race 1, which he ended up in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, bringing out the premature end of the race. And actually it's now him behind Pete Evans. So Pete Evans with cars in his mirrors for most of the race. Oliver Chatham again now getting very, very close. The clock has run down to 0 to Paul Simpson. So Kevin Harrison is going to take the win. What's going to happen though in Class 2? Is it going to be a drag race to the line as we've seen before at this circuit? It's all going to be about who gets the best exit for Class 2 coming on to the pit straight. Kevin Harrison has got a fine exit, goes past Pete Evans and takes the win with Mark McAleer second. Paul Simpson takes Class 2. Oliver Chatham and Darren Lebet right with him. Fantastic driving from 3 of them. Less than a second apart across the line. Superb driving from the Class 2 cars. Pete Morris holds on to take podium. Pete, yet another podium to take third overall, with Chris Dyer, number 9, in fourth overall. Bill Cayley, fifth. James Cayley, who lost some time early on. In fact, James Cayley actually is shown as coming back in front of Bill Cayley. I wonder if Bill Cayley's got a time penalty for track limits, is what I suspect. But the two cars swapped places on my screen.
Yes, he has. It's up on my screen.
Ah,
yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So yeah, you get a little more info on the live timing than on the circuit feed.
Yeah,
don't
live
you?
timing is pretty good for little emojis and icons and that sort of icon. That's what I was looking for. Not emojis, icons.
Icons, your cons, my cons. Who knows, eh? That's what I say. But no, another cracking race from the Porsche Club Championship. That's been the standard of racing we've had all year. They have been absolutely superb. So that's been an absolute delight. So those cars are coming in. We will not see those cars again. They were only on 2 races today because they didn't lose any races earlier in the year. But they are back in action for their final 2 rounds at Snetterton in Norfolk on October the 7th, when in fact you can see the Boxster Cup cars will be out there as well for their final rounds of the year. So it's going to be a fun day at Snetterton. And hey, Snetterton in October, that sounds attractive, doesn't it, Alan?
Yes. It does.
It will be, actually. To be honest, I always find that's a great circuit to end the season on.
I used to do quite a few Winter Series meetings up at Snetterton, and I thoroughly enjoyed them in that time of year.
Winter Series, that takes you back,
it takes
doesn't
you back,
it?
Doesn't
Yes.
it? Yeah. So as soon as the season finished, we started a Winter Series, yeah.
Yeah, which was always a way for people to try out cars and things before committing to a full season the next year. Yeah, that was a great way of doing things.
Disappeared, doesn't it? Yeah.
I did a winter series of Vauxhall Junior at Croft in 1998, and have never been so cold in my life.
No, I can fully understand that. It's quite far north.
It was absolutely freezing in November. But hey-ho. But no, we have those cars coming down, so hopefully we will get some drivers down to you relatively quickly. So do feel free to jump in. So we're now cycling through the races quite quickly. It doesn't seem that long ago that you were interviewing Johnny Lovell and the Woods Furtsu Boxster Cup cars, and they are actually due back on the grid again shortly. So I'm going to quickly just dive in and try and find a grid for them. Do I have a grid for them? Let's have a quick look, because I've been delivered with some grids, which has been absolutely incredibly useful. Yes, it is. It's race 7, isn't it? Let me double check. Is race 7? Yep, race 7 was so it's Boxster Cup. So I am clutching a grid, so I'm hoping nothing has changed. So this is again only a 20-minute race. So everything we've seen so far today has been 25 minutes. This is down to 20 minutes because of the fact that they lost time at a race meeting at Alton Park back on July the 1st. Nothing to do with us, not the fault of those drivers at all, but did actually just mean that we actually sat around for an awfully long time. I had a lovely discussion with Ian Titchmarsh for a couple of hours in the commentary box. I thought he was a bit lonely up there, so I went and had a chat. So we had a fine time on there. There's a little bit of work being done on the circuit where Christian Walker went off. So I'm not sure if he brushed the barrier or if they're just sweeping gravel back on, or just trying to actually just smooth out the gravel traps. But doesn't look to be anything too major. We do have a few vehicles just leaving the infield, and they're actually cutting across the circuit because they are too big to go through the 2 tunnels. So they're actually cutting across that way, so don't be disturbed by the 2 large Pirelli lorries that are now on track. But we should hopefully be seeing fairly quickly, because we have been rattling through so far today on the thing. We're already down to 20 to 5. So a big thank you to everyone who has stayed on this far. It is an absolutely lovely day.
It's a gorgeous day. Why would you not stay on and watch everything that the Festival of Porsche has to offer? You see all the blankets over there on the grass, and people have been sunbathing during the day. I have a feeling if it's beginning to thin out over on the grass, it's because people are getting too hot, because it's been a really warm afternoon this afternoon.
Am I detecting picnic envy, Alan?
So no, I did. Thanks to the club, I did get a very nice lunch, thank you very much indeed, which Mandy brought me. And what's up, Gary? You quite warm as well? Are you? Yeah, a bit warm. Well, take your cap off. I know. Gary Hawkins, our official photographer, is quite warm as well.
Can you ask Gary when he last cut the grass here?
Oh no, he doesn't do that anymore. He's been photographing harvesting lately.
Oh, yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I know.
Some superb pictures.
He's
as
a
well.
bad influence. I was actually out in the New Forest a year or so ago and saw a particularly nice combined harvester that I took a photo of and sent to him.
Oh, yeah, he loves it. He
Yeah.
got an aerial photograph the other week. Very impressive, Gary. Very impressive.
Yes, so his motorsport season comes to a culmination just around the same time as his harvesting duties. So all good fun, basically. But I can see people in race suits walking your way, so I'm hoping that's...
Yeah, it's good news.
But the sun is now behind them as the sun has moved round.
So
So I'm
it's
hoping that
glinting
is the right people that we're expecting.
I can't tell.
I can see Paul Simpson walking towards you. Yeah, the gentleman who's just rubbed the top of his head.
What you are seeing is weary drivers, so they're not walking quite as quickly as they might. Yeah, evening sunshine, it's beautiful. For those of you that are still out in the sunshine, I know this is pretty much a basic thing to say, but do make sure you're drinking lots of water this afternoon, because it's quite easy to get dehydrated in this sort of lovely sunshine that we've been treated to today. I, for one, am very happy about the weather. Superb day.
Can I just thank you for that recommendation? Because I've just looked at my bottle of water and realised I've been on the same bottle of water all day.
Yeah, you
and
need
there's
to
still a
guzzle that
goodly
down.
chunk of it left.
Yeah, you
so,
need to guzzle it.
Yeah, just had a subtle swig. And we do have the Boxster Cup cars out, so we'll go through the grid for those
And
shortly.
we're probably going to overlap here, aren't we?
We are, but do dive in, because I think it's so nice just to hear from the people who are out on track.
It is, yeah.
Their view of it. They have a totally
Yeah.
different perspective to us when we're watching, and we think we know it all, and then they come out with things like fluids down and stuff that we never even realised.
Things that we didn't realise, yeah, absolutely.
So you can hear drivers in the background just about to arrive, so that's fantastic. But the next race, as I say, is going to be for the race number 7 of the day for Woods Food Service Boxster Cup. So fantastic to see those. Fantastic to hear we do have so many guests here from Woods Food Service. So a big hello. I hope you have actually enjoyed the day. We've had a lot of track action. Fantastic to see Mr. Food Service himself, Darren Lebet, actually get on the podium. And, well, in fact, he hasn't got on the podium yet, but he's on his way. But actually get a 3rd place in that last race. Fantastic performance from Darren, who thoroughly enjoys his racing. Has been a great friend of us since he joined beginning of for the full season at the beginning of last year. So as cars, but so the car's now lining up from into the grid. Now I've got a gap on the inside of the 2nd row. So it looks like Vikram Sudera, that's the car that was involved in that incident right at the start, is not going to be there. So we do have the cars lining up. We can go through the grid. I'm just going to wait till it pops up on the live stream for me. And then we can synchronize it and look so professional. And final cars pulling into space at the end of the grid.
I think we're good to go with our podium. Have you got cars on the grid yet?
I have got cars on the grid, yeah.
But they haven't done their green flag lap.
No, not yet. So if you go for your podium.
We're ready with our podium for race 6 of the weekend, the Porsche Club Championship with Pirelli Class 2 drivers, first of all. In 3rd place, number 52, Darren Lebet. Well done. Congratulations to Darren. He is from Woods Food Services that sponsor the Boxster Championship, and he's about to get his Pirelli podium cap and a big cheer as well. I think these are plenty of people and customers of Woods Food Services, and they welcome Darren onto the podium. 2nd place is Oliver Chatham. Well done, Oliver. Congratulations. Makes his way onto the podium to receive the handshake, the trophy, and the cap as well. And steps onto the 2nd step of the podium. And to the winner, Paul Simpson. Well done, Paul. Congratulations. And Chris from the club presents the cap first of all, which is made to fit, and then the trophy as well. And if they can all stand on their respective steps of the podium, we can get a photograph of all 3 of them. They have been given special dispensation to wear their overalls around their waist because it's so warm. It's actually cooled down quite nicely now, and there's a bit of a breeze. Let me have a chat to Paul Simpson. Gary, are you done? There we go, thumbs up. Pop down and have a chat to me if you would, please, Paul. And are you not...
He doesn't like talking that much.
Does he not like talking? is gone. Well, I will talk to both of you because championship battle and points were at stake this weekend.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a bit smaller a trophy than I wanted, especially in race one. Yes. It was third. In this race, it was second, but that was third. It's so hard to pass around here, and Paul's such a good driver, and he defends so well.
Why does he not want to talk?
He's because he knows. Because he's exhausted, yeah, because it took so much out.
He's worn out.
Yeah, he's worn out.
Yeah, I think you all are, to be perfectly honest.
I'm soaking wet, yeah.
You had to get special dispensation from Chris to, what was it, he said, do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want. The tops almost came off completely, but he said no, it stopped us there.
No, we can stop at that. And let's have a very, Darren, very good, well done, congratulations. Quite a cheer as well, because it's a big weekend for Woods Food Services, isn't it? We've got lots of clients here and lots from the company as well.
Yeah, and this is my first podium in Class 2. I was in Class 3 last year, so I'm doubly chuffed. Yeah. I was behind Oliver. I think you could see we were bumper to bumper all the way around. Yeah. And I know Ollie's and Paul are fighting for the championship. Yeah. And I was just happy to get a podium, so... Yeah.
Happy to watch them do it.
I didn't dare try and overtake. No, might take us all out.
Don't get involved in that.
And then nobody would like me, so...
No, well, they like you now, because you've got a big cheer. Well done, Darren. Congratulations. That's our Class 2 podium. Let's allow those drivers to make their way to the back of the podium. Haven't been refused an interview for a long time. Goodness me. Right, let's get our Class 1 drivers onto the podium. Once again, in reverse order, starting with third place, number 2, Peter Morris. Well done, Pete. Podium Pete's onto the podium. Gets a pat on the back from Chris, and Mandy is there with a hug and a kiss and a trophy and a cap as well. Well done to Pete Morris. Second place, the winner from earlier on, Mark McAleer. Well done, Mark. Congratulations. Makes his way onto the second step of the podium. Mandy hands out the cap and the trophy as well, and a hug. And then to our winner, makes up for race 1, doesn't it? Yes, he agrees with that. Kevin Harrison onto the top step of the podium. And he looked up to the sky as I said that. So clearly that is the mark of winning in race 2, making up for race 1, and the fluid that was on the circuit that saw the car go off and the red flag come out earlier on. Well, that's not the story of race 2. All three of them bunch up together on the top step of the podium, chatting to each other, enjoying the banter, and my chance to speak to Kevin Harrison. Kev, come down if you would. We felt for you earlier on. That makes up for it, doesn't it?
Certainly does, yeah. I really needed that as well. Mark and Pete, we've raced together for many, many years. It's always very, very close. Yeah. And I trust them, and it was a great race, great race.
Yeah, so one of the features of today, that the racing within the Porsche Club Championships, they all have a huge amount of respect.
We do, yeah, and so we all know what we're going to do, and we keep it really close but really safe. So, yeah, really good fun.
Top man, Kevin, well done. Many congratulations. Mark, pop down. You're all just saying nice things about each other. I'm not used to this interviewing drivers.
Not in racing cars, yeah. No. Yeah, but I mean, we've got respect for one another. You know, at the end of the day, we all pay for our racing, so, you know, you don't want unnecessary damage if you can get away with it, but we want to race, we want to fight, you know, and I think that's what we've been doing today. You know, I think it's been a great day. The Porsche Club have put on a fantastic show. So, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, I was so close to Kev, but I just didn't quite have enough pace. You know, I think we were very, very similar lap times, and it was just one of them.
There's a racing driver comment, if ever there was. I was so close. And what about Podium Pete? Living up to the name, couple of podiums today.
I've been up here a few times, like, but we're the oldest people here. I think we just won in order. First, second, and third for ages. I just love these guys. I love the Porsche Club Championship. Mandy and Steve do a great job. So you know, I'm still here after about 25 years.
Lovely to hear it, Pete. Lovely to hear it. Thank you very much indeed. That's our podium. We're racing once again with Boxsters.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much, everyone down on the podium. Yeah, we're into lap 2 of the race. And, yeah, as before, basically, we've got Johnny Lovell out the front with Mike Thompson second. So this time we do actually have Scott Adams third in that 55, the silver car with the big yellow circles on the side.
We've got something else to do here on the podium, which I didn't know about. Mandy has just told me. Jade from Woods Food Services is going to draw the winner of the tyre raffle. And this gives a free set of tyres, and that's quite a thing. Who's it going to be, Jade? It's Mike Thompson. Well done. Well done to Mike Thompson. Gets a set of tyres. That's worth it, isn't it, eh? What a great idea.
Mike Thompson's currently running second. Does he have to come in to get them?
No, he can collect them later.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. I'm sure that'll reassure him. But Mike Thompson second, actually not letting Johnny Lovell get quite away as much as he has before. But we do have quite a battle going on, and certainly the car that I'm going to be watching, I think, is Faye Noble-Evans out there, who is currently running 6th, but is going to be, certainly I think she had a couple of great battles and a couple of bits of bad luck so far today, but that car's been going very, very quickly. We do fortunately have, actually, it's great to see we've got back out there Phil Graham, the car that was caught up in that incident on the first race that brought the safety car out, actually stopped the race, I think. And so that car was back running. So no problem, got the first race of the day, seems a lifetime ago now. But that car is back out, the blue Boxster with the yellow roof. If anyone's actually into their motorsport history, it's in the livery of Sunoco, the Mark Donoghue Porsche 91730 that ran in Can-Am. And also I noticed that we've got Sarah Thompson back out, but with a different spoiler on the back of that car. So I suspect that number 90, the yellow and red car, just crossing the line now. In fact, that new spoiler is now hanging. That's going to be a heartbreak for them. They are going to have to pit. They have had come all the way down from Scotland to come racing this weekend, and Sarah's gone very, very well here before, but absolutely nothing has gone their way so far today on that car. So we'll just keep a little eye on that spoiler that is unfortunately flapping on the Sarah Thompson number 90 car. Now Perry Darling is bottled up behind Ashley White. We've got a change of driver in 46 according to the screen. I hadn't realised that we had both drivers, regular drivers for that car, actually out in that car. Because this is the race from Alton Park. So this is the race from Alton Park. They've started up in the grid positions for that, and of course we do have a couple of cars that are shared drives, and it's in fact the car scores the points in that scenario rather than the driver. So car 46 has reverted to its Alton Park driver, which is Ashley White. So he's actually now leading across the line in 4th place. Perry Darling with Faye Noble-Evans right with them. That's going to be a bit tricky, actually, White, because yes, he hasn't gone through 2 very hot races, so he's not as tired as probably the other drivers, but they've got a lot of experience around here today, and he's actually had to pretty much come in cold. So fine performance there, but Mike Thompson is also putting in a performance, not letting Johnny Lovell get away at the front, as we have seen so far today. Johnny Lovell's actually managed to ease out a gap of about 1.2 seconds, but those two, it's actually now 3.4 seconds back to Scott Adams. So it's a very, very different race at the moment to what we've seen before. Yes, it is Johnny Lovell leading, but not by the country mile that we've seen him put out in the early laps in some of the previous races today. So let's keep a little bit of an eye on what's going there. Johnny Lovell knows exactly what he's got to do, and I suspect, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to confirm this until we actually have the official points come out, because that's what it's serious. But I think a win now could put Johnny Lovell in almost an unsaleable position going into the final rounds. As I say, you do get extra points. There's 10 extra points for starting the 2 final races, which will be at Snetterton early next month. So we have got that to bear in mind, but there is a bigger points haul here. But I was chatting to his good lady earlier on, and I think it's her birthday. Actually, it's a happy birthday. And she was actually suggesting that they thought with their maths that some good results today could actually see Johnny pretty much as the champion. As we said before, he's already got plans to move up to the Class 1 of the Club Championship for next year. Very nice and tidy driver, and I think the more powerful cars again could really suit his driving style. But Mike Thompson's been very, very determined that time through, and they both crossed the line doing a 56.1 and a 56.4. So very, very consistent on times, just a couple of tenths apart there. Perry Darling now right on Ashley White's boot lid as they go down the drip into the compression at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend and back up the hill. So Perry Darling set to go round the outside, but no, has to tuck back in on Ashley White. Says Perry Darling in the dark car with the green flashes on it, chasing Ashley White in the white car with the yellow wheels. Very nice livery on that car. As I said, it harks back to a Le Mans livery of a Porsche back in the 1980s. And we also got the 2 distinctive psychedelic liveries of Sarah Thompson and Eric Bridges running close together, and they are running in 7th and 8th. Leader comes to cross the line, completing his 7th lap. Just looking for the screen to update, and it is 1.7 seconds. Fastest race lap that time round for Mike Thompson. So that was a quicker lap. It's only a fastest lap time, faster than Johnny Lovell by 0.02 of a second. So ridiculously small margins, which is what we're playing at with these drivers. And it is quite a thing that despite how hot it is, the conditions are under, the stress they're under, how consistent they are, how they're putting the car in the same place every time and actually managing to eke out almost exactly the same lap times as each other, lap after lap after lap. Again, just looking backwards now for that battle that's going on for 4th place, and Perry Darling determined to get past. Perry was getting delighted to get on the podium and actually get a 2nd overall at Silverstone last time out. So he's got a little bit of a taste for getting up the front now and would like to do more. Very good driver, and again, a very neat driver. Seldom see that car out of shape. The pair cross the line, and this time they're trading fastest laps, because this time it's Johnny Lovell who's gone quicker. Again, only by 2/10, so only again fractions of a second, but it's enough just to eke out a little bit of an advantage. Now they're going to catch Phil Graham very, very soon. Now Phil was actually, caught up while being lapped and had a car dive down the inside, I think, which he didn't really expect to happen, didn't see that car coming. So I think he's going to be very cautious as the quicker cars come up to him this time round. And I'm not seeing, he should get nicely out the way as the race leader catches him. Just looking back again for that battle for 4th place, and it is actually now Perry Darling who's got ahead, but they are side by side down the back straight. Perry Darling and Ashley White side by side. Ashley White had the inside route for Surtees, and he's got past way before the corner. So got a very, very good exit off Graham Hill Bend. So that battle is ongoing. Faye Noble Evans right there with him as well in a watching brief, getting the best seat in the house, I think, of the battle that's actually going on there. So cars coming down now, crossing the line. Ashley White leading Perry Darling across the line. Fantastic battle now for 4th place. We've got the 3 cars involved in it. And of course, this is a shorter race than we've seen before for these cars. So we're already galloping towards mid-race and halfway through the race. Leaders have gone past Lat, Phil Graham, Johnny Lovell now eking out that gap to just over 2 seconds. Again, both in the 56.4s last time round, evenly matched. The battle for 4th there, we can actually see that we've got Ashley White coming through with Perry Darling and Faye Noble Evans right with them. Those 3 cars now looping up, ran slightly wide from Perry Darling there in the middle of clearways. Not sure if that was deliberate, just trying to give himself, get the car straighter so he could get on the throttle sooner, or whether it was just a little bit of a mistake. But those 3 cars coming back through now. No change of position, but still lapping very, very quickly. Looking across for the leader, that distinctive Martini car with the blue wheels on it now coming down. Again, starting to just very, very closely matched. Sitting around that 2 seconds back is Mike Thompson. That must be so frustrating to see that gap out there and not be able to pull it back. But they're staying very consistent, whereas Johnny Lovell is absolutely loving the fact that the car behind is staying about the same size in his mirrors. There's nothing to be gained, nothing to be lost. And they are continuing to lap quite quickly. Sitting quite solitary 3rd place there for Scott Adams. And now that battle for 4th again, they're starting to catch Phil Graham. So it's... he's going to stay out their way. Yeah, he has actually gone, I think, going to go wide and just let those cars go past down his inside as they come onto the pit straight. And we get the first car go through. So Ashley White goes through, Perry Darling goes through, and Faye Noble Evans nicely dives through in that pink and black car. And that fantastic, very dramatic looking wrap on that car as they now, again, head up towards Druids as the leaders are already down at Graham Hill Bend. So Johnny Lovell has actually had a spectacular season. He took pole position at the very first meeting of the year and was almost surprised to be on pole, and was even more surprised then to win the 2nd race of the day, having come 2nd in the 1st race of the day. So started the season very strongly and has seldom put a wheel wrong. In fact, the only mistake I can think of him making is he dropped a wheel off while leading at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, exiting Luffield Corner, and that cost him a couple of places, and he came home 3rd in a car that really, he said, the handling didn't quite feel the same again after that little moment. But other than that, he's had absolutely an effortless season. Well, I say effortless from my perspective. I'm sure he's been working very, very hard, and just to get the car right and to get himself out there. Perry Darling alongside Ashley White now going into Paddock Hill Bend, goes to the outside, swings the car back across to the inside, but great defence from Ashley White. Never really gave him an opportunity. He's going to have another look again as they go up towards Druids. There's a couple of optional lines through Druids. You can go inside, you can go outside, but Ashley White just puts his car nicely just certainly in the middle of the road on the exit to deny even that option. But he is getting very defensive, which is letting Faye Noble Evans close right up on them. So we've got the white car 46, Ashley White, the dark car with the green flashes of Perry Darling, and the pink and black Boxster of Faye Noble Evans, all running close together and battling for fourth place as the cars in front are starting to slide out. Johnny Lovell now starting to open a gap. His car's holding its pace very nicely. 3 seconds. He gained 0.7 across Mike Thompson on that last lap. As I say, it's unusual for these cars to have 3 races in a day, so it is something for the drivers to get used to. And certainly the tyres don't normally have to do 3 races in a day, so there's a lot coming out of the cars, the tyres, the brakes, etc., etc. And in fact, Perry Darling now in front of Ashley White as they head up towards Druids in that battle for fourth. Ashley White goes wide in Druids, looks to see if he can get a tight exit and get a run on Perry Darling down the hill. Very, very close, those two together. I think this is going to be a battle that's going to run and run. And it's just in that watching brief just behind them, we've got Faye Noble Evans just waiting to see if she can actually do anything to capitalise on what's happening in front of her. Leader crosses the line having completed 14 laps. Again, now he's holding his pace, whereas Mike Thompson's pace is just starting to drop off a little bit. All the drivers today commenting on how hot it actually is in these cars. And yes, they are boxers, but they do actually have to run with the roof on. It would be very nice, I think, to run with the roof off on a day like this, but we don't go down that route in the regulations. So that's the first and second across the line. That battle for fourth has spread out a little bit, and mustn't forget Scott Adams actually driving a nice race in third place. Very good, nice lap time, certainly up there with Mike Thompson ahead of him. But Perry Darling, who's now got himself into fourth, has just done his fastest race lap. So I think he was, certainly not only did he feel he was being held up by Ashley White in front of him, he almost certainly was being held up by Ashley White. So he's actually managing to ease away. And he actually was in the 56s last time around, a 56.9. Only other car in the 56s was our race leader, Johnny Lovell. But there's quite a gap to actually try and pull back to get to Scott Adams, who's 7 seconds up the road last time around. So Perry Darling crosses the road line now in fourth, being followed across there by Ashley White and Faye Noble Evans. Just looking there, going down Paddock Hill Bend as our leader comes through. Graham Hill Bend having gone up the hill and back down. Mike Thompson looking a secure second. I think that's going to be the same 1-2 that we've actually had in all 3 races today as the clock ticks on. But Scott Adams will be slightly changing things around. So this is possibly why Perry Darling's trying to push so hard, because he has actually been on both podiums so far today. And Scott Adams currently is a long way up the road, but just under 5 minutes, 4 minutes 55 seconds left in the race. So still time for plenty to happen. As I say, this will be interesting for the drivers. I'm sure it's going to seem like a sprint race, even though it's only 5 minutes left. They are used to the full 25 minutes that we actually have, which does give you quite a lot of track time across the race. But Johnny Lovell totally unruffled in the lead. He really has had almost a drama-free day, and sometimes it's the guy who wins is the guy who has the most boring race, because nothing happens, nothing untoward happens. It's just a straightforward drive, holding your speed, keeping everything together, and you just pound yourself round and round, and you come home as the winner.
We have become somehow quite ahead of schedule, haven't we?
I was wondering about that, to be quite honest.
Which means that the Eden Porsche Open Cup have had quite a small gap, because it's only been this race and the Porsche Club Championship race. So their recovery time from their exhausting and rather hot race earlier on has been slightly limited, hasn't it?
It has, but they're young and fit. And I'm actually looking down there, actually, and I think that's Archie. I'm not sure Archie Hamilton's actually in a race suit.
Oh, really? Leaving it to the very last minute.
Yes, I'm trying. I can't lean. Unfortunately, where the cars are, I can't see the front cars, so I'm not sure if the car 18 is actually there.
Right. Okay.
So we'll keep a little bit of an eye on that to see if Archie Hamilton is actually going to come out, because he did make a couple of comments on the podium as if he was wrapping things up. I have to, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. But
yes,
they will be a certainly dramatic end to the racing aspect of the day. We do, of course, have the 2 sessions after that for the sprint and hill climb guys to come out and do their thing round the track, and it's a lovely time of day actually to come out. As you say, it's starting to cool down. The breeze is certainly
much cooler
picking
now.
up, isn't it?
The
I can see
breeze
that
is
on
very
the
welcome.
flags.
Yep, it's lovely.
Yes, that's right.
Beautiful early evening.
I'm looking across, and on the balcony directly opposite me, there's a lady in a summer dress and a nice straw hat. And I think the hat's going to have to cling on to very, very soon as the wind tries to pluck that off her head. But yeah, it's very, very nice. So I've been stuck indoors all day, so I feel like I've been missing out there. So I'm just keeping an eye out. The battle, if anything, is that gap back from the third place Scott Adams to Perry Darling, car 81, running in fourth. And last time round, in fact, Perry Darling was quicker, but again, only by a tenth. And he's got 3.7 seconds to try to overcome with only 2.5 minutes of the race left. So I think we can say Scott Adams could be fairly secure there. But Faye Noble Evans is now coming down the hill, and I'm sure she'd like fifth there from Ashley White. So it's Faye Noble Evans gets a nice exit from Graham Hill, but she does take a very nice line through there. It's very noticeable that she's very, very tidy in what she's doing. So that's that battle now heading for fourth. I think it's the closest battle we've actually got on the track, and it is a battle for position. Leader crosses the line, 2 minutes left, so I think we're going to see 3 more racing laps, but Faye Noble Evans will be able to see as she gets down here the countdown that they actually have. So it's fantastic we have these screens. Faye Noble Evans goes wide. Ashley White is holding the middle of the track, forcing her to take the outside route into Paddock Hill Bend. He sits his car nicely in the middle of the track and still manages to get a very good exit, actually. That worked very, very nicely for Ashley White. So he actually opened up a length or two through there, as he's just slightly compromised, I think, what Faye Noble Evans wanted to do with her car in that part of the circuit. Again, but get a wide exit. He's sort of taking some different lines, but they seem to be currently paying off. And it's Faye Noble Evans is a very keen horsewoman as well, so she's a big fan of horsepower, and has done a lot of riding and a lot of competitive riding, competing in the past. So it's really getting grips with her circuit racing. I also think thoroughly enjoying her circuit racing, which is nice. I do like people who come in and actually appear to be having fun, which is ultimately, Anne, isn't it, what it's all about?
Certainly is. Certainly the feeling that I've got from talking to all the drivers around the Porsche Club, not just this weekend, but in previous Festival of Porsches that we've had, is that that's what they do. They go out on a race weekend, they enjoy their racing, they respect each other, they're kind to each other, nice to each other, and it's just a lovely, I said first thing this morning, didn't I, this is a real feel-good meeting. It's a lovely atmosphere.
It is, it's been fantastic, and fantastic to have so much involvement from the club outside of Porsche Club Motorsport themselves with the general members here. There can't be many times across the year we're going to get so many Porsches in one place at one time. And absolutely been spectacular just looking around the place at the swathes of cars. And yeah, you know, I'm looking back now and there's actually a car on the south bank. You probably can't see it, in full golf livery, pale blue with the big orange stripe up.
Sounds good to me.
It is, yes. Looks to me, I think it's a Boxster that's sat there. I thought there's an air conditioning unit almost exactly in the way where I want to look at it. But it looks absolutely spectacular. So big thank you to everyone for coming along and absolutely bringing your pride and joys along. Now the clock's gone down to 0, so we will be seeing the checkered flag this time round for Johnny Lovell, who is going to make it 3 out of 3. Now, probably going to be worthwhile asking him about his maths when he gets to you, John, gets to you, Alan, because I think that might have pretty much unofficially wrapped up the title for Johnny Lovell. So the checkered flag is about to come out. We've got to that stage where the crew on the start-finish line are looking almost directly into the sun to try to identify the right car to wave the checkered flag to. But I do like the track this time of year when the light comes in at this level. Takes me back to Formula Ford festivals of the past. But we've got fantastic there. So Johnny Lovell has actually taken the win. Mike Thompson takes his second place. First podium of the day goes to Scott Adams, number 55. Perry Darling did take a lot of time out of him late in the race, but was still 1.8 seconds across the line. And that battle with Ashley White and Faye Noble Evans, they take 5th and 6th. Faye Noble Evans just 0.2 of a second apart across the line. And another ongoing battle that's been going all races for the two psychedelic livery cars. So that's actually a livery that owes itself back all to the same car. But Sarah Thompson in 90 just holds off Eric Bridges. So fantastic performance there to take 7th for Sarah. So it's something to cling on to on that long drive back to Scotland that Sarah and her father are going to have. I assume they're probably going to do that in the morning. That would be a bit of a hike, wouldn't it? So that's the combination of 3 races that we've actually seen for the Woods Service Porsche Club Motorsport Boxster Cup today. Absolutely fantastic performance. They have 2 races left, which is going to be October the 7th, Saturday, October the 7th, up at Snetterton. So fantastic if you are up in that part of the country to do come along. Great circuit, Snetterton circuit with a lot of history. Another, like today, MSVR circuit, which is absolutely superbly turned out these days. A very nice, I have to say, all the MSVR circuits these are nice places to be. So cars coming in, let's say 1 more race left, and then we are going into our 2 timed runs for our sprints. So it's rattling through the day. We are, as you say, Alan, I think running a little ahead of schedule. We weren't expecting to start the next race until 5:30, but we do have the cars down there, and by my watch it is what? No, it's just clicked over 9 minutes past 5 on the timing screens. So we looks like we are rattling along because we do actually have the marshals already going out on track. So we've already seen these cars twice before today. Hopefully we are going to see a goodly number come out. We do get a lot of attrition across these race days. It does take quite a bit out of these race cars. So just looking down, it looks like we do have drivers in the cars now. I can see the team reaching in. I think Jodie Sloss in her car. Jodie gets in the car and then has an awful lot of packaging put around her just so that she can actually reach everything. So the young lady built like a jockey, built like a single-seater driver, if you know what I mean, Alan. They tend to be a little tiny, don't they?
Yes, they do. I'd have made a great single-seater driver.
I'd have been diabolical, to be quite honest.
Yes, you would.
6'2". It's just not going to work, is it?
Not really.
Career over before it started. the fact that I have 0 talent is probably another aspect to it as well.
That is a major part of it, yes.
Yeah, you can only get away with it for so long. But those cars down there, so drivers being buttoned into the car, so I think we are going to see them rolling fairly soon.
Like I say, it's a fairly short turnaround for these cars, just 2 races in between. And no safety car interventions, no recoveries taking place on the track in between the races. So,
everything's been very well behaved this afternoon, actually.
As my mother used to say, they'll sleep well tonight.
Oh, I think that goes for most of us, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just watching the cars coming out, and I don't think we do have actually car 18. So Archie Hamilton is not shown. I've actually got an amended grid in front of me, which does actually suggest we would be expecting him. So I'm not quite sure what's actually happened there, but no Archie Hamilton coming out to play for this one that I can see. We've got his teammate's car. We've got the other car in the Eden livery actually there. So it's not like the team have packed up and gone home. But we're not seeing Archie, so I'm just going to hunt around quickly. And yes, I do have that amended grid. We do have the cars out. Now, obviously, Alan, at some point, they've been getting quicker at getting down to you, haven't they? Getting down to you for the podium. So do give us a shout when you do get the drivers. I think they've now figured out what it is they're actually supposed to be doing. But we're going to talk about the grid. So on pole position is showing, but I don't think he's out there. Is car 18. Is car 18, which is Archie Hamilton. Car 86 is alongside now. Well, that's still going to be the Bird. So again, Alan, we're going to have to find out whether that's going to be Kevin or Charlie Bird in that car.
Yeah, I've got to do work again.
And again, Harrison and Lucky in 151, and we can just clarify who's doing that one. Again, they're both at the same garage. I'm making life easy for you. Fourth on the grid, 91, Jodie Sloss. On the third row, we have 777, Adrian Lingy, and 44, Hassa Petadias. And on the fourth row, we have Yamil Al-Thani and 10, Mark Cowan. Now, I think, and I might be wrong on this, but I'm wondering if we actually have a little bit of a change round for this. We don't actually have the 911 cars.
I have an answer for you.
Oh, yes.
Nathan Lucky.
Oh, okay.
Charlie Bird.
Oh, fantastic. That was very quick. Ah, okay, so...
And have you got the message?
I have, yes.
Yeah.
So we have basically... thank you very much from Mandy Sear. So Archie Hamilton's not running. He's actually donated his gearbox to Yassim Al-Thani to get Yassim out there for this race. So
what a nice man.
It is, yes. No one's ever donated a gearbox to me. That does mean we actually only have the 4 cars on the grid because we don't have the 911s for this one. So they're not out there. And I'm trying to remember if they were actually at Alton Park, because technically this is the Alton Park Club car, isn't it? So it's a replacement for that race, basically. So I'm wondering if that's what's actually going on there and why we've got not quite the cars that we're seeing. But fantastic gesture from Archie Hamilton. No, have my gearbox. So we've got the 4 cars, but we did actually have a great battle between the 151 car and the 86 for most of the last race. And the last time they were battling for second place, but with no Archie Hamilton, this actually puts their battle on this occasion now to be the battle for the lead. So I think they've got quite a bit to actually live up to, and quite a bit to gain, because it's always nice to go home having had a race win in your pocket. So safety car is leading the cars round, and we've got Jody Sloss there in the blue 91 car, and it is the 06, so it is Yassim Altani out there with the gearbox. Now he knows that's a winning gearbox. I'm wondering if that's putting you under pressure. And that's a very quick gearbox change, isn't it? Which makes me wonder if it's a gearbox change or if it's a car number change. But let's not go down that road, because we're very keen on getting everyone out racing. Safety car just leading them down round. We're going to get the 2 green flag laps, so part the way around the next lap, the safety car will just slow down, let everyone back up, and then go away and leave the field. That's actually going to put Charlie Bird in charge of the field, and then hopefully just gallop away. So a few cars that we were expecting aren't there. But this should still be, I think, quite a dramatic race. So we'll get an idea of the pace of these cars. And as we saw earlier on, basically, you don't actually need these cars racing for them to be spectacular. We had those fantastic demos, didn't we, with Adam Smalley throwing at his GT3 car around. So it's should be very, very exciting. So red lights have come on. Safety car is now slowing down. The safety car is going to then go and let the pack manage the speed, let the leader manage the speed. So that is going to be Charlie Bird, and then they can go when the red lights go off. Red lights have already come on. So it is this rolling start procedure that we've already seen a couple of times before. So only 4 cars, but I'm hoping 4 very evenly matched cars, and we can have quite a race going on. Cars come down to the start-finish line. And red lights are off, and now they go. Everyone floors the throttle. Those flat 6 engines scream up the rev range, and it's Nathan Lucky with a fantastic dive down the inside, has gone straight into the lead from what would technically have been a row back, but I think he actually had the better line. I think he had the inside route, which was almost would have been the pole. So it's a fantastic start from there. I'm also expecting Jody Sloss not to want to let those 2 cars get away. They are newer generation cars than hers, so technically they've got a little bit better handling, a little bit more horsepower, but certainly she's going to want to push early on and actually live with them. The car's now going down the back straight, looping up towards clearways and coming around, but it is that 151, the Team Tasman car with Nathan Lucky. That's been a front-running car all day, up on the podium all day, that is now heading Charlie Bird across the line to end the first of the racing laps with only 20 minutes this time again for these cars, not the 25 minutes that we've seen previously in the day. Cars going down through that compression, and a very noticeable compression in cars of this performance, going down through Paddock Hill Bend. Leader just starting to stretch out a little bit. It was almost half a second across the line, and everyone knows that you push so hard in these early laps. If you can make an advantage, then it's an advantage that's going to pay off all the way through the race, be it only a 20-minute race as we are, but even so. But I think now we're starting to see a little bit of a fight back from that car in second place. Charlie Bird was very, very quick in the opening race of these 3 races for these cars that we saw today. So he's going to be pushing on and coming across the line. Last time the gap was half a second. This time the gap is 0.7. So in fact it has grown. Fastest race lap so far by Nathan Lucky. Not an awful lot of laps there to compare that to, but certainly showing that his intent is there and that he intends pushing hard as early as he can. Top 3 coming out. Jody Sloss just starting to fall away slightly. Certainly hasn't quite got the engine power of the car in front, which doesn't give them a fraction of an advantage on the exit of every corner. And those fractions of an advantage do actually add up as the lap goes on, and it can actually make quite a difference. So it's a little bit of a handicap that she has to consistently overcome, Jody Sloss. So it's she's in a 20:10.991. as opposed to David Harrison and David Harrison and Kevin Bird, who were actually in 2017 and 2016 cars. So a lot newer technology in their cars. They're an evolution almost of the car that Jodie is in. They've got that little bit more power, and she is just pushing very, very hard and doing well just to keep those cars absolutely in sight. What she really wants is for them to start dicing, for them to start battling with each other, and then she can hopefully just pick up the time, close right in, and maybe just pick up any scraps. But we're barreling along now. The first two going through Surtees, the left-hander, then having to transition the car across the track, get it in the right place now, turning right, turning right, turning right for so long, waiting for that moment when you can finally apply all the power as you start to take the steering lock back off the cars as you come onto the pit straight. And those two GT3s are thunderously quick crossing the line. Fastest race lap that time there for Charlie Bird, closing that gap to 0.56 of a second. He did a 49.45 as opposed to a 49.62 of Nathan Lucky in front of him. Jodie Sloss back in the 50s.3, so only half a second further back. But say that half a seconds do add up. Lead pair now coming through again up to Surtees. Closing right up, Charlie Bird closing right up this time round. That's the closest they've been for several laps. And coming back down at the hill. And they are going to cross the line. Charlie Bird's certainly showing some pace. I think it's a case of just getting that car how he likes it temperature-wise, getting it up to speed. And again, fractionally quicker than the car in front, crossing the line. There's 0.233 over. Five laps completed by the leaders. That lead pair running very, very close to each other now. Only 0.2 of a second apart across the last time. This is where they do start compromising each other already. We can see Nathan Lucky being a little more defensive, holding a slightly tighter line all the way down that pit straight, putting his car right in the middle of the track so he can react to whatever the car behind wants to do, whether it just chooses to go inside or outside. So he's got the options there, very, very quick up the hill. And interesting to see. I'm sure he's going to want to put in a challenge very, very soon. Who gets the better exit out of Druids? And it is again that Charlie Bird car, the second place car, running very, very close together. This is how these GT3s can battle. It's so exciting when you do see them in the Carrera Cup and you've got a whole field as closely matched as this. Charlie Bird goes tight on through Clearways, looking to see if he can get that car down at the inside, but there wasn't room there. Now that means Nathan Lucky could possibly get the better exit coming through here as those flat six engines roar past. Again, you can just see when the cars actually hit the brakes, the attitude of the car changes and they lose speed so quickly with the big powerful brakes that they've got on them there. That time round again closely matched, both doing a 50.0 a lap time, very, very close gap, 1.86 seconds across the line. Jodie Sloss in third, sitting 3 seconds further back, and Yassi Al-Thani, who's new to these cars, so again just out there gaining experience, and they are quite complex cars. They do take a little bit of getting in the groove of driving them, and quite a bit of experience to extract the best from. So let's hope Yassi is really enjoying his adventure out there. So Jodie Sloss doing very well to stay in sight of those lead two. That gap is still sitting around 3 seconds. And last time round, in fact, the top three, Jodie Sloss also did a 50.0, so matching the lap times of the two cars in front. Again, the two cars at the front so consistent on their lap times. 49.5s that time round.
And we're ready with our presentation, Paul.
So this is a presentation for the final Woods Food Service Boxster Cup race of the day.
It is race 7 of the weekend, and Lana Bicker is here from Woods Food Service once again to hand out the trophies. In the sunshine, she's standing by for third place, Scott Adams. Well done, Scott. Congratulations. Step forward, if you please. He's very happy with this. He's been smiling all the way to the podium. He's about to be smiling even more. Gets a lovely cheer from the crowd. Trophy, cap, photograph, third step of podium. Well done to Scott Adams. In second place, Mike Thompson. Well done, Mike. Congratulations. and he'll make his way out onto the podium to receive the trophy and the cap as well. And we are about to present our winner. The winner, a hat-trick here at Brands Hatch, Johnny Lovell. Well done, Johnny. Congratulations, a superb day here at Brands Hatch. He gets the handshake from Chris from the club, and Mandy is standing by as well. And I wonder, does Mike Thompson know yet? Mike, do you know you won the raffle? So you've got a set of tyres. So you really are a double winner now. Very good. There we go. Here's the winner of the raffle, which Jade from Woods Food Service selected just before this race got underway. They all three pose on the top step of the podium, and I've got to dive in and have a word with Johnny. You couldn't have asked for more today, could you?
Brilliant day today, absolutely brilliant. So I was hoping for a hat trick, but obviously don't want to be cocky, so I thought I'll...
Well, you weren't. You said at the start of the day, well, if I can have a race win.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, no, it's my local circuits. Obviously, I wanted to do well here, and I've got friends and family here, so yeah, it's really good.
Modesty is a rare thing in a racing driver, you know.
Yeah, well, I take everything. I don't take anything for granted. I basically, you know, I work hard for that, and it's only my girlfriend and I that run my car, and she's down there and she does everything for me. So, yeah, it's really good.
How cool is that? Now, how are you at mathematics? Have you been doing mathematics?
My girlfriend has on the laptop today, so I think possibly that's the championship. I'm not sure, but
because there are extra points at the final round and all that kind of thing to be taken into. But put it this way, it would be unofficial if we said that anyway, but you've done yourself no harm today.
No, it feels pretty good at the moment, so let's fingers crossed it is the win, and then that's it.
What's your girlfriend's name?
Alicia.
Well done, Alicia. Thank you very much indeed. Well done for all you do to run the car and do the maths and keep supporting him. Well done, Johnny.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Mike, come and have a chat to me. Free set of tyres. You can't be disappointed about that, eh?
Well, I won something today, at least, you know.
Oh, your face has cheered up.
Oh, well, happy.
Yeah, that's a great thing, isn't it? Because not everybody goes racing in racing in the UK. We look at touring cars and the sport races, huge budgets, all that kind of thing. But what we do here is not like that.
No. It's just dead happy to get a set of tyres. We'll save them for next season. Saves me a lot of money for next season. So yeah, no, it's brilliant. Costs quite a lot to run the car. Don't have the money myself. We get sponsored by companies that sort of come into Porsche Centre Bolton, and that's how we run the car. So we do have a budget. You know, you can't go over it because that's the end of it. And getting a free set of tyres makes all the difference.
Yeah, that's superb to see, Mike. You've had a good day, mate.
Yeah, I have, yeah. Well happy with 3 seconds. I can't argue with that at all.
You can't at all. Well done. Congratulations. And what about Scott getting a podium at the end of the day? You've been smiling all the way to the podium.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant to end on a podium after a long day.
How has the car been today?
Yeah, brilliant. Car's been really well, yeah. Good full of travelling support and people that prep the vehicle. Really good.
I mean, the thing that we were talking about, that race was a bit easier, but the temperature inside the cars was a thing to deal with this afternoon, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It was roasting inside the car. Really hot, really dehydrated.
Top man.
There's some water now.
Oh, yeah, guzzle down some more now.
Yeah.
There we go, Scott. Well done. Congratulations. Scott Adams on the 3rd step of the podium, to Mike Thompson on the 2nd step of the podium. And Johnny Lovell takes 3 out of 3 wins here at Brands Hatch.
And back to the on-track action, and yeah, a little bit of a lead change there. We've actually got now Nathan Lucky in front of Charlie Bird, but it hasn't really changed the fact that we have the 2 cars circulating very, very close together at the front of the grid. So it's now Nathan Lucky is the driver under pressure and looking for a way to hold on, I think, to be quite honest. Those 2 cars very, very evenly matched as they come down there. So Nathan Lucky with Charlie Bird right behind him. This is lap after lap. I think actually Nathan was the one who actually got the better start right at the start, so I think he has been leading for most of this. I was actually enjoying Alan's podium interviews. So that has been the order. Again, Jody Sloss just still managing to cling on and sit there those 3 seconds or so back, 4 seconds actually now back on them. The car's so closely timed there. The Nathan Lucky with a 49.8, Charlie Bird with a 49.7 and a 52nd for Jody Sloss. Right, do you have another announcement? We do actually, of course, end the day with the parade of the Porsches on the track. If you do wish to take part in that parade, there was no need to pre-register or anything like that. But if you could actually start making your way back to your car and getting yourself ready, there will be event staff pointing you in the right direction. You will actually come onto the circuit from the ambulance gate, which is the gate that the trucks left earlier on, if you happen to see that, to the far side of the big grandstand at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So if you do want to come out on track in your Porsche and join that parade, it will be a parade, not a race, no thundering round at speed, but please do actually get back to your car, and there will be event staff apparently on the South Bank and along Colin Chapman Way, the main road behind the grandstands and the hospitality, to point you in the right direction. And that is certainly scheduled for 18:25 to actually get out on track. And but we are actually running a little early, so we may actually get those cars out there beforehand. We are running down now as well on time in our what's happening on track, with 6 minutes 18 seconds left of this final actual race of the day, and it is still Nathan Lucky out there, having just put in the fastest race lap, but still only with an advantage of a 0.3 of a second over Charlie Bird. Those two cars very close together up there at Clearways, as Charlie Bird's determined to get past. So this certainly has we don't have many cars out there, but it's been an entertaining battle at the front, with those two cars pushing so hard and again so closely matched. The cars again, you see them instantly braking at the same point as they get down to Paddock Hill Bend. Nathan Lucky, I think, went a bit wide on the exit and took a little curb. Interesting to see if that's going to give Charlie Bird the momentum up the hill. But no, again, Nathan Lucky takes a little bit of a wider exit, which lets him just put the car in the middle of the track and almost deny the option of going either side to Charlie Bird, who's gone very, very cleanly through Paddock Hill Bend. Can he look to actually get down at the inside? Very, very evenly matched, these two cars. A fantastic battle, one of the battles of the day, despite saying not so many cars. Charlie Bird for a moment thought about going down the inside at Clearways, but then realised that there wasn't anywhere to go there, and he actually managed to move the car back across the track without really losing any momentum, which was very, very well done. And the car's now coming down across the start-finish line, braking as one into Paddock Hill Bend. Clock is ticking down. We've just rolled under 5 minutes, so 3/4 of this race done as those two leaders go up the hill. This is really going to be where all the action is at the moment. Both cars cleanly through Paddock Hill Bend. Again, Charlie Bird just looking to see if he can get that better exit coming down the hill, but the cars again so evenly matched. I'm not convinced there wasn't a little flash of the headlights from our second place car, but I'm sure Nathan Lucky knows full well that he's there, that he's pushing very, very hard. And this is the one part of the circuit where Charlie Bird does seem better. He's on that entrance into Clearways. He can carry more speed on there. For briefly, it almost looked like the cars were side by side through the corner. Charlie Bird's now actually trying to get to the inside of Nathan Lucky. Nathan Lucky's trying to give him a little squeeze, but still leave him a bit of car room. So both cars very tight on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. That's going to compromise particularly the exit maybe of Nathan Lucky, as he had to come across and depend. It was longer to the inside, but again goes tight down to the inside into Druids to stop Charlie Bird coming through. Great little battle as the clock ticks down. Under 4 minutes now left of these cars. We're lapping in, still in the 49-second range. So very, very quick cars. Very, very consistent, able to deliver these lap times. Race long, it seems, almost metronomic from these two drivers. And they're battling very, very hard this time around. A little bit more of a gap through Clearways than we've seen before. Is Charlie Bird just looking to concentrate this time on getting a good exit, getting a good run down there onto the pit straight. He can suck himself right up the back of that car in front, but in fact he does hold wide, almost as if he's looking for some air. So I'm just wondering if that car behind, he's getting denied a little bit of the fresh air by the leader, potentially seeing some of his temperatures climb. The radiators on these cars are right at the front of the car, and possibly we're seeing Charlie Bird's radiator getting filled with hot air from that car in front. But certainly the lap time still, again, 49 seconds once more. So consistent, these cars. Both lapping now within 0.2 of a second of the fastest race lap that we've seen all day. Sorry, we've seen all race for these cars. So very, very consistent. Charlie Bird now looking for to do something different there at Clearways. He actually went wide, and that seemed to cost him 2 or 3 lengths. So maybe went to try and do something different that didn't really pay off. And that's cost him a bit of time. Last time across the line, it was a gap of 0.2, certainly a little bit bigger this time through. It's actually, 0.4. The gap doubles. Again, both cars down there in the 49 seconds. That cost him a couple of tenths as he went wide, but now he's in some free air. Maybe he can cool the car down a little bit. Clock is ticking down. We're almost down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock. So it's only going to be maybe 3 laps or so for these cars if they're lapping in the 49-second branch. Very, very close together through Graham Hill Bend. Driving directly towards the low sunshine here at Brands Hatch on this Indy circuit, the 1.2 mile speed bowl in here in Kent. And drivers so consistent, again, with their lap times. Absolutely superb driving. And these two drivers out there really, really working very hard. Charlie Bird looking for a way past Nathan Lucky, knowing that he can't put a wheel wrong. If he makes any mistake, he misses any apex, misses any braking point, then Charlie Bird is going to be all over him. And that's going to be the moment that Charlie Bird has been waiting for, almost race long, as these two have been locked together for the whole 20 minutes of this race, which is a replacement for the race that they never had at Alton Park back in the beginning of July due to a huge delay in that race meeting. So the cars now coming through. They are actually starting to close up on our back marker, Yessi Altani. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm sure he's very, very aware, and he's actually starting to get the blue flags and the flashing blue panels from the cars behind. He's probably aware that he has got those quicker cars coming up. Yessi very, very new to these cars, so still getting used to these powerful Porsches, where the grip is, where the engine is, what to do. He actually tucks to the inside, very nicely done there as he lets those two quicker cars pass without actually losing an awful lot of speed himself. So absolutely superb bit of driving there from Yessi Altani. But leaders now going down the hill, going back up the hill towards Druids. Clock is ticking down. We are under a minute left. I didn't quite see when they cross the line to see if we are going to get. I suspect we might just sneak onto one more lap. Who's going to be generous? See who's going to be generous with the checkered flag. So, but time is clicking down, and Charlie Bird will know that. 25 seconds left on the clock. Turning left. This is where he's tried a few different lines, tried to put the car in a few different places, give Nathan Lucky something else to think about. But this time he follows Nathan Lucky through. Very, very close now, probably about half a car's length between the two as they come onto the pit straight. Are they going to be greeted by the checkered flag? No, they are going to be given that one more racing lap. So now we are going on to our racing lap, crossing the line with 4 seconds left. So they have that one more racing lap.
I briefly on the TSL online got a checkered flag. And they've changed it now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did.
It was very, very close.
It was so
I
close,
really thought we were going to get it, but then we didn't. But that doesn't mean we get one more lap of this fantastic battle. They're coming down the hill now. The car's looking absolutely superb in this low sunshine, as Charlie Bird now looking for a way past Nathan Lucky. It's just not giving him a clean opportunity all race. It's been some absolutely superb driving from the pair of them. And they are coming now possibly with a slightly bigger gap, a 2 or 3 length gap. I think Charlie Bird just knows there's not going to be that opportunity as they come on. Now they are greeted by the checkered flags. TSL can use that that icon that they've been so desperately to put on the screens as we get the front two cars actually take the checkered flag. 0.286 of a second apart, but it is a win for Nathan Lucky. Jodie Sloss crosses the line in 3rd place. Fantastic drive from Jodie, as I say, in a slightly older generation car, so she's giving away horsepower, giving away a bit of technology, but still pushing very hard to the end, Jodie. Very, very consistent laps, all in the... her last lap was only 0.4 of a second slower than her fastest lap. And she's been lapping in that sequence, I think, pretty much all race long. And Yessi Altani coming 4th, and just basically out there getting a bit of experience in the car. So absolutely fantastic performance then. Jodie Sloss's screen has now just updated, so 11 seconds off the lead, 10 seconds back from that. But that actually wraps up our racing element of the day. So you do get a couple of new faces there, I think, on the podium. So Jodie hasn't been on the podium before today, so you can interview Jodie Allen. But we will be having the cars out very, very soon for our final competitive element of the day, which is going to be the 2nd and 3rd timed runs for the Porsche Club Motorsport Speed and Hill Climb Championship. A little reminder, if you do actually wish to take part in the Porsche parade that is going to finish off the day here at Brands Hatch, please do return to the cars. I can already see actually some cars heading in the right direction, which is down to what we saw in the ambulance gate, the entrance onto the circuit right on the outside at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So please do come down. No need apparently to have pre-registered or anything for this. It is just literally open to anyone here who is in a Porsche. I'm not sure I'm going to get away with that with my humble Audi, but do come and join in. It is a chance just to see this circuit that has provided so much great action for us today, and actually get out there and actually try that yourself. So we have got the cars coming on. Hopefully Alan is going to get his podium fairly soon, but we also are going to have the cars out there now very, very soon for the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship. These cars, we saw them just before lunch coming out and doing the first of their 3 timed runs. They are now going to cycle through and do another 2 timed runs each. So that's going to be the cars leaving the pit lane, doing a lap of the circuit, and then breaking the timing, being on the back of the circuit down on the pit straight. And they all seem to have to then sort of hit the brakes rather hard actually to make it back into the paddock, but all very nicely done. We had a whole host of different types of cars and drivers out there. And it's going to be a nice and a very different way to end the day. So we're just waiting again just to get everything back underway. I'm not aware that we have any ongoing issues. So I think that we can hopefully get those cars out. We've actually managed to grab a bit of time and get ourselves ahead of schedule. In the timed runs that we saw just before lunch, it was car 72, Tim Barber, in the 996 GT3, who actually was quickest in a 133.44. And second quickest, actually in the same car, because we do have some shared drives here, was David Hilton, again in the 996 car 2, 131.535. Third quickest, and he'd actually sat at the top of the timesheet for quite a while, was Andy Fagan in the Porsche Boxster S with a 132.5. And fourth place we have car 39, John Baldock, also out there. John Baldock, it doesn't actually say on the timing screen what John was driving. Just check my notes. So he was just says, oh, it just says Porsche actually. So I will double check what John is actually out in. Hopefully a bit more information than that. With a 136.424. Fifth we had car 15, Nick Wadsworth in the 911 SCRS, one of the older cars out there with a 137.1. And sixth, we had our reigning champion, car 40, Wayne Easton, in his Boxster with a 137.960. Seventh and first in class 4 was Stephen Jury in his Porsche 944 with a 138.075. And eighth place, we had Graham Rose in that supercharged Porsche 924 with a 138.843. We just quickly rewind and actually pick out the class winners for you, or leading the class certainly at the moment, because these are just the first times. These might be the fastest the guy everyone goes, but the track has cooled down a little bit now. Maybe as the temperatures drop, we normally expect speeds and times to go up, and also just with more time on the track, the drivers are going to find those extra tenths. But certainly it was Tim Barber was quickest in class 1 in the 996 GT3, quickest overall. John Baldock was quickest in class 3, 4th overall. And quickly just looking at class 2 was Nick Wadsworth, 5th overall, quickest there, and Stephen Jury was quickest in class 4.
And I think we'll have an overlap with our podium. We've got drivers arriving, so I've got 2 out of 3. And as Meatloaf once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So once I've got my third driver for the podium for the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup, then we'll have a podium, but it probably will coincide with the start of these runs.
No problem, just dive in. I think it's nice to give everyone their moment of glory up on the podium. And
yep.
I'll be scribbling down the podium quotes so that I can write my race report tomorrow.
Oh yeah, have you got many decent quotes today?
You've been brilliant, thank you.
Oh, good.
No, you've been getting them to say exactly what I wanted them to say.
Good.
So I did work once for a very famous race driver, in fact a Formula 1 world champion, who actually had this arrangement with him that I could actually make up the quotes as long as I told him what he'd said. So
yeah, that's a fair point.
It was, yeah. As long as he knew what he'd said, he trusted me implicitly, basically.
Yeah.
So we do have the first car coming out. So if we're in the same running order as earlier, that should be David Hilton in the number 2 car, which will be the Porsche 996. David Hilton, second quickest last time round. So we will try and keep track on these. I'm going to possibly struggle a little bit just as we do actually get the podiums underway, just to keep track of the podium and what's happening on the track. David Hilton out, second car. If we're in the running order, I'm expecting, looks like, yep, it is the Ian Wadsworth Porsche 911 with Andy Fagan now going third out there. Andy Fagan, very, very quick. He's been a bit of a fixture for them. Bit of a lovely guy, Andy Fagan. I follow him on Facebook. He's got the 2 cutest dogs on the planet. And been very, very quick drivers. These guys are going straight into timed runs. So we will be seeing some times coming up on the screens very, very quickly as they're actually coming around already, screaming across the line. David Hilton, that car came around much quicker than I expected. So that's a car that's absolutely very, very well sorted, but he's been competing in this championship for over 20 years. Well, as he said, over 25 years, possibly nearer 25 years now. So this is the shared drive with Tim Barber in this GT3. And he says it's an early 996 C2 shell that actually was converted for racing and was actually raced by Pete Chambers of Porsche fame, as a man who was around Porsche racing for many, many years, Pete Chambers. Very distinctive livery on his cars from what I remember. So Pete Chambers there, just keeping an eye. So the first time goes up and immediately it's a time quicker than we saw this morning. And in fact, sorry, it's 72, so it's Tim Barber. It's very hard to tell which number is stricken out on that car. And my running order note suggests that it should actually be David Hilton driving it first, but we seem to have swapped around. So I do apologise for that. But immediately quicker than we saw this morning with a 129.8, half a second quicker. So that's a fantastic time from Tim Barber, really coming out there and really laying it on the line. This is very much a mental sport. You really have to perform in a small window of opportunity. And we can go. I just realised I've got a gentleman up here to my right who's actually just indicating when everyone can go. That's very civilised, just to make sure the car that's previously gone is already around. Ready times coming in, second quickest in this session. We've got Andy Fagan with a 133.0. That's again a little slower actually for Andy Fagan than he did this morning. And Ian Wadsworth in car 5 with a 139. Just trying to see what Ian did.
And Paul, we have a full complement of drivers for our podium for race 8 of the afternoon for the Eden Porsche Club Motorsport Open Cup, the final race of the weekend. Chris is here from the club to make the presentation. In reverse order, third place, Jody Sloss. Well done, Jody. Congratulations. Through you go, through the door, and Chris is standing by with your third place trophy. And Jody gets the award and takes the third step of the podium. In second place, Charlie Bird. Well done, Charlie. Congratulations. Into the sunshine goes Charlie, a handshake and a second place trophy. And the winner, Nathan Lucky. Well done, Nathan. Congratulations on the podium earlier on today. Happy enough with a place other than top step of the podium, but now he'll be even more delighted. And all three of them pose on their individual steps of the podium. And then if they could bunch up together on the top step of the podium, photograph of all three of them, and we'll talk to all three of them as well. There we go. Photographs are complete. Nathan, pop down and talk to me. You were happy enough to be on the podium earlier on. Now a win.
No, indeed. Look, we had a great battle, Charlie and I. It was fantastic. I'm doing every trick in the book to try and keep him behind me, but that race couldn't end soon enough.
Yeah, I did rather wonder if you were clock watching.
I tried not to, and then I had a look when it was 7 minutes to go. No, don't look.
we were the same for the final lap. Did you think you'd done it?
No, because I saw 4 seconds. So one more round.
You just had to do one more, but it was cooler. It was nicer.
Indeed, indeed.
Man, Nathan, well done. Charlie, come and have a little chat to me. You kept him very honest.
It was a ripper, wasn't it?
It was a great race, super race.
Yeah, I just, God, I wish I got ahead at the start. But yeah, it was awesome. Yeah. It's good fun. And in this kind of racing, not touching is just like the best thing. And we were just saying, like any other racing, they probably have each other off. But we were tight. It was good fun.
So there's a lot to be said for sort of funding racing yourself, because it means a lot more to keep the car looking immaculate at the end of the day, not just at the start.
Well, I mean, my old man does all the prep and everything like that, and I can't do this without him. And I'm very lucky and fortunate to do what I do. And yeah, you have races like that. It's definitely worth it. And yeah, you're right. It sounds a cliche, but to go home in a straight car is it's the right thing to do.
It's a good day's work.
Yeah, it's banging, isn't it? It's good.
And Charlie, super race. Jodie, come forward and have a chat to me. You didn't know the way to the podium. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I've not had much experience on this track at all. It's actually my first time racing on the Indy. So I've learnt a lot in the 991 Porsche. It's taught me a lot, yeah.
It's quite a car, isn't it? 60 years of that car being celebrated this weekend.
Yeah, certainly. It's a car that gives you a lot of credibility, I say. I've not had much experience at all. I mean, I've came from a McLaren GT4 to now a 991 GT3 Porsche. So it's taught me so much as a driver and put so much confidence and hopefully my name on the map as well.
It certainly has, Jodie. Well done. Congratulations. Good to speak to you on the podium, which is our final podium of the day for the racing here at Brands Hatch, all part of the Festival of Porsche.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much to everyone who's been involved in the race element of the day. But the day is not over. We still have the competitive element of the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb runners who are out there. We've had most of the cars now have made their first runs. I think we've got the last three cars, three cars still out there. Certainly still quickest is Tim Barber in car 72 with that 1 minute 29.8. One of the drivers who actually has gone quicker than he managed this morning. Just looking down the time, Stephen Jury is another who is currently sitting third overall to the 137.1, who again has eclipsed his time of this morning when he did a 138.0. So Stephen Jury there going very, very quickly in that 1983 944 car that when it came out got lots and lots of kudos for its quality of its handling. Great car, still fantastic car to have if you have a 944 in the garage, especially if you've got the S2, that was the one to have. But just waiting for the last couple of times to actually come in now as cars are going out. We've just got, I think, just going out now as well. We've got Mel Spear in that wonderfully distinctive 964 Carrera 2 Cup car. So that's a car actually built for a one-make series for these cars, which were driven by some big-name drivers. And Mel Spear's car driven by Porsche experts, certainly Group C expert Oscar Larrauri, an Argentinian driver who did actually have a Formula One career with the Eurobrun team. And that car looks absolutely superb as Mel spears it around the circuit in this glorious late afternoon sunshine. Just look crossing the line now and seeing, waiting for some times to come in. The cars actually blast out the pit lane, go around, do a full lap, and then do essentially another half lap before then breaking the timing beam on the back straight to set their times. So still we've got, at the top of the times there for this run, we've got Tim Barber, who's sitting there with Andy Fagan second on a 133.2, but I think Andy Fagan actually did do a 132.5, so I don't have actually the amalgamated times at the moment, so I'm doing some quick mathematics here just to try and keep track of who has done what and when. So I'm hoping that at the end of the day we will actually be able to come up with a quick timing that. Mel Spear crosses the line there and is a 141. So Mel Spear 141. That's a little bit of a, I think, slower than he did this morning. I'm just trying to check his times from this morning. Oh, did a 140.9. So Mel Spear, yeah, a little bit slower. So we've seen a few people improve, but most people actually a little bit off the pace they were this morning. But they did this morning's runs straight off the back of 2 practice runs. So they were really, really in the groove.
Everything heated up, everything
exactly
according to requirement and spec. Yeah.
But it's now a quick turnaround, and then they will get to go again on their third runs. So let's hope for that. We still have a couple of cars. We are just still waiting for time. David Hilton looking behind me, pushing very, very hard, as is Nick Wadsworth coming across the line in that very, very nice 911 SCRS back from 1974. That car, the David Hilton car, now just coming across the start-finish line, turning down through Paddock Hill Bend, going down the hill up to Druids. And this really is a case of just putting the car. You have the track to yourself, yes, but that means you have to absolutely maximise what you do. There's no hiding place, and we see how close the times are and how tightly you are timed. It is just that one lap, and it's got to be this lap, well, a lap and a half, and it's got to be a lap and a half with almost no mistakes. This really is a real demonstration of your driving skill. And David Hilton crosses the line, just waiting for the screen to update, crosses the line, and then has to brake hard as to make it through, and actually jumps up to second quickest on these second runs with a 132.6. So that's again slower than his lap time this morning. So hoping for big things from these third times. And again, I think we now have everybody in there and having set a time with Nick Wadsworth showing as a 141, 4 seconds off what he did this morning. So surprisingly off the pace there, Nick Wadsworth. And again, Nick Wadsworth, one of the shared drives, Nick and Ian Wadsworth, sharing that 1974 911 SCRS. And okay, all these cars do actually have the, amusingly, it's the first time I've had this in years, but the information in front of me, I've got the registration numbers of every car, which I think is a lovely touch. So very, very thank you very much for that. So we do have it's a fantastic selection of cars out there. No turbocharged cars out there. We do have one supercharged car out there, which is the Graham Rose 924. So I think Graham's done a lot of work on that car himself. Reckons it's now actually producing around 280 horsepower from its 3-litre engine. And Graham Rose, again, another, like an awful lot of people, who's actually been in this series for a long, long time. And so he's retired now, 24 years, competed over 250 rounds of the championship, Graham Rose, and won the championship 4 times. And as I say, it's he's got it down here. His hobbies are golf, holidays, and Porsches. That's quite a nice set of hobbies to have, really, isn't it? So it's I'm actually having life envy for Graham Rose, which I'm never going to be in his position because I've never played golf in my life. So we are going to go on to the timed runs.
My advice to you: don't start now.
Really, I just don't see myself being a natural, to be quite honest.
Quite a frustrating sport. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see myself being a natural on that one. I'm going to see if we can maybe somehow get all the times together in one place at one time. So keep an eye on who's doing what. So we know the Run 1 classifications. Now we've seen those come through. I think, unfortunately, I don't think TSL are going to be quick enough. And they've done a phenomenal job today to get me the timed 2 runs on the screen. No, they're not, so that's a shame. So we are going to see the third timed runs for all of these cars. Try and get an idea of how quick they are actually going on these third runs. But as I say, not many people improved on run number 2. And so they do visit some fantastic venues, these cars. I think it's quite unusual they actually have these 2 runs so close together. Normally the action is spread out over the day, as they will be at sprints or hill climbs with an awful lot of other cars.
Yeah, but it's great to be on the package for the Festival of Porsche, isn't it? It's such a celebration of such a glorious mark. And,
it is.
Today has been superb, hasn't it? As the paddock, the lower paddock has thinned out and the backs have thinned out. There are still some spectators here.
And if we look across, we have a long queue of cars for the parade that's about to come.
So they could potentially line the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch.
So sure I would say, if you are actually in your car, if you can hear the speakers, if you do tune your radio to 88.5 FM. 88.3 FM. Thank you very much there, Alan. You can actually hear us as we waffle away for the final few minutes. We do actually hit a curfew at 18:30 for the PA, but usually we don't even like to quite get that close to the PA for noise restrictions for the circuit. So we do have to obey the rules, but we will certainly talk about the Speed Championship and hill climb cars while they are out there. Cars out now for their second runs. First car out was Stephen Jury in that Porsche 944. It's a very pretty little car. I do like the 944. So classic, possibly one of the cars that I can actually aspire to, I think, in the Porsche world. And say this is the car that earlier on was owned at one stage by Richard Atwood. So if you can have
I heard you say that earlier on. That's a pretty cool thing. Richard Atwood is such a great guy.
Le Mans winner. How much would he have ranked a 944?
Quite a lot.
Yeah, it has to be done, doesn't it?
And described how he did it in the most beautiful English.
I interviewed Richard a couple of times, sat next to him once at the Porsche Awards evening.
Nice.
And yeah, lovely guy, and the fantastic stories he actually tells. Oh, and in fact, that is that's coming back into the paddock, the 944 of Stephen Jury. Yeah, so a 137.4 for Stephen Jury on that lap. So we need to try and work out how that actually does compare to what he did. I can certainly compare that to his first time round, and he did a 1:38, so certainly quicker than his first runs of the day. Also, we've got a time up now for car 36, which is Geraint Evans in the 911 Carrera 380. Not a car I've actually talked about, I think, so far today. Again, Geraint Evans. A lot of these people are absolute stalwarts of this series and have been doing it for a long, long time. And say this car was originally a 1975 Carrera 3-litre, and it's been extensively modified just to get it exactly how Geraint wants it for hill climbing. And it's fantastic that people can actually do this, and it's a car that has been very, very successful in his hands. More times coming to Geraint Evans with a 1:38.8. Again, I can compare that to his first time through, just trying to spot him on the list time with a 1:40. So in fact, substantially quicker this time through. So I think exactly as you said, that first run, I think there the cars were cold, and now people have had a chance, and they are straight back out onto it.
Yeah, tyres are all up to temperature, so too the engines, so too the brakes. It just makes such a difference.
It does, yeah. Now, cars out on circuit again, just looking at picking them up on that circuit feed coming up. That's almost the classic shot looking down the hill from Druids and down as the cars come down the hill. I think that's the 39 out there, I think, is John Baldock. It's the only car I can see of with a 9, so that's our mystery Porsche. We don't actually know what that one is. I'm just having a quick look. Looks like possibly a 997 to me. See how possibly 2002, not too early, I think, for a 997. It didn't look to have the lights of a 996, so maybe. But again, quick times now coming in. Still Stephen Jury, the quickest of those in the second group of cars to go, but jumping up to second of the final group. The third timed runs of the day was, actually I was about to say was Graham Rose, but in fact he's just been demoted by Stephen Jury, the car 38, who is now second quickest with a 137.414. Graham Rose third quickest on a 137.613. Very, very close. 3 cars currently in the 137s, as we have the car 91 of Rupert Smith, a 911.1 GTS, also in that category. So very, very mixed horsepower. 424 horsepower for that GTS. That's a brute of a car, isn't it?
Yeah, I should say.
Yeah, that's going to get your attention. And certainly if it is road legal, then you can take it out. But some fantastic cars there. And as I say, ladies and gentlemen, we do see that large, long queue forming for the parade. If you do wish to join, do free. Please return to your car, come round this part of the circuit.
And just think about it, what a beautiful evening to be able to do it. Not just the opportunity to drive on the hallowed tarmac of the Brands Hatch circuit here in Kent, but also to be able to do it with gorgeous evening sunshine. It's just lovely.
It did actually left me thinking. I was trying to remember if I've ever driven around the Indy circuit. I've cycled around it before. And all I can say is paddock up to Druids is much steeper than you think it's going to be. But
it's very deceptive when you look at it on television or just out of the commentary box here. It's a bit like Eau Rouge. When you go there, you think, seriously?
That's right. So just keeping an eye on the time. Still Tim Barber now, still quickest 72 of those cars with the 129.971. Tim Barber going very, very quickly. Tim Barber, again, that was certainly quickest than his first time. I know his second timed run was also quicker. Unfortunately, I don't have access to that time at the moment because of how the screens are working, so I can't see what's going on there, but Tim Barber has come through. So certainly the times that we've got for these third runs at the moment is Tim Barber quickest on a 129.9, Stephen Jury second on a 137.4, Graham Rose third on a 137.6, whole clutch of cars there in the 37s. Rupert Smith fourth in a 137.7. Ian Wadsworth is next up with a 138.53 in that 911. And rounding out certainly the top 6 at the moment with several cars still to go, we have car 42, which is Martin Leach in his 911E. Thank you, Alan, who's just spotted that the screens are all about to time out up here.
Well, one of them was. That means they're all going to follow in a minute.
It does, as you look up.
Because I switched them all on at the same time this morning.
It's a horrible moment when you look up and you have no screens left.
That one's already gone. Right, okay.
So, yeah, it must have been something we said, basically.
Yep.
But, yeah, we are fortunate in up here that we do have a lot of information with us. So we do actually have now out on track car number 39, John Baldock, crossing the line, going on to the second half of his first lap. That's where his lap will finish last time round. Certainly at the end of the first laps, John Baldock was fourth with a 136.4, so we can keep an eye on him, see if we do get some improvement from John Baldock going around. As I say, gentlemen, John Baldock actually works at Microsoft, so really does know, obviously knows what he's doing on his data side of things. So I'm interested to see what he's actually done to the car there. He converted his Boxsters last year to full race specification, and just starting off with entering this. This is actually only his third round of the series, and he's aiming to complete more rounds next year. So this is a Boxster he bought as a standard road car back in 2017, aiming to use it as a track car, but he's slowly done more and more to it over the duration, coming through that final corner as we see also out 6.4 Cup car, possibly certainly in my book livery of the day, that car. It looks absolutely superb with its yellow. Sorry, yellow. I'm getting colourblind.
You've
It's been
said
a very long
lot of
day.
words this weekend.
I've said a lot of words. I may have used my words up.
Yeah, you're worded out. Yeah.
Worded out. So yeah, the green, white and red car, the number 35 of Mel Spear. As I say, it's nice to have a car with so much history actually out there, just keeping an eye on what's happening on the times. As I say, we now have from those third runs, it's still Tim Barber, Andy Fagan now second in his immaculately turned out Boxster S car, 44. 39 is still in second place, which is John Baldock. And then Wayne Easton, our reigning champion in his Boxster, is fourth. So it's, say, our fastest time, certainly so far, Tim Barber in a 1:29.9. Andy Fagan with a 1:32. Then a whole clutch of cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars now, certainly on these third runs, all putting in times in the 1:37. So it's a whole clutch of cars across a variety of classes. So the mix in the classes still provides very, very close competition. Should be getting down towards the last few cars going out now, and this time it is actually going out, and I think we have Nick Wadsworth in the car that was used earlier in this session by Ian Wadsworth, so they have to do a quick turnaround. It'll be interesting to see if the two gentlemen are actually similar in size and don't actually have to push cushions in and bits and pieces. That is quite often what you see on changes, isn't it? So Nick Wadsworth, now Mel Spear is just bringing that beautiful 964 into the paddock, and he actually was 6th quickest in this session with a 1:37.42. Another of the cars in the 1:37. So it's certainly that seems to be the whole mixing pot, is the 1:37s, which is tenths of seconds between cars in that category. Just one car now left to set a time in this final session from Nick Wadsworth. I think a lot of these cars are now actually seeing their quickest times being done in this session. So it's certainly Tim Barber.
Quickest times of the day?
I think they possibly are, actually. I think we are seeing a lot of the quickest times this late on. So it's
cooler.
Exactly. Tim Barber from David Hilton at the moment, so 70 and 72. That's actually the same car. So they are shuffling the numbers around. But Tim Barber went out and did a 1:29.9, and David Hilton did a 1:31.4 in that very, very quick 9.96. So just waiting for a time now from Nick Wadsworth, the only driver not to set a time yet, as he is still out on circuit, coming around Graham Hill Bend, now coming up to, I think this will be the end of his lap, breaking the beam. He breaks the beam and breaks the car down to a halt. It's quite an effort the cars have to do, actually, to come to a halt. Nick Wadsworth with a 1:39.2. Just compare that to what I actually had for his time from the run at the end of the day, the first time, and Nick Wadsworth then did a 1:37.4. So in fact, he was a little slower. So we are seeing a little bit. But then again, I think with everything so tight, one little mistake is virtually all it takes, isn't it?
Takes, yeah.
So
absolutely.
Fantastic for the times. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced we're going to get a combined time for everybody, which is a bit of a shame. But I think that 1:29.9 of Tim Barber is a hell of a time. That's very, very quick. And,
only car in the 120s.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very, very hard to beat for the day. So I think a fantastic insight into the Porsche Club Speed and Hill Climb Championship from these guys. It really is a case of having to get out there, and it's almost like, I suppose, in a way, 100-metre sprinting, isn't it?
It is, yeah,
and
very much so. And you have to make it count. It's like when we used to have the one-shot showdown qualifying for the British Touring Car Championship. You get one chance.
Exactly, yeah, and any mistake is magnified almost by the fact it is done within that one chance. And that really wraps up our competitive element of this Festival of Porsche. So fantastic. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you from me to everyone who's worked so hard to make this meeting happen. As always, as Alan alluded to earlier on in the day, a lot of people behind the scenes who actually have to do an awful lot of things just to make the racing actually happen. A big thank you to everyone who's come along and supported it, particularly the long line of people who've stayed on to go and take their cars out on track on the parade that we're about to have shortly. Alan, can I say it's been an absolute delight?
It has. It's been great.
It's been good fun.
We've known each other the best part of 30 years, and
we met with 2, I think, when we were met, weren't we? In kindergarten.
Something like that.
Yeah. But if only. So no, it's been an absolute delight. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We do hope you've enjoyed. The sun has shone on the Festival of Porsche. We've had some great racing. We've had some great cars out in the car parks. Fantastic to stay around the circuit and see much going on. Please enjoy the parade if you're doing the parade, but whoever you are, please drive home safely, and we hope to see you again soon.